Okay, so picture this. When the world was literally ending, everyone else was panicking. But our main character, he felt something totally different, not peace, but excitement, because honestly, his normal life was already a nightmare. See, small talk is literally his kryptonite. He's got these 10 tips for conversation. Memorized, like maintain eye contact to show you're listening, but bro, it's just not working. He's trying so hard, asking his coworker about her weekend, but she's not even looking at him. She just gives a one-word answer and starts rambling about her husband's fishing trip, and he's just sitting there thinking, what the hell is wrong with me? Making friends is hard. He took this out-of-state office job to start fresh, but years later, he's still struggling. In a society that values social skills above all else, he just doesn't fit. The only sports he ever did were solo ones, like archery. So now he just sits at his desk for hours, wasting away in a city with no family, in an office where barely anyone even knows his name. It's low-key depressing. But wait, here comes Adam. Adam's a born leader, the complete opposite of our guy. But he's actually cool. He does all the heavy lifting in conversations, which is a lifesaver. Adam invites him to lunch, and for once he actually says yes. Maybe it won't be too awkward. They run into Caroline from HR. She's one of the few bright spots at work, always swiping the company card, but she never says his name. He's low-key wondering if she even knows it, but whatever, he's just happy to be included. But then, the lights just die, total blackout. He thinks it's just a weird electrical issue. But dude, hold up, it's way worse than that. Because suddenly a system message pops up right in front of him. Initiation of the 93rd universe confirmed, introduction and tutorial sequence commencing. Wait. What? This is insane. He's teleported somewhere and a glowing entity appears, telling him it's in charge of introducing him to his new reality, and they only have a limited window of time to do it. Bro is literally in another dimension. Then his stats pop up. Name, Jake Thane, race human, level 0, he's got 90 HP, 80 MP and 70 stamina. His highest stat is perception at 10, which makes sense since he's always observing people, but everything else is pretty average. The entity explains that this is the system. His universe finally passed the minimum threshold to enter the multiverse. Any extra info will be given as he needs it. Jake's like, I can't tell if this is amazing or absurd, but honestly, it's absolutely wild. Next up, picking a class, the entity tells him to just choose one. Caster sounds interesting, but Jake remembers his solo sports days. He chooses the archer class, and just like that, the intro is over. He gets instantly teleported to the Great Forest tutorial zone. The entity drops some lore. This forest is filled with danger and opportunities. He needs to kill beasts to earn tutorial points or TP to gain new skills. He might even get to hunt the beastkin themselves. But there's a catch. The tutorial lasts for 64 days. After that, the remaining survivors get final rewards based on their TP. That's all the info he gets before he's dropped right into the action. Jake can feel the adrenaline pumping. It feels exciting, but look around, everyone else is freaking out. Where are we? They're in a massive forest and people are totally panicking. Adam steps up, trying to keep everyone calm. Everybody relax, let's just take a second to breathe. But then, the ground starts moving, they're falling, everyone is screaming, and Jake just thinks, at that time I wish I had known. Because beasts weren't the only things hunting in this forest. Meanwhile, in a part of the woods, a group of survivors hears rustling. Someone is following them. They demand the stalker to show themselves, weapons ready. Out pops a kid begging them not to attack. He's just trying to find his party. The group realizes he's just a scared kid, totally alone. The kid explains his party was jumped right when they arrived, and he got separated during the fight hours ago. They could be anywhere, but these survivors are decent people. They tell the kid to stick with them, promising to help him find his group, and the kid is just so relieved because he was terrified out there alone. But little do they know, this forest is going to test them in ways they can't even imagine. Okay, so picture this. The group is totally freaking out after that crazy system message. Everyone's shouting, "What are we supposed to do? And did anyone else meet a freaking alien?" It's pure chaos, and honestly the tension is highly suffocating. But then Adam steps up. "It's gonna be okay, one step at a time, alright," and honestly. Jake is just watching this thinking, bro really is a natural-born leader. Adam has this natural charisma that just calms people down when everything is going to hell. Adam immediately takes charge, treating this like a survival mission. "Alright, let's start." With locating shelter, water, and food, he spots some massive pillars in the distance and figures they probably aren't too far from civilization. This guy is literally thinking 3 steps ahead while everyone else is panicking. Meanwhile, Jake is busy testing out his new archer class skills. He pulls back his bow, fires a shot, and thinks, "Holy crap, that worked." Adam nods, reminding everyone that this downtime is crucial for learning their skills and getting a hang of this crazy new system. Adam starts assessing their party composition. "We're pretty balanced for the most part. Caroline is our only healer, but she's quickly getting the hang of it." See, Caroline was that cheeky HR girl from the office who was always swiping the company card, but she's actually pulling her weight now. Then she turns to Jake and says, "You're pretty good with a bow, Jake." And Jake is literally short-circuiting internally because, wait, she knows his name. This is insane. Later, Adam pulls Jake aside. He admits everyone is defaulting to him because of his old job, but he could really use a hand when things get rough. But Jake shuts it down. "I'm not cut out for that. I can't really speak to people like you two can." He's still stuck in his old socially awkward mindset. Adam just smiles and drops some truth. "It's a new world out here. The old rules don't apply anymore." Fast forward 4 hours, it's 6 p.m. and Jake is on the first watch of the night. Joanna sits down with him. Joanna is the anxious coworker who was just rambling about her husband's fishing trip earlier, but now she looks super stressed. She starts talking about him, saying they were probably only a few hundred feet apart when the world went crazy. Then she randomly asks, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Jake just shakes his head. "No, not anymore," and this triggers a massive flashback. Back in college, he only had 2 real friends, his roommate Andy and Madeline. Andy was the guy he could trust with his life, but Madeline, he was totally in love with her. They weren't social types, just enjoyed the solitude together. He thought those were the happiest 2 years of his life. But looking back, he realizes he was probably just blind to what was happening right under his nose. Maybe she didn't feel the same way. Joanna sighs, saying she's probably better off alone. Just thinking about her husband makes her stomach twist. With anxiety, Jake feels a pang of sympathy for her. He thinks he should say something to comfort her, looking back at the day, Adam wanting him to co-lead, Joanna opening up, Caroline remembering his name. He starts to think maybe Adam was right, maybe things can actually be different here. He's actually making connections. But hold up, let's switch scenes, because remember that scared kid from earlier? Yeah. It's actually a little girl, and things just got dark. Some ruthless survivors have her cornered. "Alright, little lady, tell us where your group is, or else." They literally beat the info out of her, but the girl is just crying. I don't know." This is where things get crazy. The bad guy sneers, "Have it your way then." But suddenly a loud noise echoes through the forest. Jake and his group hear it. "What the hell?" A thud came from over there. They rush toward the sound, weapons ready. Jake's crew bursts into the clearing, but the bad guys are confused. Where'd they go? Without hesitating, Jake literally jumps right into the fray. No backup, no plan, just pure adrenaline. One of the thugs spots him and screams, "I'll kill you, little." But wait, the girl is already passed out from the pain. The bad guy is freaking out, yelling, "Where's the other asshole?" They're stomping around looking for Jake's friends, totally unaware of the predator that just entered the clearing. Then another rustle in the bushes. There's another one. Jake is staring down a massive threat, and for a second he thinks, "I'm gonna die." But then, time literally slows down, not because of magic or a spell, but because a system message just popped up. Bloodline AWAKNED, bloodline of the Primal Hunter. Bro, it's Pure instinct, this changes everything. Jake's eyes widen. Holy shit, something just snapped inside him. He lunges forward. Grab, come on, there we go. He literally grabs the enemy with his bare hands. His stats might be average, but this bloodline is absolutely wild. The thug is absolutely terrified, screaming, "What the hell are you?" But Jake doesn't even answer. He just goes full feral. Grab, smash, grab. He's literally dismantling these guys with pure, raw power. This is a 100% mismatch. When the dust finally settles, Jake stands over the beaten thugs and asks, "Are you too okay?" The girl slowly wakes up, rubbing her head, completely bewildered. What happened? And just like that, Jake's peaceful little group dynamic is shattered. He just unlocked a primal bloodline and the real tutorial has only just begun. What is this guy actually capable of? Okay, so picture this. Before the world literally ended and everyone got dragged into this brutal survival tutorial, our guy Jake was just a regular high schooler. One day he's walking down the hall and sees a girl getting bullied. His friend is like, "Come on, let's just copy your test tomorrow," totally trying to avoid the drama, but Jake is just like, "Slide the test over when the teacher isn't looking." His friend is sweating, scared of getting in trouble, and suggests maybe just helping the girl study instead. Jake brushes it off as a waste of time. But then Jake just snaps. He marches right up and yells, "Leave her alone." Next thing you know, he's getting suspended for fighting, and as he's dealing with the fallout, he has this massive realization. When it comes to the so-called good guys and the bad guys in our world, there is literally no difference. Everyone's just looking out for themselves. Fast forward to the present, and things are way worse than high school detention. We're talking life or death. The scene opens with blood everywhere, someone asking if Jake is hurt, and he just casually wipes it off and says, "I'm okay, none of it's mine." Bro, that is absolutely chilling. Then the system starts popping off with messages. "You have slain a human archer. Bonus experience earned." And then comes the crazy part, 294 tutorial points earned. Jake realizes something wild. Wait, hold up, we get points for killing other survivors too. The system isn't just about killing monsters, it's a battle royale. Because of that fight, Jake's classes are leveling up like crazy. His archer class hits level 5, his human race hits level 22, but then, a massive golden notification drops. Bloodline awakened, bloodline of the Primal Hunter. It unlocks a unique ability called the Sphere of Perception, boosting his awareness by 5%. Jake just sitting there like, what the hell is a bloodline? While Jake is leveling up, the rest of his group is hiding out, and the vibes are incredibly toxic. Joanna is badly injured and the group is absolutely dogpiling on Jake. They're yelling at him, asking why he let Joanna go off alone and why he didn't wake them up when the enemies attacked. Jake tries to explain that it was a split-second decision and he just followed his instincts, but the group isn't having it. They're screaming, "What if you had died? What if Joanna had died?" They're still clinging to their old Earth morals, expecting everyone to play it safe and hold hands. But Jake completely snaps. He tells them to get a grip. "Joanna only survived because of what I did. If I took the time to wake you all up, who knows what would have happened." He looks them dead in the eye and drops a harsh truth bomb. "Those were real humans. Would you have had the balls to take another person's life?" Jake tells them the world has changed. If they want to survive, they need to stop expecting to be babysitted and learn to adapt. He basically tells them to do whatever the system wants, level up, and stop blaming him just because they haven't caught up yet. Honestly harsh, but in a tutorial where PvP is rewarded, he's 100% right. Meanwhile, Casper finally wakes up. He's joking around, saying he half expected everyone to ditch him. He's low-key mega unmatched, literally getting rejected on a dating app 6 times in a row. Bro, the world is ending and you're still swiping. The absurdity of this game's mechanics is actually hilarious. But the comedy drops real quick when we see Joanna. Her leg was completely crushed, and their basic healing potions weren't strong enough to fix it, so they had to make a brutal call and amputate it. Their hopping Caroline can eventually learn some regrowth magic, but for now, Joanna has to adapt. Jake notes that this tragedy really awakened something in Caroline, who is now grinding hard to become an invaluable asset with her potion making. Jake takes a moment to assess his team. Bertram is a beast in melee combat. Joanna is making great use of her ranged magic despite her injury, and Caroline is stepping up. But Jake and Adam haven't spoken a word to each other since the huge argument last night. The tension is thick. Jake decides to just pretend nothing happened. Later, Jake and Adam are chilling in a safe spot, hiding from the rain. Adam decides to test Jake's new sphere of perception ability. He tells Jake to sense the incoming attack and tosses a rock at him, but Jake doesn't react in time and gets hit. They realize the catch with the sphere of perception: it only works on actual threats. Since Adam was just playing around and didn't actually want to hurt Jake, the ability didn't trigger. It requires real killing intent or danger. That's a massive detail for his survival. As they set up camp, the tension from last night finally breaks. Adam pulls Jake aside and apologizes for dogpiling on him. He admits Jake didn't deserve that and says Jake instincts probably saved them. Adam praises Jake, calling him a good man, and admits he might not even be alive without Jake's leadership in that fight. Adam then drops a serious proposition. He officially requests Jake to be on his team. He says he had a hunch they'd work well together, and to seal the deal, he jokes about taking Jake out to lunch. It's a great moment of bonding, showing that the group is finally starting to unite and trust each other. But dude, just as they're having this nice moment, the atmosphere completely shifts. A massive noise echoes through the area. What was that? Jake's sphere of perception probably just lit up like a Christmas tree. Panic instantly takes over. Adam screams, "We need to go, everybody run." Peaceful training session is shattered. They're being ambushed and the enemies are already closing in. In the chaos, someone screams out for Caroline. The screen cuts to black with her name echoing, leaving us with a massive cliffhanger. What the hell is attacking them? Is it another player group or a high-level monster? Jake and the team are about to find out if their new teamwork is enough to survive this nightmare. Okay, so picture this. Our crew is now deep inside a dark, unstable cave and things are already getting messy. They're calling out for each other, but the place is a total maze. Adam wants to just smash through a wall to reach the others, but hold up, Jake immediately shuts that down. Bro is like, dude, no, this cave is literally about to collapse and who knows what kind of monsters are lurking in the shadows. They realize the only safe option is to keep walking and hope the pathways intersect somewhere down the line, so the party splits up to cover more ground, but the tension is hikey suffocating. Adam is low-key stressing. He's thinking, I'm probably fine on my own, but can I actually protect Caroline if we get jumped? But Caroline just hits him with that confident energy, telling him they'll be totally fine. She's not about to die in some random cave. Fast forward 1 hour. Adam is walking with the kid they saved earlier, and honestly, he's having some major doubts. He's thinking, was splitting up a bad idea? Jake and Caroline are way better suited for survival than us. The kid picks up on his vibe and asks if Jake makes him uneasy, and honestly, Adam admits it. He's like, look, Jake is a loose cannon right now, but then we get a flashback to what Adam saw earlier. Jake lying in a literal pool of blood, grinning like an absolute madman after awakening. That Primal Hunter bloodline, it was terrifying, but Adam shakes it off. He tells the kid, people change in times of crisis. He's a friend and I have to trust him. That's some real leader energy right there. Meanwhile, let's check in on Jake and Caroline. Caroline notices Jake is hurt from the fall and immediately starts healing him. Jake is low-key surprised, asking, wait, aren't you mad at me? Probably referring to his crazy feral stunt earlier. But Caroline is strictly business. I'm not gonna let your wound get infected just because we argued. Now stand still. And Jake's internal monologue is literally treating this like an RPG going conversation training initiated. Ask her a question. Bro, you are in a life or death situation, not a dating sim. Caroline scolds him, telling him to be more careful because no one is invincible, and She's still a beginner at magic, so Jake asks the golden question, why did you choose to be a healer? Caroline flips it on him first. Why an archer? Jake just shrugs, saying he picked what he was best at for pure survival, but Caroline's reason, this is where things get deep. She played enough games to know healer would be the least picked class, in the real world at least. Then she drops some serious backstory. Her brother spent a ton of time in the hospital. When they were kids, she couldn't visit him for weeks, so they played online games together to stay connected. Jake is sitting there thinking, wait, I didn't even know she had a brother. She explains that back then, everyone forced her to play the healer just because she was a girl. At first she hated it, she wanted to be a fighter, but then she noticed something wild. Fighters always struggled to find parties. But as a healer, people were literally begging her to join them. She realized that being healer meant she was needed, so when the system dropped them into this nightmare tutorial, she made a calculated choice. She figured, I don't know who I'll run into, but if I can heal, I'll be worth protecting. Bro, that is insanely smart. She didn't just pick a class, she picked a survival strategy. This completely changes how Jake sees her. He tells her that's really smart, and Caroline hits him with a reality check. Did you think I was dumb, or maybe you just never actually thought about who I am as a person? Ouch, that hit hard. Jake has a massive realization. He thought he had a crush on her back in the office, but he realizes he never actually stopped to understand her as a human being. He was just projecting his own feelings. This is some top-tier character development right here. They shake it off and keep moving, but suddenly they hit a fork in the path, and this is where the atmosphere completely shifts, the energy drops and the danger level spikes to 100. Caroline stops dead in her tracks. Jake, do you feel that? Her perception skill didn't even activate, but her raw instincts are screaming at her. She looks down the dark tunnel and says, it's like I can sense something down there. Something terrifying. Hold up, what is lurking in the depths of this cave? Is it a boss monster? Another ruthless survivor group? Whatever it is, Jake's primal bloodline might be the only thing that can keep them alive. Okay, so picture this. Jake is standing at a massive crossroads deep inside the cave. And his instincts are going absolutely crazy. His newly awakened sphere of perception is screaming at him to be careful, but at the same time, a huge part of him is literally being drawn to the dark path ahead. He's like, let's check it out. But the rest of the group is not on board. Jake tries to hype them up, pointing out that whatever is down there must be strong, which means massive experience points. In this brutal tutorial, the system literally rewards you for taking down high-level threats. But dude, his friends are having none of it. They shut him down immediately. We're not looking for experience points, Jake, we're trying to find our friends. Remember, they got separated during that brutal ambush. And the group is split up. Survival isn't just about XP anymore, it's about keeping the team together. Jake tries to argue back, we don't know where they are, what if that's the path to finding them? He's desperately trying to justify his battle-hungry instincts. You can literally see his Primal Hunter bloodline influencing his mindset, pushing him toward danger. But the group calls out his bluff. They point out that if it isn't the right path, they're walking straight into a death trap. Plus, the other path actually leads in the general direction where they last saw the others. Logic wins this round, and Jake has to face the fact that he's being reckless. But Jake isn't letting it go. He points at the dark tunnel and yells, there's only one path here that's guaranteed to have experience points. This tutorial wants us to go fight whatever is down there. Bro is fully embracing the system's twisted logic. He's starting to think like a gamer, not a normal human. And then one of the girls hits him with a massive reality check. This is real life, Jake. What kind of? And honestly, she's right. Jake actually stops and realizes he's not being logical at all. He drops his guard and admits the wild truth, I just want to fight. That confession does not go over well. The group is furious. They tell him, I get that. This is fun for you, but the rest of us don't want to risk our lives for your stupid points. This isn't a game to us, we're just trying to survive. Ouch, that is a harsh reality check. The psychological divide between Jake and the others is getting huge. But Jake snaps back completely fired up. What's wrong with wanting to get stronger? We've been given the opportunity of a lifetime, things can be different here, he's talking about how they can achieve things no human ever could just a month ago, he's Heike addicted to the power and the progression. But the others hit him with the emotional gut punch, and all you want to do is survive. Some of us like the way things were before, we didn't ask to become killers, man. The psychological toll of this tutorial is getting crazy, they are clinging to their old earth. Morals, while Jake is fully adapting to the new world's brutal rules. They yell at him to think about the group and stop being so selfish. Jake realizes he's not gonna get anywhere arguing with them right now. He just sighs, backs down and says, "Thank you." Honestly, he needed that reality check. It shows that despite his bloodline, he still values his team's opinion. Later on, the group is pushing deeper into the cave. Adam, who has been stepping up as a solid leader, is trying to keep everyone's morale up. He whispers, "Do you guys think they're okay? Hope they weren't attacked." But then he reassures them Jake is there. They'll be fine. It's a nice moment showing how much the group trusts Jake's combat abilities even if they hate his attitude. Navigating this cave is super tricky. Jake's perception stat is crazy high thanks to his bloodline, but the darkness is literally swallowing his senses. He's having trouble seeing very far ahead, which makes every shadow look like a monster. The tension is building. It's getting super late and everyone is exhausted. Adam suggests they just settle down for the night, but Jake refuses. "No, we have to keep going just for the night, Adam. We can pick up the search again in the morning." Bro has zero chill, his stamina and drive are just on another level. Adam tries to argue, "Think about Joanna's leg. Remember, she had to get her leg amputated after the ambush and she's already struggling." But then Joanna speaks up. "I am okay, we can't stop until we know they're safe." She is literally pushing through the pain for the team. Absolute legend. Her resilience is honestly inspiring. Suddenly Jake holds up a hand. "Did you hear that? SHHH, everybody get ready." The atmosphere instantly shifts to 100. He turns to Casper. "Casper, can you see anything?" Casper, who is Loki, the most normal guy in the group, is squinting into the pitch black. "It's too dark." Then the sound gets louder. It's coming fast. Weapons are drawn, hearts are pounding, but right before the clash, a familiar voice echoes out. "Wait, Caroline. Found you guys." The groups finally reunite. Jake rushes over. "You're both okay." Caroline and the others are safe. When asked if there was any trouble, Caroline just casually brushes it off. "Well, Snow, just a lot of walking." "Bro, you have no idea how worried we were." The relief in this scene is palpable. Relieved, the group finally decides to find a place to crash. They walk into a cave, but someone immediately complains, "Can we find a different cave to sleep in? One less collapsible." And then out of nowhere someone screams, "Eek, sorry, I saw a spider." The tension completely breaks for a second. And then Casper does the most Casper thing ever. He goes full nature documentary mode. "You shouldn't kill spiders. They're important for maintaining the ecosystem. See, look at this little guy. I'll just move him over here out of harm's way." Bro is literally relocating a spider in the middle of a death game. Only him. It's hilarious, but also shows he still holds onto his gentle earth personality. But then Jake looks closer at the walls. There are a lot of them. There must be a nest nearby or something. The vibe instantly shifts from funny to terrifying. Maybe we should get moving. The danger level just skyrocketed. Casper, being the clueless guy he is, just laughs it off. "Don't worry, most spiders aren't actually a threat to humans. I'm fine." But before he can even finish his sentence, something massive lunges out of the shadows. Casper panic erupts. "What do we do?" Casper is completely paralyzed, wrapped in something thick. I can't move. That's," and boom, cut to black. What the hell just grabbed him? Is it a giant spider, a nest guardian? Jake and the team are about to find out if they can save him before he becomes spider food. Okay, so picture this. The cave is literally shaking, rocks are falling, and everyone is screaming, "Guys, run!" Because out of the darkness crawls a massive, terrifying Mammoth Spider M13. Adam is yelling, "We need to go now, Jake, come on," but Jake bro just stands his ground. Jake looks at Adam and says, "Sorry Adam, I'm not wasting this opportunity." Adam is freaking out, yelling, "You can't wait for him, I'm not leaving anyone behind," but Jake is already locked in. He can feel something bubbling deep inside him. A system message pops up, Bloodline AWAKNED, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, it's pure instinct. Jake's internal monologue goes crazy. He knows the cave is about to collapse, but he's not running away. He realizes that maybe he's being selfish. But that old, boring life just isn't for him anymore. He thinks this isn't a game to us, we're just trying to survive, getting stronger is all that matters, no matter what it takes, and with that he completely embraces his new primal nature. He's not just surviving, he's hunting. This changes everything. The fight kicks off and the packing goes to 100. An attack from the left, dodge from behind, it's slow, dodge or parry, I have to strike. Jake is moving on pure instinct, dodging massive spider legs and looking for an opening. He's literally dancing with death, betting his entire life on one attack. But then in the chaos something goes horribly wrong. And no, that's Adam. Jake strikes, but he hits his own teammate. Don't die for this, he thinks, as the reality of the situation crashes down on him. The dust settles and Adam is bleeding. I cut him by accident, Jake stammers. I thought he was the spider and just instinctively defended myself. Adam is furious. Why the hell were you even trying to fight that thing, after everything? But he cuts himself off, realizing it's pointless. Adam tries to brush it off, saying, "It's okay, I'm fine," but the rest of the group isn't having it. No, enough is enough. Carelessness is one thing, but to actively attack another member of the group, we can't let it slide any longer. The tension in the group is highly suffocating. Another group member chimes in, "Yeah, but it's the principle. This group can't function if we're constantly worried that Jake is going to fly off the handle." And Jake overhears this, his heart drops. "Is this how they see me?" Someone else shouts, "We didn't ask to become killers," and Jake realizes even Caroline thinks I'm just some killer. The group dynamic is completely shattered. Adam tries to play peacemaker, saying, "I'm saying this as a friend, Jake. Situations like this will only get worse." He realizes his protective instincts over Caroline are what got him trapped in this collapsing cave. "I was saving Caroline, that got me trapped in the cave. I would have killed that spider." He's frustrated not just with his team but with himself. His humanity is clashing with his new primal bloodline. Okay, so picture this. Jake and the crew are still recovering from that massive rockfall, when suddenly a guy steps out of the shadows. He's all smiles and acts super chill, introducing himself as Richard. Richard plays it cool, saying his group heard the crazy commotion from the cave-in and just came to investigate. He's throwing out these casual "don't worry" vibes, trying to act like they're just friendly survivors bumping into each other. Adam, being the diplomatic leader he is, steps up. He's relieved to see other humans and introduces himself and his colleagues, making it super clear that they have zero interest in any conflict. But Richard isn't just here to chat. He casually drops that he and two other groups have teamed up to get through this brutal tutorial. Bro is flexing his numbers right out of the gate. Then Richard hits them with the pitch. He says they need all the people they can get, and they would absolutely love for Jake's group to join them. He's laying on the charm, saying he understands if they're reluctant, but working together is literally in everyone's best interest. It sounds totally reasonable, until it doesn't. Because suddenly Richard's eyes lock onto Caroline. He looks right at her and asks, "Young lady, you wouldn't happen to be a healer, would you?" And Jake's instincts immediately go off. His inner monologue is just screaming, he's after Caroline. Bro sees right through this guy's friendly act. Richard drops the nice guy act a little and explains that he didn't know who he'd run into, but if they had a healer, they'd be totally worth protecting. He admits their healer died not long after they got into the tutorial, and they are running super low on potions. Then Richard gets even sketchier. He says they don't actually need all of Jake's group. They'd take anyone, but if the healer wanted to come alone, well, that would be more than fine with him. Adam instantly catches the massive red flag. He steps up and asks the $1,000,000 question, and what if she says no? Richard just laughs it off, but his tone gets dead serious. He says, Adam, I'm diplomatic fella, I want to handle this peacefully and keep everyone happy, but I don't have to, and then he drops the ultimate threat. We're leaving with that healer one way or another. Hold up, the tension just skyrocketed to 100. Jake's brain goes into overdrive. He's analyzing everything. Everyone else is completely exhausted, and Jake is literally the only one with enough energy to fight. He's calculating, could I take this guy by surprise? How many shots would I need? What about the rest of his group hiding in the trees? Richard tries to soften the blow, telling Caroline they aren't looking to mistreat her. We need you, he says, but it's clearly a demand, not a request. Jake is sweating the details. He's looking at the enemy archers in the trees, trying to figure out if they can outrun them. He's literally asking himself, what am I supposed to do? The stakes have never been higher. And then the worst possible thing happens. Someone in Jake's own group breaks. They whisper, Jake, maybe we should just go with them. Another person pushes back, saying, I don't like the way that guy looks at us. They can feel Richard's predatory vibe too. But the first person argues back, trying to rationalize it. They might not be bad people. Imagine trying to survive this place without a healer. You'd be desperate too, bro. They are literally trying to negotiate with a guy who just threatened to kidnap their friend. Jake is just watching this unfold, thinking, they're really considering this. He can't believe his group is actually caving to the pressure. They turn to Caroline, asking, what do you think, Caroline, putting the weight of the world on her shoulders? And Caroline, bless her heart, just wants to avoid a bloodbath. She says, I don't want to fight. I trust you, Adam. All right, we're joining them. She's sacrificing herself to keep the peace. But Jake isn't about to let that slide. He steps in and his inner monologue shifts. Wait. Maybe this is a good thing. He's got a plan. Jake looks Richard dead in the eye and asks, Richard, is it? What's your level? He's probing for weaknesses. Richard puffs his chest out and says, I'm level 9. We have a couple others in our group level 7 and above. Then he smirks and asks, and who might you be? Jake just scoffs, that's perfect. Well, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping you'd be stronger. Bro is literally trash-talking a guy who just threatened to kidnap his friend. This is peak Jake. Richard's smile drops a bit. He asks, as for me, trying to get Jake's stats. And Jake delivers one of the most legendary lines in tutorial history. He looks him dead in the eye and says, my name's eat shit and I'm level go F asterisk yourself. Absolutely wild. No way, he just said that. His own group is literally face-palming. Jake, what are you doing? Bro just escalated a hostage situation into a massive pissing contest. Richard is not amused. He grits his teeth and says, I thought we were close to an agreement here. But Jake doesn't care. He coldly tells Richard, they're going to join you, but I'm not. I have bigger prey to hunt. He's officially splitting the party. Then Jake drops the condition, but let me make something clear, I'm leaving my colleagues with you. Take care of them or else we'll have an issue. He's drawing a line in the sand. Richard gets super cocky. He smirks and says, is that right? Do you think you're the predator in this scenario? How fast do you think your archers are? He's trying to intimidate Jake, reminding him they have the high ground and the numbers. But Jake doesn't even flinch. He just stares him down and says, faster than the time it'd take for me to remove your head. Chills, literal chills. Bro is betting his entire life on one shot, and Richard actually believes him. Jake turns around and says, I'll be watching you, Richard. In his head, he's calculating the endgame. Richard admitted they need Caroline if they want to keep their new healer happy and cooperative. They have to keep her friends alive by threatening Richard directly. Jake guarantees Adam and the others will be protected. It's a genius high-risk play. Jake walks away thinking, we may not see eye to eye, but it's not like I want them in danger. Deep down, he really does care about his team, even if his methods are completely unhinged. His group watches him go, whispering, I hope it worked. Hold on, Jake, what was that? They are still processing the absolute madness of what just went down. Adam calls out to him, you're leaving. Jake just nods, yeah, I think I have my own goals for this tutorial. He's fully embracing his hunter instincts. He's not here to play team games, he's here to hunt. He looks back at his friends and tells them, good for you all, your chances of survival are better with them than on your own, and don't worry, I really will check in. He's making sure they know he's still looking out for them from the shadows. The group yells out, wait, take care out there, my friend. The emotional weight of this separation is hitting hard. They know they might not see him for a while. They call out one last time, thank you for everything. Jake just saved their lives. Okay, so picture this. While Adam is busy playing diplomat, some of the hostile survivors are out in the woods and they are low-key pissed. One of the thugs is complaining, saying if they weren't trying to cozy up to Caroline the healer, he would have just shot Jake in the back. Bro is literally mad they let an archer walk away. He thinks Jake is probably not even level 5, but dude, you have no idea what you just let walk away. They're just grumbling, saying let's just get this over with, when suddenly, bam. Chaos erupts. What the hell, where is it coming from? They're getting attacked, but they can't even see what's hitting them. The tension just spiked to 100. One of the thugs spots a shadow and screams, he's over there. They open fire, screaming, I got him, die. But wait, are they actually hitting him, or is this just a desperate flail in the dark? The dust clears and the thug's face drops. He missed. Shit, where did he go, bro? They are completely blind. They thought they were the hunters, but they just walked right into a trap, and now the predator is playing with his food. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes to the boss's camp. The leader of this survivor faction is sitting down with Adam, playing the part of the civilized survivor. He's casually interrogating Adam, asking, so tell me more about that archer fella. Jake just coworkers, he's trying to fish for info, acting all friendly. The boss notices Adam was awfully friendly as Jake was leaving and drops that he was a manager back at the office. Adam, being the natural-born leader, plays it cool. The boss smiles and says, I hope you don't think of me as some sort of threat. Things may have gotten tense back there, but I assure you, none of your folks will come to harm at my camp. He's trying to look like the good guy, but honestly, his vibe is hikey sketchy. Adam keeps his guard up, just saying, we work together to survive, that much is a fact. Then the boss drops a massive reveal. Camp, of course you didn't think this was all of us, did you? He leads Adam, Caroline, and the rest of the group into their base of operations, and honestly it's kind of amazing. They've built a whole settlement. Adam looks around thinking it's no 5-star hotel, but better than a cave. The boss tells them to get comfortable and have his men show them where they'll be sleeping. It seems like they're safe, right? Wrong, because this is where everything goes completely off the rails. Suddenly, a guard comes sprinting into the camp, absolutely terrified. Hold, it's one of us. The boss immediately demands to know, where is Nicholas? What the hell happened to your squad? Nicholas was clearly their squad leader, and the guard just stammers, dead. The boss's face twists in rage. That bastard Nicholas betrayed me. Did he kill them all? He literally thinks his own guy turned on them, but the guard is shaking, crying out, he died, the archer, he ambushed us. Wait, what, Jake? The boss is stunned. If he killed everyone, then why the F** are you still alive? And the guard drops the most chilling line ever. He wanted me to deliver a message. Bro didn't just wipe out an entire squad, he left one guy alive on purpose. This changes everything. The guard explains, he told me that Nicholas fought well, and that he was serious about what he said earlier. The boss is losing his mind, yelling, what else? Spit it out. And the guard just looks completely broken, staring into the abyss as he whispers, boss, that guy was not normal, he enjoyed it. Hold up, let that sink in. Jake didn't just survive the tutorial, he fully embraced his Primal Hunter bloodline, and he's out there hunting the hunters. He literally slaughtered an elite squad and sent a survivor back just to terrify their boss. And the craziest part, Adam and his crew are sitting right inside that boss's camp, completely at their mercy. Well, the boss just found out his right-hand man got wiped out by the guy Adam called a friend. The tension is absolutely suffocating. What is the boss going to do next, and how long until he realizes Adam is connected to the monster outside? Okay, so picture this. After that insane standoff with Richard, Jake finally gets a second to breathe. Bro has been going non-stop since yesterday, and he literally just needs to crash, but of course the system isn't going to let him just relax. The notifications are pinging like crazy, and he needs to see what he's earned. He checks his log and sees the rewards from his recent fights. You have slain human warrior, 365 tutorial points earned, and then you have slain human archer, 243 tutorial points earned. Wait a second, the system is literally rewarding him with massive points for taking down other players. The PvP aspect of this tutorial is no joke, and the payouts are absolutely wild. Because of all that fighting, Jake levels up again, hitting level 12. He gets some free stat points to allocate. Now he's sitting there thinking about his build. He could dump points into endurance or vitality to survive these crazy all-nighters, but then he remembers his newly awakened bloodline. He realizes that perception probably has the best synergy with his bloodline of the Primal Hunter ability, so he dumps the points straight into perception, but then he checks his HP and winces. He's got less than a third of his health left. That archer really landed a solid shot. Jake realizes he needs to be way more careful now, especially since Caroline isn't around to heal him. Adam spared some potions, but Jake knows he has to make them last. Cut to the next morning. Jake wakes up and honestly, dude looks like an absolute mess. He's covered in dirt and grime, but he just shrugs it off. No point in cleaning if I'm just gonna get dirty fighting again. Bro is fully embracing the grimy survivor lifestyle. Time to get back to the grind. But as he's gearing up, he catches something out of the corner of his eye. A weird glinting light in the distance. What's that light? Is this a trap? Jake's instincts kick in. He doesn't sense any immediate danger, but you can never be too careful in this death game. He decides he has to investigate. He creeps closer and finds a jewelry box, but it's not just any box. The system pops up magical jeweled lockbox, uncommon. It's a system-created loot box. Jake gamer brain instantly lights up. This is literally just like a video game, and he just found a treasure chest. He cracks it open and pulls out a pair of bracers, leather bracers of the novice rogue. Uncommon, they give him +5 agility and +3 strength, and they even have self-repair enchantment. Jake has no idea what the Order of Umbra is, but those stats are more than welcome. He's getting stronger by the minute. But wait, there's more. The box also contained a tutorial equipment upgrade token. Jake thinks about upgrading his bow, but it's already doing its job. Then he looks at his beat-up cloak. If the token could mend it, that would be huge. He uses the token and boom, his gear evolves into the archer's cloak common. It's now resistant to slashing attacks and has self-repair. Not as flashy as the bracers, but that durability is gonna save his life. Jake is hooked. He immediately starts thinking, I need to find more of these boxes. He figures there are probably rare ones hidden in tough spots. His mind flashes back to that massive mammoth spider he fought earlier, the strongest beast he's faced so far. If this is like a game, that spider had to be guarding some epic loot, but sadly that cave collapsed during the rockfall. He can't get back in there. But Jake isn't about to give up. He figures there must be another cave somewhere, too. Hours of grinding later, he stumbles upon a new cavern. It looks totally different from the others. His perception isn't picking up any dangerous beasts, but he gets this weird feeling like there's something special hidden deep down here. He pushes deeper into the damp cave, spotting glowing mushrooms along the walls. And then he sees it, a wooden door. The wood is rotting, making him wonder how long this thing has been hidden down here. This doesn't look like natural cave formation at all. Suddenly, a massive golden system message flashes before his eyes. Tutorial. Challenge Dungeon DISCOVRED. Hold up, a dungeon, but there's a catch. The requirements to enter are super strict. You have to meet specific level caps, not have a profession, and get this, you must be in the top 5% of all tutorial points. Jake looks at the message and realizes his requirements are met. Bro is literally in the top 5% of all survivors in this brutal death game. That is absolutely insane. Okay, so picture this. Jake just got sucked into a challenge dungeon and the system immediately drops a massive warning. Failure to complete the challenges may result in death. No pressure, right? But then he gets a loot drop, a necklace of holding. It literally has a pocket dimension inside the gem for storage. Bro is thinking maybe this is a hint for what I need to do. But hold up, before he can even figure it out, he hears a voice yelling, "What the F is that?" Jake looks around thinking it's a trap, and dude, he's not wrong, a massive spike shoots out of the wall and it's literally made of acid. The ground is just melting. Where it hits, then a random voice chimes in saying, "This guy is pathetic." Jake freaks out. "You can talk." Turns out, the voice belongs to some random dude who is literally trapped inside the necklace Jake is wearing. The guy was just mocking Jake, but now he's the one in danger. Because the acid spikes are flying everywhere, Jake just decides to ignore the freak, his jewelry, and focuses on surviving the hallway. Priorities, bro. The voice is just chilling like, "Not bad, kid," and asks if he can just tag along. Jake's like, "Not like I got other places to be." Suddenly, the system drops the first challenge. Collect 5 silver mushrooms in the next room. Jake realizes the necklace's storage is literally meant to hold these things. This is where things get crazy. Jake walks in and immediately spots holes in the walls. His high perception tells him exactly what's up. More acid spikes are gonna shoot out the second he gets near a mushroom. He could totally calculate the angles and plot a safe path, but then he thinks, where's the fun in that? With his Primal Hunter bloodline and crazy speed, he decides to just blitz the entire challenge. And bro, he is literally sprinting through a death trap. 2-5, 3-5, 4-5, he's just grabbing them and running, but then he almost gets clipped by a spike and yells, "Oh crap." The voice in the necklace is losing his mind, screaming, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Jake just shoots back, "I didn't come in here to save your sorry ass." The guy in the necklace whines, "I've been trapped in here for millennia. I'm not as agile as I used to be." Jake finally asks what the heck he even is. The guy huffs and says, "I'm an imp and my name is Cecil. Thanks for asking." Jake introduces himself and Cecil tries to ask who trapped him in the necklace, but Jake just brushes it off as a long story. Classic. Cecil tells Jake he missed the last mushroom, but then ding, challenge. COMPLETED, 5 silver mushrooms collected. Cecil is low-key impressed, saying it takes a real idiot to sprint through deadly traps, but as far as idiots go, you've got talent. Bro just took a compliment from a magical necklace imp. But the vibe shifts immediately. They enter the next room and it's completely flooded. The new challenge: use the platforms to cross 3 rooms in 15 minutes. Jake thinks just jump from platform to platform shouldn't be too hard, but then the system drops the most insane nerf ever. System message: all stats reduced to a static 10, all skills are disabled. Wait, what? His Primal Hunter bloodline, his speed, his perception gone. Oh shit, how is he supposed to survive this? Okay, so picture this. Jake just stepped into this massive, flooded dungeon and the system immediately hits him with the rules. Dungeon challenge: use the platforms to make it through 3 rooms. The time limit per room is 15 minutes. Jake looks at the floating platforms over a pool of literal acid and thinks, so just jump from platform to platform? That doesn't seem so hard. Bro, you are literally about to learn a very harsh lesson. Because right as he gets cocky, a massive system message drops. All stats reduced to a static 10, all skills are disabled. Wait, what? Suddenly, Jake feels like the gravity just got cranked up to 1,000,000. He checks his status screen and dude, all his stats are just 10. My stats are almost as bad as before the tutorial. He's basically back to square one, completely nerfed. But hold up, there's one thing the system didn't nerf. His unique ability, the bloodline of the Primal Hunter, is still fully active. It unlocks his sphere of perception and gives Him a plus 5% to perception. His bloodline is so op that the system doesn't even count. It has a regular skill, absolutely wild. Suddenly a random voice echoes in the dungeon. You okay there, kid? Jake is caught off guard but brushes it off. The voice just laughs and says good because your countdown's already started. Boom, 13 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, time to move. Jake realizes he has to cross the room without touching the acid. He scans the platforms and notices they all have different symbols carved into them. There's a snake, a winged serpent, and a wyvern. He thinks it might be depicting some kind of growth cycle, but honestly, it doesn't help him figure out how to cross. He's stuck thinking until he notices something glowing on the platforms. More damn mushrooms, he groans, but then it clicks. The glowing patterns look super familiar. Jake's gamer brain goes into overdrive, and he finally gets an idea. He taps a platform and watch this, the platform literally absorbs the glowing mushroom. Jake shouts, I get it, the symbol is a puzzle, you feed a mushroom to the ones with a snake on it. The mysterious voice actually praises him, the brain on you, kid, but there's a catch. The safe path only lasts for a couple of seconds before it resets. Jake's Primal Hunter instincts are screaming at him. He can literally feel that the glowing platforms are total kill zones. All I need to do is deactivate the glow and then jump, he mutters. The voice doubts him, saying, sure hope that instinct of yours isn't wrong. But Jake doesn't hesitate. I have to take a risk, I can't just stall forever. He lines up his jump, prays he doesn't die, and launches himself into the air. Please don't kill me. He lands perfectly. I'm alive, hell yeah. One room cleared, the mysterious voice mutters to himself, wait, why the hell do I care about some human? Bro, who is this guy watching him? But there's no time to relax. The system instantly starts the next room. Make it to the other side of the room. 1-3, time remaining 14:59. Jake groans, no breaks, he looks at the new set of platforms and finds a weird bone dagger lying around. He scans the room, but there's no clear path with just snake symbols. With his stats nerfed to 10, he can't make any crazy long jumps. He remembers the puzzle, the snake ate the mushrooms, so what does the winged serpent eat? He looks closely at the symbol and sees tiny figures around it. The only other thing in the symbol are worshippers. Jake's eyes widen in horror. Don't like where this is going, freaking cult. If the winged serpent wants worshippers, it wants a sacrifice. He looks at the bone dagger and sighs. Ouch, hope humans have a lot of blood to spare. He slices his hand with the bone dagger. F*** K me, that hurts, I swear I just did a small cut, but dude, the blood is gushing out like a fountain. Why is it gushing like this? Blood drips onto the platforms, and sure enough, a clear path lights up. There's a clear path with these symbols, you just need 3 jumps. Jake pants. He's losing blood fast, but he knows he can't stop now. I can't stop now, jump. He makes the first jump, but something is wrong. Damn it, that dagger did something to me. The blood loss is starting to take a massive toll on his nerfed body. His vision is probably blurring, his muscles are screaming, but he forces himself to keep moving. Just keep moving. He pushes through the pain and goes for the next jump, but in the shadows the mysterious observers are watching in sheer panic. He's not gonna make it, one of them yells, you gotta, you're almost there, another screams. But it's too late. Jake's strength gives out midair. I'm not gonna make it, he realizes in sheer terror. Splash, he falls short and the screen cuts to black as he screams, the acid is dissolving my leg. Oh my god, is Jake gonna lose his leg in the first challenge? What is that mysterious blood dagger doing to him, and who the hell is watching him from the shadows? Okay, so picture this. Jake is literally drowning in acid, his body completely shut down. He's screaming at himself, come on Jake, you can't give up here. But bro, his limbs feel like lead, he can't even see through the pain. His internal monologue is just pure desperation. Don't think, damn it, just keep moving. He is literally crawling on pure willpower, betting his entire life on just one more reach. And then, ding, make it to the other side of the room 2-3, challenger fully restored. Just like that, the system snaps him back. Cecil, the imp in the necklace, is yelling. Hey kid, wake up, Jake gasps, realizing he's actually alive. His body is completely healed, the acid is gone, and even his clothes are repaired. Bro just dodged a literal game over by a millimeter. Cecil is low-key shook, telling him, you cut it real close there, man. The system clock is ticking down with 14 minutes left and there is still one more room to go. Jake just asks for a minute to catch his breath, but internally, he's having a massive reality check. He actually died, like for real, his heart stopped. Cecil checks in, asking if he's okay, and Jake admits something crazy for the first time. Since getting sucked into this tutorial, he truly faced death. He says, damn it, don't act like I'm wrong, I like fighting, dancing on a knife's edge, dodging fatal attacks, but dying to some shitty acid in a dank cave all alone, he refuses to accept that kind of ending. This is where his character really levels up. He's not just surviving anymore, he's refusing to lose. Cecil respects that. He says, no offense, I get it, I was a loner too, then I spent an eternity trapped in a necklace, wondering if I'd ever see another living being again. It put a new perspective on things. They share this quiet, powerful moment of understanding. Jake looks at the final room and declares, this dungeon, I'm not letting this place kill me. The stakes have never been higher. But hold up, what is this final room? It's completely flooded just like the last one, but the platforms are different. Jake thinks he could just use the same sprint trick and blitz across, but Cecil stops him. Must be some sort of mind game. Jake looks at the middle row of platforms. They have a third symbol on them. It looks like a mountain, but there's nothing else around for miles. A massive beast is carved into it, roaring at the sky. Jake wonders if it's angry, but then he realizes, no, I don't think so, not anger, I think it's roaring in fear. And suddenly, Jake's eyes light up. I think I know what to do. Cecil is panicking, yelling, whoa, 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 it's still glowing blue, kid, what are you doing? Jake doesn't even hesitate, he just says, jump, and Cecil literally screams, I can't watch. Bro is just launching himself into the unknown. But this isn't just a random jump. Jake realizes the answer is courage when facing fear. The world isn't made for people like him, but what one needs is the willpower and courage to keep moving forward. He leaps through the air, the blue light flashing around him, and he lands perfectly. There we go. Cecil is losing his mind, screaming, holy shit. Ding, make it to the other side of the room 3-3, challenge passed. Cecil is hyping him up, you freaking did it, all stats restored, all skills are reactivated. Jake feels his body going back to normal, fully powered up. Cecil just laughs, calling him one crazy son of a B***, and honestly he's not wrong. But wait, it gets even better. Ding, hidden challenge completed, show the courage to do what's necessary. Hidden bonus room unlocked. A hidden bonus room, the wall slides open, revealing a massive, quiet chamber. Jake steps inside, looking around. What is this place? It doesn't look like there's any sort of challenge, just this giant mural carved into the wall. And dude, this mural is absolutely wild. It tells an epic story. It starts with a snake eating mushroom after mushroom. As it grew, it sprouted wings and soared into the sky. It flew over the world, ravaging the land beneath it. Creatures began worshipping the winged serpent, following it like humble servants. It fought stronger and stronger monsters, until finally, it turned on its own followers. After everything had been destroyed, the wyvern found itself alone on a mountaintop, roaring to the sky as ages passed, until finally, after countless years, it took to the heavens, no longer a wyvern but a dragon. Jake just stares at the epic artwork, whispering, even its followers, guess so. Then the system drops the ultimate reward. You have witnessed the will of a true dragon plus 10 willpower. Cecil asks what he thinks it means. Jake just smirks and says, I don't know, but I would love to fight that dragon one day. Bro is already looking for the final boss. This changes everything for his journey. What kind of monsters is he going to face next? Okay, so picture this. Jake is trekking through these pitch-black hallways, and honestly, He is low-key missing those glowing mushrooms from the last room, like how is he supposed to see anything in here? But wait, he realizes something crazy. He doesn't actually need the mushrooms, he's been dumping so many points into perception, and his bloodline abilities are literally evolving. His sphere of perception isn't just a combat thing anymore, it's constantly active in a small radius around him like a built-in radar. It's basically a passive skill now that is absolutely wild. He's thinking about asking Cecil about it, the ancient guy trapped in the necklace. Jake figures if Cecil is as old as he claims, he might know something about this evolution. And speaking of Cecil, the guy actually offers to let Jake put him back in the necklace until they find a light source. But Jake is like, no way, I'm not going back in there. Cecil gets super defensive, explaining that once you're in the necklace, you're trapped until someone lets you out. Jake tries to reassure him, saying, I wouldn't ditch you for another millennium, but Cecil just mutters, that's what they all say, bro has some serious trust issues from being locked up for 1,000 years. Suddenly Jake spots a light ahead. Hey, I see light, but as he gets closer he realizes it's not the soft glow of a mushroom, it's something completely different. He steps through and his jaw drops. What the hell, what is this place? It's a massive ancient library. The vibes here are completely different. It feels old, mysterious, and low-key dangerous. Jake rushes over to check out the books, but the second he tries to grab one, he hits an invisible wall. I can't touch them. He tries the desk, the writing utensils. Nothing, there's a massive barrier blocking everything. And get this, no system challenge has popped up yet. Usually the system is screaming at him to do something, but here, total silence. It's making him super uneasy. He keeps exploring and finds a bunch of doors, a bedroom, a bathroom, a literal garden. Inside a dungeon, and then a room that looks like either a science lab or a straight-up torture chamber. Jake pieces it together. We must be in someone's house or something. This isn't just random dungeon, it's a personal residence, but whose, and why is it hidden in the tutorial? Finally, there's only one door left. Jake opens it and sighs, great, a challenge room. In the middle of the room there's a pedestal, but this time there's no creepy bone dagger. Instead, there's a hand imprint carved into the stone. Jake stares at it and thinks, I guess it wants me to touch it, but honestly, after that whole blood sacrifice incident with the dagger, he is not eager to just stick his hand into random stone slots. Cecil, being the chaotic mentor he is, just taunts him, where's your sense of adventure? Bro is literally encouraging him to walk into a trap. Jake takes a deep breath and slaps his hand onto the imprint. Crap, instantly, a massive spike shoots up from the pedestal at lightning speed. That spike came up fast. Jake barely dodges, but he's not completely unscathed. This is bad, he's bleeding, and he can feel something horribly wrong spreading through his veins. He's been poisoned. Suddenly, a new pedestal rises from the floor holding an ancient book. It features the exact same snake symbol from the previous rooms. Jake realizes there's gotta be something in here for the challenge. And then the golden system message finally drops. Dungeon challenge: become an alchemist of the malefic viper and cure yourself of the poison running through your veins. But here is the crazy part. Poison will remain dormant for 3 days, after which you will die. 3 days. Jake literally has a ticking time bomb in his bloodstream. But wait, there's an out. The system says rejecting this challenge will result in the challenger being fully restored and returned to the Great Forest. All rewards will be retained and all items returned. Hold up, he gets to choose. If he rejects it, he gets healed, keeps all his loot, and just teleports out of this nightmare dungeon. He could literally just walk away and be totally fine. Jake stares at the prompt, become an alchemist of the malefic viper. He could take the easy way out, he could be done with this place. But then his inner monologue shifts. The Primal Hunter bloodline is pulsing. He didn't claw his way to the top 5% of survivors just to quit when things get hard. There's only one thing to do, Jake thinks, a fierce grin spreading across his face. I didn't come all this way to run from a challenge. Bro is literally choosing to keep the poison and learn how to become an alchemist for a mythical snake deity. This changes everything. What kind of crazy alchemy is he about to learn, and can he actually cure himself before the 3 days are up? Okay, so picture this. We're jumping ahead a bit and the crew has actually set up a solid routine. Adam, William, Bertram, and Casper are out on a massive hunt. 4. Dear William and I approach from the east. Charge, they're literally corralling them right into a trap they set up the night before. This is some next-level survival strategy right here. But wait, in the chaos, Casper yells, "Now Casper," and someone fires an arrow. Damn it, one got away, but then, crap, I'm sorry Casper, my aim is awful, bro. Literally shot his own teammate, but Casper just brushes it off, saying it's just a flesh wound. Honestly, the fact that they're just casually taking arrows to the face and laughing it off shows how much they've leveled up since day one. Fast forward an hour and the hunt is a massive success. Adam is proud of the crew, saying it's more than enough deer for one hunt, but then things get a little romantic. Adam checks on his girl, calling her sweetie. Wait, hold up, Adam and Caroline are officially a thing. One of the guys is low-key teasing Adam like, "Sweetie, huh, things have been moving fast between you two," and Adam is literally sweating bullets, worrying he looks like a sleaze, but his buddy just hits him with the ultimate reality check. Relax, bro, it's the end of the world, things should move faster. Honestly, fair point, when the apocalypse hits you gotta seize the day. But then the buddy drops a massive bomb. Is that why I see you sneaking into Caroline's cabin at night? Adam is totally busted, and the kicker, his buddy says, "Don't worry, I haven't told anyone, but I think they all know." Bro, the whole camp knows. Adam is just living his best post-apocalyptic life, completely unaware he's the camp's main gossip. Meanwhile, over at the smithy, Smith is running errands. He's looking for the healer because Casper needs some healing, but it turns out Smith is just using Casper's injury as an excuse to visit his crush. The healer is totally calling him out on it, telling him he needs to move on, but then the vibe shifts completely. Because the conversation inevitably turns to Jake. It always comes back to Jake. The healer sighs. It's been weeks since the group split up, and no one has heard a single thing from him. Adam's buddy is worried sick, thinking Jake is probably doing something stupid and dangerous like fighting a literal shark, but honestly, they have no idea what Jake is actually up to. Let's cut to Jake right now because dude, he is absolutely feral. He's sitting in the woods, literally eating poisonous mushrooms. Cecil, the imp in his necklace, is losing his mind, yelling, "I'm sick of these damn mushrooms, Jake," but Jake just hits him with a massive flex. He unlocked a skill that lets him learn about poisons just by eating them. Bro is literally building poison resistance by snacking on toxic plants. Cecil is like, "Well, maybe if you stopped eating them, we wouldn't need to keep coming back," but Jake just shrugs, saying there aren't exactly any chickens running around to sustain him. He's surviving on a steady diet of moss and cave water. Cecil is just begging him to try normal food, but Jake is fully locked into this hardcore survival grind. Jake finally heads back to his base, calling it home sweet home, but he's not here to rest. He immediately grabs a mana potion and starts brewing. He's trying to craft health potions using alchemy. The process is insanely detailed. Grind the ingredients into paste, inject mana, and transmute it into the right attribute. If he does it right, it turns red. But then, bleh, damn it, another batch ruined. Jake is frustrated because his wisdom stat is too low to make the potions efficiently. He needs another mana potion to try again, but Cecil warns him about the cooldown. If you start chugging them, they'll just go to waste. Bro is literally burning through his precious resources just to level up his crafting skills. But wait, hold up, something is wrong. Cecil suddenly asks, "Are you okay, Jake?" And Jake's internal monologue drops a chilling line. "The poison is getting worse, all that snacking on toxic mushrooms, it's finally catching up to him. His body is failing and the poison is spreading. That doesn't look good." Is Jake actually going to die from his own hardcore training? What happens when Adam and the crew finally find him? Okay, so picture this. Richard calls Adam in for a little meeting, and honestly, the vibes are already super sketchy. Richard claims his hunting squads came back empty handed, so he needs Adam's party to go on an impromptu hunt outside their safe territory. Adam immediately catches the red flag. Out of the territory, bro, that's way more dangerous, but Richard just plays it cool, acting like he's doing them a huge favor by entrusting this mission to them. Adam tries to negotiate. He asks if he can bring Caroline, their healer, just to ease his nerves, but Richard instantly shuts it down. You know I can't do that, Adam. I divide the parties up very strictly. Yeah, right, he's just hoarding the healer for himself. Adam agrees to go, but then Richard drops another bomb. Leave the Casper fella at camp. Adam is confused, so Richard makes up some excuse about a break-in fence and scouts seeing another survivor group snooping around. He claims Casper is good with traps, so he needs him to reinforce the perimeter. Cut to later that day, and Adam's crew is deep in the wilderness, absolutely grinding. They're taking down these massive badgers. How many badgers is that? I think we're at 8. The beasts out here are Loki way tougher, and there are way more of them. After a brutal fight, Adam looks over at Jake. Bro is literally soaked in monster blood. Adam tells him to go wash up by the river while they wrap up the corpses. As Jake walks away, he's just rolling his eyes. He's thinking about Adam and Richard, calling them a bunch of pretentious NPCs. Honestly, Jake is just counting down the seconds until he can ditch this camp and do his own thing. But as he gets to the river, his instincts kick in. He senses someone nearby. He whispers to himself, keep it down, we don't know who's out here. The tension instantly spikes. Jake tries to play it cool, telling himself to just relax and wash his gear, but out in the bushes, a group of ambushers is watching him. They're whispering, no healer, huh? I wonder how much TP they've got. They're literally drooling over the idea of farming Jake's team for tutorial points. One of the ambushers spots movement and panics. Someone's in the bush, shit. Relax, then they jump out and yell, come out slowly or I'll shoot. A guy stumbles out with his hands up, playing the victim. W8, I'm sorry, I got lost. After my team got attacked and I thought I heard someone. He's trying to play the helpless survivor card. His buddies in the bushes are literally thinking, oh really? Women eat this shit up. But Jake's team is not buying it for a single second. They look at him like he's an absolute idiot. What the F, you thought we'd buy that? We weren't born yesterday. Dumbass, bro, your acting is terrible. Jake's group tells him to drop his weapons and back away. The guy pretends to comply, saying okay, okay, but then his eyes shift and he yells, now get HIM. It's a total ambush. The enemies jump out and suddenly they're unleashing some crazy magic. What kind of magic is that? Jake's team realizes these guys aren't just random noobs, they're stronger than I thought. But Jake's crew doesn't flinch, they clap back instantly. I got him, one of them pulls out a magic scroll and completely obliterates the ambushers. The fight is over before it even really started. After the dust settles, Jake checks their levels, 1 level 10 and 2 level 9s. He smirks, thinking, not a complete waste of time, I guess. They just farmed some solid XP from these idiots. But hold up, the scene suddenly shifts to William. Remember William, the 19-year-old, who lied about his age to get into Adam's old party? He's currently hiding out in the woods and he's got a massive problem. William is standing over someone, looking absolutely stressed. What the did you do? This, he mutters. The person on the ground glares at him, coughing. Why couldn't you just mind your own business? William just silenced them. He couldn't let them expose his secrets, but now he has to cover his tracks. The screen cuts to black with the words, 5 minutes later. William casually strolls back into Richard's camp, putting on his best innocent face. I'm back, he calls out. One of the camp members walks up to him and asks, William, we just sent Lyra out looking for you. Wait a second, Lyra, the person William was just standing over in the woods. William doesn't even blink, he just plays dumb and says, really, I didn't see her. Then he adds, I hope she didn't get lost. Bro is literally playing 4D chess. He just took out Richard's scout to protect his own identity. and now he's acting like he has no idea where she is, what is William hiding, and how long until Richard figures out his scout is missing. Okay, so picture this. Cecil comes back to the cave base with a fresh batch of toxic mushrooms yelling for Jake, but when he walks in, bro is literally passed out cold on the floor. The poison from his hardcore diet finally wore him out. Cecil freaks out, but then he looks around and sees hundreds of health potions scattered everywhere. Thank God Jake went into overdrive crafting these before he collapsed. Cecil quickly forces a potion down his throat, yelling, "Come on, Jake, wake up." Jake slowly comes to, completely exhausted. Cecil is like, "No shit, Sherlock, how many of these did you make this morning?" But Jake, being the absolute grindset king he is, just ignores the concern and says he might even try crafting some poisons next. Dude is obsessed. Cecil tells him to lie down and rest before he literally kills himself, but Jake hits him with that toxic productivity mindset. "There's no time, I need to keep practicing," he starts comparing Cecil to his old lazy coworkers who were too afraid to challenge themselves. Cecil tries to reason with him, saying that pushing himself to the brink of death isn't brave, it's just reckless, but Jake completely snaps, "Don't say that, I'm not a coward." He's hikey projecting his old insecurities onto his survival grind. Cecil just gets fed up, drops the mushrooms and storms off, telling Jake to get his own food next time. The next day, Cecil still hasn't come back to their hideout. Jake thinks about apologizing, but his obsession wins out. "No, I have to keep working, he'll understand." Bro is isolating himself just like he did in the real world, but this time it's for alchemy. He finishes reading some introductory primers on offensive alchemy and finds a recipe for necrotic poison. He realizes that making poison is basically the same as brewing health potions, except you squash the vitality of the ingredients and amplify the damage properties instead. And just like that, ding, you have successfully crafted necrotic poison. Jake is hyped and immediately looks around to show off. "Cecil, check this out," but when he tries to brag about making poison on his first try, Cecil just hits him with the most sarcastic, "Wow, should I get you a cookie or something?" Yep, he's definitely still mad. But Jake doesn't have time to dwell on the drama because, ding, another level up. His alchemist of the malefic viper profession just hit level 24, he gets 2 free stat points and immediately dumps them straight into wisdom. This alchemy grind is literally paying off big time. His wisdom stat is sitting at a massive 123. But wait, hold up, the system suddenly drops a massive notification: profession evolution requirements met. The system recognizes his unparalleled raw talent in alchemy and prompts him to begin an evolution. Jake wonders if accepting will make his alchemy stronger, but then a warning pops up. If he postpones it, he'll suffer adverse effects and won't be able to earn any more profession experience until it's done. Basically, he's locked in. If saying no means I can't level up, then I guess I don't really have a choice. He selects begin evolution. Suddenly things get absolutely wild. "Something's happening," Cecil yells. "What did you do, Jake?" Jake is just as confused, screaming, "I don't know." He feels a sharp pain and then, bam, the environment completely shifts. Jake looks around, completely disoriented. Holy crap, what just happened? Where are we? Cecil checks the perimeter and says he's not sensing any immediate danger. But wait a second, footsteps, someone is coming, and a mysterious voice echoes out. "Now what do we have here?" Bro just triggered a hidden evolution event and he's about to meet someone or something entirely new. Okay, so picture this. Jake and Cecil are standing in this weird, mysterious space and Jake is completely on edge. His Primal Hunter bloodline isn't activating, but every single fiber of his being is screaming that the thing in front of him is insanely dangerous. Suddenly a voice booms out, "Don't you hear me?" Jake is like, "Wait, who the hell is talking to us?" The tension is hikey through the roof right now. The voice tells them to relax, saying Jake isn't in danger. Jake immediately demands the entity to show itself. He has no idea what's going on. 1 minute he's supposed to be becoming an alchemist of the malefic viper, and now he's in who knows where. And then the ultimate drop, the entity says, I am the malefic viper you speak of. But then it literally tells them to now F*** off. Bro, you just met a god and he's already telling you to get lost. Jake is totally caught off guard. He was expecting some massive, terrifying snake dragon, but the viper just shifts into a different form and asks if this one is more suitable. Jake is literally speechless, just standing there starstruck that he's actually face to face with a deity. Meanwhile, Cecil is losing his mind. He stammers out that he's one of the Viper's loyal servants from the Order, but the Viper is just completely confused. He's like, I don't know what Cecil is on about, but I'm not one of your servants. I'm just doing a challenge dungeon. The Viper realizes Jake actually survived the death trap. He admits he built that crazy puzzle ages ago and can't believe Jake actually got through all that bullshit. Jake realizes this guy is literally the dungeon designer. But Jake doesn't hold back. He starts roasting the god, asking how he felt when Jake was forced to feed him stuff, or when he made Jake study his history just to reward him with a giant mural of himself being awesome. Jake calls him out for being a total narcissist. And the Viper's reaction, he just takes it as a compliment. Hey, I take that as a compliment. Jake realizes this god is low-key hilarious and totally full of himself. So, you're some sort of god? Jake asks. The Viper casually explains that godhood is just about leveling up until you get your own realm. He says it's a pain, but immortality is nice. But Jake just shrugs and says he'll pass on the immortality. The risk of dying is what makes this all fun. Bro, you just told a god that mortality is the spice of life. Absolutely wild. Cecil immediately panics and apologizes for Jake's rudeness, but the Viper just laughs it off and drops some serious lore. He explains that stats change parts of you, but your mind remains fundamentally untouched. Willpower can only do so much to keep you sane. The Viper gets deep, explaining that many beings of unimaginable power have fallen to the plagues of their own minds. Some never learn to endure, and time doesn't heal all wounds. Jake notices something crazy. The god actually looks sad. The Viper tells Jake that the path to power is a lonesome one. Friends, family, they'll all fade away. Jake, being the absolute legend he is, just reaches out and pats the god. Cecil is screaming, you can't just touch a god, he's gonna kill us. But Jake just tells the Viper, you wouldn't understand. You ran away because your strategy wasn't working, so just try something else. The Viper is just stunned by this kid's absolute fearlessness. Fast forward a few hours and these three are just chilling like old buddies. The Viper is laughing about something Caroline said, and Jake is totally vibing with this immortal being. It's honestly such a crazy dynamic. But then Jake checks his status and realizes he missed a notification. Ding, bloodline ability evolved. His perception bonus just jumped from 5% to 10%. That is absolutely insane. The Viper notices and explains that bloodlines are incredibly rare. He mentions the last time he saw one was when some god destroyed a lesser universe back in the 5th era. And then he casually drops, totally wasn't me, by the way. Bro, you destroyed a universe. The Viper says it's been fun, but it's time for Jake and Cecil to go. He tells Jake that he's left him with a lot to think about, and it's not often he meets someone with that kind of drive and ambition. Jake asks if that means he passed the job interview and is now a true alchemist of the malefic Viper. The Viper says, I guess so, and hands him a reward, a small string of karma, if you will. Jake thanks him for keeping him company, and the Viper says, see you around. But as they leave, the Viper's demeanor completely shifts. He realizes Jake has a powerful bloodline and decides he needs to keep an eye on him. And then the Viper drops the final line that gives me literal chills. Perhaps I have wallowed enough. I think it's time for the malefic Viper to make his return. Wait, what? The god is coming back into action. What does this mean for Jake and the rest of the tutorial? Okay, so picture this. We're back at Adam's camp and things are getting super tense. William just got back and Casper is like, dude, we sent Lyra out looking for you. But William is totally clueless, saying, "Wait, really? I didn't see her. Bro, this is not a good sign." Richard tries to keep things normal, asking William what he thinks about the new fence they built, but Casper isn't having it. He cuts right to the chase. "Hold on, where's Lyra?" And the vibe just completely drops. The leader looks dead serious and drops the worst news ever. "I'm sorry, we don't know what happened. She just disappeared into the forest. They spent hours looking for her, but there was zero trace, just gone." Adam is absolutely losing his mind. Disappeared? What the hell does that mean? He's freaking out, thinking this has gotta be some kind of sick joke, but honestly, in this brutal tutorial, nothing is a joke. People are literally vanishing and the stakes just went through the roof. But hold up, let's time skip 1 week later, because while the camp is dealing with the fallout, William is out here doing his own thing, and dude, he just straight up attacked another survivor faction last night, Hayden's group. And it gets way darker. Hayden's son was killed during the encounter, but William didn't just kill him, he literally carved something into the kid's head. Bro is sending a massive, terrifying message. This is where things get crazy. The faction leader is reviewing the report and he's low-key sweating. He knows Hayden is gonna retaliate. His subordinate even offers to just take care of William himself, saying protecting him is too much trouble, but the leader shuts it down. "No, just keep shadowing him. His skills are the real deal. Someone like him can be useful if controlled." They're literally using him as a weapon, even if he's a total psycho. Meanwhile, William is just chilling at the forge, completely unbothered. He just finished crafting a batch of stone arrowheads and casually mentions he picked up the blacksmithing profession. Bro is just grinding professions like it's nothing. Joanna is there trying to clean the grease off him, telling him nothing's wrong with getting a little messy. William is just vibing, saying he likes hanging out with the smith because he teaches him things. He's acting like a totally normal, hardworking guy. But internally, William is a totally different person. He's thinking about Caroline, complaining that she's always nagging him. He's like, if she weren't so pretty, no one would put up with her bullshit. And then he just casually thinks about how a war between Richard and Hayden should break out any day now. Bro is literally anticipating a faction war. Then Casper walks in and asks William to help him with some boxes. William hands them over and asks why Casper couldn't just grab them himself, and Casper drops the truth. "Well, it just seems like you could use a break. I didn't want to see the smith." He's totally avoiding William, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Later, Casper pulls Adam aside and completely loses his cool. "Anyone who pretends to act that innocent is hiding something. I know I don't have proof, but we can't trust him." Adam, Casper is highly convinced William is a massive threat to the whole camp. Adam tries to play peacemaker, telling Casper he's not wrong for having suspicions, but Adam notices something chilling. Casper is eyeing William like he's a literal target. It's starting to scare the rest of the camp. The internal politics are getting just as dangerous as the monsters outside. And then Casper drops the final bomb. He's in the workshop crafting some seriously heavy-duty gear. Adam points out that those things don't look like they're for hunting deer, and Casper just looks up dead serious and says, "There are scarier things in this forest than deer, Adam, and someone's gotta hunt them." Bro is literally preparing to take out William. Okay, so picture this. Jake is in the zone, literally grinding out reps. 995996997. Bro is not stopping until he hits that 1,000 mark. His training partner is watching him like, "You ready, Jake?" And Jake just finishes the set. 998,999,1000. 30 minutes of pure, non-stop grinding. His partner is like, "Geez, how long have you been going?" Jake just brushes it off. He's been at it for half an hour, and honestly, for a month of training, this is just a warm-up. But then Jake checks his status screen and dude, the numbers are absolutely insane. He's a level 9 archer and a level 4 prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper. His perception stat is sitting at a massive 205. Bro is basically a walking radar at this point. But his mentor warns him, try not to burn yourself out, I have a big day ahead of you. Jake is just too hyped. He's like, I'm just excited to finally leave this damn cave, he's been stuck in this tutorial challenge for what feels like forever, and he's ready to get back to the real action. But hold up, his mentor shuts him down, don't get ahead of yourself, you've still gotta craft the antidote. Because remember that crazy poison from the Malefic Viper's challenge, it's still running through his veins, the system timer is ticking down, if he doesn't craft that antidote he's literally a dead man walking, the stakes have never been higher. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the survivor camp, and William is pulling someone aside for a secret chat. Hey William. William tries to ask about something but the other person cuts him off. No, it's not about that. William drops some serious intel. Listen, I came to warn you, don't go anywhere close to Hayden's camp for now, okay? The other person is confused. Is everything all right? William explains that things are getting super tense. Richard gave the green light for hunting, but he's telling them to avoid Hayden's direction completely. The political drama in this camp is low-key getting out of hand. The person agrees, well, if you say so, and William is like, I knew I could trust you. Bro thinks he's found a solid ally. But then William drops the real bomb. I tried warning Casper, but he was just dead set on going. The person is shocked. Why would Casper be going to the enemy? William just shrugs, who knows, something about setting up traps or whatever. William sighs, that guy has been off in his own world nowadays. He's honestly just wondering how many tutorial points Casper has racked up by now. Bro has no idea what's actually going on. And then the person responds, you have my word, Caroline, I will stay away. Wait. Second, William is talking to Caroline, the healer. But the scene doesn't end there. William goes to report back to his boss. So how'd it go? Good job, the boss says. I know you don't like it, but it had to be this way. Both of those two have been problems for us. And then the boss drops the most unhinged take I've ever heard. William thinks he's some conniving mastermind. Bro, William is literally playing checkers while you're playing 4D chess. The boss continues, and Casper seems like he could burn down the entire camp at any moment, but then they justify it, he's just grieving. And then we get a massive flashback. We see Casper completely broken, screaming for Lyra. Lyra, are you out there? He found her body. She was pierced by dagger. He's losing his mind. And then a mysterious voice echoes out to him. Casper, would you like to bring her back? Casper is desperate. Why, yes, the voice tells him to follow it into a challenge dungeon. Days later, the narrator explains that when Casper came back, he was a totally different person. Something in that dungeon completely changed him. He's now a massive wildcard. Back in the secret meeting, the boss says, it's just so cruel, Casper is one of our friends, but then the tone shifts completely. This tutorial is cruel, but it'll all be over soon. And then the ultimate twist drops. Besides, think on the bright side, maybe Casper kills William and reverts back to his old self. Adam would be happy to have his friend again. The boss looks at the other person and says, and that's what we both want. We support each other, and in the end, you and Adam get your happily ever after. Wait. The boss is Caroline, and she's talking to her friend, promising her a future with Adam. Caroline is manipulating everyone, using William as a pawn, and she literally lured Casper into that dungeon. She is the mastermind. Caroline smiles and says, let's just get out of this hellhole. Oh, what the young and foolish won't do for love. Bro, Caroline is literally the final boss of this camp. This changes everything. And then cut back to the present. Caroline is waiting in the shadows. He's coming. Just as I had hoped. Casper steps out of the darkness. Caroline puts on her sweet, innocent healer voice. Oh, hello, Casper. Casper glares at her, his voice completely cold and changed. Waiting for me. Caroline just smirks. About time you arrived. What is Caroline's endgame? Okay, so picture this. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Adam finally tracks down William, and he is furious. I told you to stay away. I know what you did. You killed Lyra. But William, Bro is just standing there completely unfazed with this creepy, smug smirk on his face. William just hits him with the most chilling response ever. Suppose I did, why bother? With all this, he's literally mocking Adam, pointing out that Adam hasn't been hunting, doesn't care about EXP and isn't stronger than him. Bro is completely delusional if he thinks he can just talk his way out of this. But hold up, let's take a step back, because to understand why this is so devastating, we need to see what Casper and Lyra had. Flashback time, Casper meets this girl named Lyra. Hi, my name's Lyra. Hi, I'm Casper. She asks if he's named like the movie and he gets all awkward thinking it's stupid, but she just smiles and says, no, I think it's cute, bro. He was totally smitten. Fast forward 1 week, Casper is trying to be smooth, handing her an extra bowl of food and asking her out. Would you like to go out with me? He immediately panics and asks, am I being stupid? And she laughs, saying, yes, I mean yes, I'd like to go out. Not yes, you're being stupid. Casper is internally screaming, I really screwed this up. Didn't I? It was so pure and so incredibly wholesome. Which makes what happens next absolutely heartbreaking. Back in the present, William is just twisting the knife. Have you ever lost someone you truly loved, you've forsaken all logic because of love? He's trying to break Casper mentally before finishing him off. But Casper isn't backing down. His internal monologue is just pure, raw grief. If you love someone, they become your world, and if someone were to take your world away, wouldn't you want revenge? This isn't just about stats or EXP anymore, this is personal. William tries to play the logic card, fighting me won't bring her back, so what's the point? But Casper just stares him down. It's not logical, but I can't let it go. You wouldn't understand, William. Love is an emotion far too complex for one such as you. Ouch, bro just called him emotionally stunted, and honestly, he's not wrong. William's ego takes a massive hit. You look down on other people's feelings, that's your weakness. You're even more broken than I am. He gives Casper a final warning. Do as I say and I won't kill you. But Casper just drops the coldest line of the entire chapter. That threat would only work if I were afraid to die. William snaps, die. Then, and the fight kicks off. William lunges, thinking he's got the speed advantage. He's faster than I thought, but wait, Casper just dodges it like it's nothing. Come on, that wasn't even close. William tries to play it off, saying he wasn't aiming for him, but Casper just smirks. That's what those stone arrowheads were for. Smart, good thing I always have some spare. Bro came prepared. William thinks he's got the upper hand, yelling, it's over, but Casper is just toying with him now. Not bad, Casper, shall we? William is confident, but Casper hits him with, you're not the only one who's been preparing. Try deflecting this. And this is where things get absolutely insane. Casper reveals his secret. You know, William, I met a man in a challenge dungeon. He picked me up at my lowest and offered me a deal. William is totally confused. A deal that soul could give me power. Casper didn't just level up, he made a deal with a literal dark entity, power, fueled by pure emotion. Casper unleashes his new ability and the energy is off the charts. Observe the kind of strength you are too broken to grasp. The resentment of the fallen. William's face drops, he's completely terrified. This is impossible. Please don't kill me, I'll leave the camp. The hunter just became the prey, and it is glorious. But then, Casper stops. He didn't bring William here to kill him. No, you are a mere witness. He just wanted to beat him up for what he did to Lyra. Goodbye, bye, William. May we never meet again. Casper literally leaves him broken in the dirt and walks away. The ultimate mic drop. But wait, the story doesn't end there. Moments later, elsewhere, Casper is standing in some dark, mystical place. A mysterious voice echoes out, you did well, Casper. I know much of that ritual may have confused you, but the patron is satisfied with your performance. And then the voice drops the most chilling line ever. Rise, boy, and welcome to your afterlife. Wait, his afterlife? Did Casper just sacrifice his soul for revenge? Okay, so picture this. The scene shifts back to William and things are getting incredibly dark. Someone says, goodbye, William, may we never meet again. And then boom, William literally just blows himself up. The mysterious observer is watching and is absolutely mind blown. What the hell was that? He just blew himself up, but then they realize the power behind it. But that spell, it was incredible. Power fueled by pure emotion. Bro is literally drooling over this power and thinking, I need to have it, this is where things get crazy. Meanwhile, cut back to Jake in the dungeon and the vibes are super tense. The system timer is ticking down, cured yourself of poison, 01, time remaining 00:59:34. Poison is getting way worse and Jake can barely even stand. Cecil is just staring at him. Loki scared shitless watching his friend slowly die. But Jake just snaps at him, stop staring at me. Cecil is like, how'd you know I was looking? And Jake drops a crazy fact, my bloodline works even if my eyes are closed. I can sense everything. His Primal Hunter instincts are literally giving him 360-degree awareness. Cecil is stressing out watching the clock. It's like I'm the only one here who's paying attention to the clock. How long are you just gonna wait until you're ready? Shouldn't you be practicing or something? You only have an hour. But Jake is just chilling, totally relaxed. Nah, back in college a lot of kids really panicked before a big test, but I learned pretty quickly that the best thing you can do for yourself is just relax. He compares it to shooting an arrow. You take a deep breath. Steady yourself, let all distractions fade away, and when the time is right, you fire. Bro is literally treating a deadly poison cure like a college exam. Cecil is like, have you tried praying yet? Jake brushes it off, saying he doesn't really believe in that stuff, and Cecil hits him with the ultimate reality check. Is that a joke? You met a god last week and you still don't believe? Honestly, fair point. Jake realizes Cecil is right. I hadn't thought about it like that. He did give me blessing. He checks his status and sees the true blessing of the malefic viper. It gives him a massive plus 10% to willpower and plus 10% to wisdom. Those stat bonuses are absolutely wild and literally saved his ass during his alchemy sessions. So Jake decides to pray, but instead of a normal prayer he literally curses out the god. If *****ing swear, you stupid snake, if I end up dying today I'm gonna return from the dead and hunt you down. Bro is threatening a primordial god. What is this guy doing? Cecil is freaking out. What the hell was that? You're lucky if he doesn't come down and smite you himself. But then Jake just smiles. No, he liked it. It's like I can feel his encouragement somehow. The Viper literally respects his unhinged energy. The atmosphere shifts and Jake gets super serious. Don't worry, I won't let it end here. Not after everything I've gone through, the enemies I've fought, the damage I've taken, the friends I've said goodbye to. This is peak character development right here. He's not just surviving for himself anymore, he's carrying the weight of everyone he's lost. He looks at the timer. None of it means anything if I can't pass this challenge. He turns to Cecil with pure determination. All right, Cecil, let's get to work. And the alchemy montage begins. First, you prepare your tools and ingredients. Clock is ticking down from 43 minutes. The tension is highly real. We'll need to extract the juices from these rare mushrooms. He's moving fast but staying precise. 39 minutes left. Then combine it with a mixture of blood and aged moss. He's literally mixing his own blood into this crazy potion. 30 minutes left. This process will take time, but don't lose focus. Jake is in the zone completely locked in. 24 minutes left. Stay replenished using any of the leftover potions. He's burning through his resources just to keep his stamina up. 15 minutes left. Inject mana at a slow pace. This is the most critical part. If he messes up the mana injection, the whole thing explodes. 9 minutes left. And keep going until, ding, you have successfully crafted unstable amalgamation of malefic vidi rare. He actually did it. He brewed the antidote. Cecil is like, that it did it work, but Jake looks at the item description and sweats. An unstable creation containing an immense power of vitality, not fit for consumption. Incredibly unstable, unable to maintain current form in 957. Wait a second. It's literally going to evaporate in 10 minutes. Jake realizes the catch: you only have 10 minutes to drink it, the timer is at 1 minute. In 7 seconds, he doesn't even have time to test it. He looks at the bubbling, unstable potion. Well, here goes nothing, Cecil just whispers. Good luck. Jake downs the crazy alchemy brew. Cecil asks, feel any different? Jake waits for a second. Nothing yet, but the poison should be kicking in any. And then the system drops the final blow. Ding, time remaining 0.00000. The screen cuts to black. Did the potion work, or did Jake just drink an unstable bomb right as the poison hit zero? Okay, so picture this. Jake is literally gambling his entire life on a homemade antidote. He takes the shot waiting for the poison to clear, but nothing. Then the system timer hits zero. And suddenly it hits him like a freight train. Poison, can't breathe. Bro's body is literally failing. The poison is spreading fast, and if it reaches his heart, it's game over. He's scrambling, trying to grab a health potion, but his antidote completely failed. What went wrong? I made everything correctly. Cecil is freaking out, yelling, hold on, Jake. But Jake's vision is blurring. He's about to just let go, but then out of nowhere he sees a familiar face. Adam, his old friend from the office, is standing there looking disappointed. That's it, you're just gonna give up. That's not the Jake I remember. But wait, hold up, Jake snaps out of it. No, I'm not giving up. He realizes this is just his mind playing tricks on him, but it sparks something deep inside. I'm gonna fight this. Ing poison, and I'm gonna win. Bro is literally battling a lethal toxin with pure, raw willpower. And dude, it actually works. The system chimes in, cure yourself of poison 1-1. Jake gasps for air, completely alive. Cecil is losing his mind, calling him a crazy bastard. The antidote could have been better, but through sheer will and vitality you persevered. Bro literally outstubborned a magical poison. This is absolutely wild. Then the system drops the ultimate notification. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the tutorial challenge dungeon. The dungeon is shutting down in 4 hours. Jake realizes he just has enough time to pack his bags and get out of here. Cecil is like, not much time, huh? I don't have a lot to carry. What about you? And Jake just hits him with the most wholesome line ever. Well, you're coming, right? Cecil is totally caught off guard. Oh, I guess I didn't really think about it. Do you want me to come? Jake just smiles and says, of course, man, I'm not gonna leave you in some defunct dungeon. After all we've been through, we're partners. Bro just adopted an ancient magical imp as his permanent sidekick. But before they can get too emotional, the system starts spamming them with rewards. Ding, ding, ding. Jake is getting flooded with system messages. You have assimilated a potent source of vitality, +1 vitality, and it just keeps going. He gets a title, Dungeon Pioneer I, for being the first to clear a dungeon, giving him +3 to all stats. Then he gets a new gear drop, Boots of the Wandering Alchemist Rare. These boots give him +20 endurance, +15 agility, and reduce stamina costs for movement skills, plus they increase his sensitivity to earthbound plants. Bro is basically becoming a plant whisperer now. And it gets even crazier. His necklace of holding gets an item upgrade to epic tier. It now has alchemist's spatial storage and +25 wisdom, between the 4 points to all stats, 4 to vitality, new boots, and massive storage upgrades. Jake is basically a walking god compared to when he started. Cecil asks how he feels, and Jake just flexes, strong. God, it feels good to have my weapons back. Cecil warns him it's been over a month since he's had to fight, asking if he'll be rusty, but Jake is low-key more worried about his class level. He checks his status screen and dude, his prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper profession is sitting at a massive level 43, his HP is at 2460, MP at 3150, but his actual combat class, Archer, is still only level 9. He's got a lot of catching up to do if he wants to survive the real world out there. Cecil offers to help, but Jake just says thanks but no thanks. Cecil is still low-key traumatized from being trapped in a necklace for a millennium and doesn't want to get locked up again. Fair enough, dude. Suddenly Jake spots the exit. hold on, I can see the exit, you ready for a breath of fresh air, Cecil? They step through the portal and the art style just shifts. Wow, it's beautiful. After being stuck in a cramped, toxic cave, the lush green forest is a total breath of fresh air. But hold up, the vibe shifts instantly. Jake's eyes narrow. Looks like we've got company, because of course they do. The universe literally cannot let this guy catch a break. They just got out of the dungeon, and enemies are already waiting for them. Cecil just sighs, man, they couldn't even let us have a moment, but Jake just smirks. Cracking his neck and readying his bow, time to shake off the rust. Bro is about to show the forest exactly why you never mess with a primal hunter who just cleared a challenge dungeon. Okay, so picture this. Jake and Cecil finally get a breather outside the dungeon, and Jake is literally itching for a fight. He's like, man, they couldn't even let us have a moment, but then he grins and says, no, this is perfect, time to shake off the rust. Bro is fully embracing his primal hunter instincts now, and is ready to test out his new alchemy buffs. Suddenly, the system starts pinging. 4 velociraptors just dropped into the area. We're talking levels 24, 19, 11, and 20. They're higher level than Jake, but his sphere of perception is only registering them as a moderate threat. Jake decides to thin the herd. While he still has a range advantage, smart play. But dude, these things are fast. One of them flanks him and Cecil is literally screaming in the necklace, behind you Jake, do something, I'm gonna die. Jake is dodging left and right, sweating bullets. He's realizing that either these raptors are insanely quick, or he's just gotten a little slow after being stuck in that puzzle dungeon. Just as he takes down another one, more raptors start swarming in. Jake's inner monologue goes completely beast mode. He's like, there were more of you waiting around, huh? This must be a test from the universe. He's literally treating this life or death struggle like a chance to prove his growth. I'll keep fighting until I'm the strongest, then nothing can stop me. Bro's ambition is absolutely wild right now. After a brutal, chaotic fight, Jake finally stands victorious, but he's totally exhausted. He looks around and mutters, think that's all of them. I'm starting to think I should've stayed in the dungeon. He's even considering letting Cecil out of the necklace more often because he really doesn't want to become dinosaur food. Honestly, fair point. But then the golden notifications drop. Ding, 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 he just farmed 4,000 tutorial points, and because he was fighting higher level mobs, he gets massive bonus EXP. His archer class just jumped to level 3 and he gets 4 free stat points if you're falling behind. In this tutorial, killing high-level beasts is literally the ultimate cheat code to catch up fast. And wait, there's more. He unlocks a brand new skill, Power Shot Uncommon. It allows him to charge up his arrows for massive damage. Jake's gamer brain instantly goes into overdrive. He realizes he can combine this with his new alchemy class. Imagine coating an arrow in deadly viper poison and then unleashing a fully charged power shot on an unsuspecting enemy. That is a hikey deadly combo. But just as he's admiring his new build, his sphere of perception suddenly flares up. Cecil asks what's wrong and Jake is stunned. It's miles away, and yet the feeling is so powerful, like a huge mass of energy. Cecil suggests they avoid it, but Jake, Primal Hunter bloodline, is screaming at him. He looks toward the horizon and says, no, whatever it is, it's worth fighting. Bro is literally drawn to the most dangerous thing in the entire forest. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Richard's camp, and the vibes are incredibly tense. Adam is packing, completely stressed out. Hey, any word on Casper? He's terrified that Casper has put himself in danger. Everyone knows Casper went after William, and now both of them are completely missing. Adam asks if William said anything before he left, but his friend promises they have no idea. But wait, we know exactly where William is. He's dead. Caroline blew him up. Adam is looking for a ghost and the clock is ticking. What is Jake going to find out there in the wilderness, and what happens when Adam realizes his camp is harboring a literal mastermind? Okay, so picture this. We're cutting to a completely different vibe right now. William is sitting in a sterile office and a doctor is asking him why he's there, and William just casually drops the most chilling line ever: "A court ordered me to start therapy." The doctor asks if he understands why, and William, with zero emotion, says, "Apparently I lack empathy and am prone to violent outbursts." Bro is literally describing himself like he's reading a grocery list, but then the doctor asks, and William just says, "Because a year ago I murdered my little brother." Wait, what? This is insane. Hold up, we need to see how a guy like this even exists. Let's rewind 1 year. Earlier, William's mom is in the hospital about to give birth. His dad is super excited, telling him to be a good big brother and support her, but William, he's just standing. They're completely dead inside. Then the doctor comes out looking stressed. "There were some complications. Everyone is safe, but we've taken the child for emergency evaluations." And William's internal monologue is just pure psychopath. He looks at his newborn brother and thinks, "Less than a day old and you're already a nuisance. How pathetic." Bro is literally a monster in human skin. Fast forward 6 months later, William is checking the mail and finds a letter from Stanford University. He's freaking out, yelling, "Mom, Dad, I got accepted." This is a massive deal, right? But the vibe immediately crashes. His parents are proud, but they're totally broke. His dad is like, "Geez, William, we might not have the money. See, the baby brother is super sick and the medical bills are draining them dry." They tell him he might have to go to a state school instead. And William, he doesn't say a word, but his eyes are screaming murder. Later that night, William is staring at his baby brother's crib, and his internal monologue goes completely dark. "You're supposed to be my brother, you're barely even human. You can't even breathe right, and yet you're more important than me." He truly believes this kid is just a burden ruining his life. And then he makes a decision. "Don't you know that you're a burden to my parents? I'll just make you disappear." He grabs a pillow. BRRT. Bro literally suffocates his own infant brother. This is where things get absolutely crazy and deeply disturbing. His mom walks in and completely loses her mind. "William, what are you doing? Oh my God, what have you done?" His dad is screaming that the baby isn't breathing, but William just stands there completely unfazed and says, "I solved our money problems." His parents are horrified, crying and asking how he could do this, but William is genuinely confused by their reaction. He's like, "Why are you freaking out? This is a good thing, don't you get it? He was ruining our lives. Now we're free to do whatever we want." Bro literally thinks he did them a favor. He's just trying to help. 1 year later, William is locked up in a psychiatric facility. He's being pumped full of drugs every day and can barely think straight. He's sitting in his cell wondering why his parents abandoned him here after he helped them. He's literally losing his mind, trapped in his own twisted reality. But then, ding, the system message pops up right in his cell. "Initiation of the 93rd universe confirmed. Introduction and tutorial sequence commencing." William's eyes widen. Tutorial sequence. Just like that, the psych ward fades away and he's dropped right into the great forest. Back in the present, William is stumbling through the woods, completely battered. He's furious. "That bastard, I fooled everyone. Richard, Caroline, Adams, no one could catch a clue. No one but that damn fool Casper." He's low-key seething that Casper saw through his fake innocent act and hit him with that crazy emotional power. William's internal monologue gets dark again. "That incredible power, I need to figure out how to obtain that power, but first he needs to recover. Casper's attack almost killed him and the residual energy is wrecking his body. I feel so dehydrated. If I don't get some water, I'll collapse." Suddenly he hears footsteps. Step. Looks like it's my lucky day. Someone's nearby. William hides and watches as a figure approaches. He squints, recognizing the guy. Okay, so picture this. Jake and Cecil are out exploring and suddenly Jake's instincts go off. "Wait a second, someone's nearby." His sphere of perception is literally screaming at him that there's a person hiding behind that rock. Cecil, who is still chilling inside the necklace, asks if Jake can sense things from in there. Jake just brushes him off, saying he can only see what Jake points him toward. But dude, Jake realizes this person is strong, but not crazy strong. Jake decides to play it safe. He doesn't want this guy to know he has magic items, so he tells Cecil to stay quiet, but as he steps out, he sees something absolutely insane. Massive crater, it's like there was an explosion of energy and now it's all just gone. What kind of magic could cause a crater this big? Before Jake can investigate, Cecil literally bails. Well, you have fun with that, I'm going. Back in the necklace, seriously, I'm not trying to die on my first day out of the cave, bro. Is literally hiding in the jewelry while Jake does all the work. Jake tells him not to come crying if he gets bored. Cecil mutters, finally he's gone. And Jake just smirks, hey, asterisk hole, I can still hear you. Honestly, their banter is Loki hilarious, but Jake has to focus because the guy behind the rock just stepped out. Jake plays it cool, saying he just got out of a cave and is doing some exploring. The guy doesn't recognize him at all. Jake thinks, I guess Richard and Nicholas stole the spotlight back then, so Jake asks if he knows any survivor camps. Jake drops some lore telling him about two bases, one run by Hayden and the other by Richard, and get this, there's literally a war going on between them. The guy is shocked, saying a war, and here I thought we just had beasts to deal with. Bro, this tutorial is a total bloodbath. Jake offers to guide him back to Richard's camp, saying he knows all the safe trails. Guy agrees and introduces himself. Of course, my name is William, by the way. But wait a second, Jake thinks he won't share his name. What was it again? Jacob, bro literally gave this guy a fake name. Jake is playing 4D chess. He also realizes this William is a level 24 caster. Jake doesn't trust him at all but figures he can take him if things go south. As they walk, William starts talking about his camp. He mentions a talented blacksmith who just goes by Smith. Jake is like, easy to remember at least. But suddenly William cuts him off. Hold on, did you feel that? Jake is confused. There's nothing around here. I'd sense it with my sphere of perception, but William drops a crazy reveal. I have a skill that allows me to see hidden concentrations of mana. There's definitely an ambush up ahead. Cecil chimes in from the necklace, telling Jake to just go with it for now, but the ambushers literally jump out and mock them. Right, that's the best lie you could come up with. They thought William was just making stuff up to trick Jake. But then the ambushers drop a massive bomb. They look right at William and yell, this is the guy that killed Nicholas. Sorry man, but I need to let out some rage. Wait. William killed Nicholas? This whole time William was the one taking out other players. The ambushers are totally focused on William, calling him a moron for falling for his own lies, but Jake isn't about to stand there and watch. He immediately turns and bolts, running already. The ambushers yell, if I let him get the range advantage, his arrows will definitely beat out my daggers. They actually chase Jake. Just keep up the pressure, don't let him escape. They think they can just run him down, but Jake is hikey slippery. He's leading them exactly where he wants them. He's slippery no matter, he can't keep running. But then Jake just stops dead in his tracks. The ambushers are confused. I did you stop? Jake slowly turns around, a deadly smirk on his face. Your opponent. In a flash, Jake pulls out the bone dagger from the challenge dungeon and strikes. The ambusher looks down in sheer horror as he realizes what just happened. This is the dagger from the challenge dungeon. He'll probably bleed out in less than a minute. The poison is already coursing through his veins. The guy is literally panicking, screaming, F asterisk, I'm gonna die. But Jake isn't done yet. He looks at the remaining ambushers and says, I was saving this move for Richard, but I guess I don't have choice. Jake's eyes glow with pure killing intent. He activates his brand new skill. Activated flashing steel. The ambushers are completely stunned. What the? Bro just turned the tables in a split second. He lured them in, poisoned one, and is about to unleash a massive attack. With his new skill, what kind of devastating damage is flashing steel gonna do? Okay, so picture this. We're cutting to a flashback from 1 week ago. William is cornering Richard, complaining about the new rations on mana potions. He's whining that he can't hunt efficiently like this. But Richard, bro, completely shuts him down. He's like, if you need more potions, ask the others and just walks away. William is left standing there, absolutely seething. His internal monologue goes completely dark. That bastard, who does he think he is? Talking to me like that? He's literally fantasizing about stealing every single potion in the camp just to spite him. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity to take Richard down once and for all. Fast forward to the present. William is out in the wild and he just landed a killing blow on a Molerat Screecher LVL-14. Ding, he bags 1500 tutorial points. But wait, there's more. The system drops a massive notification, new caster skill available, flashing. Steel uncommon. It lets him release a burst of blinding light alongside deadly metal shards. William is grinning like a maniac. Now that's what I'm talking about, bro. Just unlocked his ultimate escape card, and he has no idea who he's about to use it on. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes to Jake, because dude, he is literally lying in a massive crater, completely battered. He's coughing up blood, thinking, what the hell was that attack? Even with his Primal Hunter bloodline, Jake was barely able to react in time. He realizes the kid William is getting away. Jake tries to push himself up, screaming, I have to chase him. But Cecil is like, Jake, are you okay? Just let him go, you can't fight in this state. Jake slumps back, feeling like an absolute idiot. He was so busy monologuing and analyzing his opponent that he never once considered the kid would have a crazy skill like that. Jake looks at the massive crater and wonders if that flashing steel skill is what caused all this destruction. But here's the real problem. Jake spent over a month locked inside a challenge dungeon. He has absolutely zero clue how powerful the other survivors are right now. If that kid is just a regular person out here, Jake is in a lot of trouble. Cecil nervously suggests maybe we can find another challenge dungeon to hide out in, but Jake eyes narrow. I'm not hiding anywhere, it's time to level up. Bro is done playing defense. Let's take a breather and check in on the camp, because honestly we need some wholesome vibes after all that chaos. Joanna is working on some beautiful crafting and Caroline is totally hyping her up. Joanna smiles, saying she just wanted to do something nice for her husband since he's been working so hard. Caroline gets a little nostalgic, talking about when she first met her own husband. Joanna sighs, saying she just hopes to see him again when this is all over. Caroline hits her with some comforting words, reminding her that the other tutorials are way easier than theirs. For all we know, he's probably sitting around a campfire eating s'mores. It's a sweet moment, but then the system drops a reality check. Ding, tutorial panel, duration 30 days, total survivors remaining 389 out of 1,200. Wait, hold up. Over 800 people have died in the last month. The stakes are literally life or death, and the clock is ticking. But suddenly the wholesome vibe is shattered. Someone comes sprinting into the camp screaming, is Caroline here? We have an emergency. Richard needs you now. Caroline rushes over, and what does she find? William lying half dead on the ground, completely mangled. The guy who found him is freaking out, thinking one of Hayden's men must have ambushed him. Richard is standing over him, looking stressed. Caroline checks his pulse and her eyes widen. It's worse than bad. I'm surprised he's still breathing. Richard begs her, well, can you save him? You're the best damn healer in this tutorial. But Caroline hesitates. She looks at William, then looks up at Richard and drops the most chilling line of the chapter. I could try, but is that what we really want? Wait a second, is she about to let their biggest threat die right in front of them? Okay, so picture this. The camp is in absolute chaos after William gets brutally poisoned, and Richard pulls Caroline aside for a very dark conversation. He asks if she can save him since she's the best healer in the tutorial. Caroline hesitates. She admits the poison is extremely advanced. Even if she throws everything she has at it, there's zero guarantee he'll survive. And then Richard drops a massive red flag. He casually says, William was already giving us trouble. Maybe this is an opportunity. Bro is literally considering just letting him die to solve a problem. But then Richard's tone completely shifts. He asserts his absolute authority, saying, But a call like that is mine to make, so when I say heal the boy, I expect you to heal. The damn boy, he needs William alive for some reason, and Caroline has no choice but to obey. Meanwhile, the rest of the camp is trying to figure out what the hell happened. They're debating if Casper did it, but they quickly rule him out. Casper uses curses and dark mana, not poison. They notice a cut on William's stomach that looks like a weapon strike, so an accomplice. They check the usual suspects, but it couldn't be Hayden. They've never seen him use a poison this strong. That leaves them with a terrifying conclusion: it must be an entirely new player. Someone out there is using high-level poison and weapons, and they are completely off the grid, as if this tutorial wasn't complicated enough. Cut to Adam, who's just trying to keep things normal. He drops off some fabrics for Joanna and asks what's going on at the medical ward. Joanna tells him a scout rushed Caroline for an emergency, and people saw William being carried in. Adam immediately goes to check on them. He finds Caroline and asks if William is all right. Caroline puts on a sweet, reassuring smile and says he should be fine. They're just heading to Richard's cabin so he can have some privacy when he wakes up. Adam, being the protective guy he is, offers to carry some medical equipment to help out, but Caroline instantly shuts him down. No, honey, we'll be okay, I'll find you later tonight though. Adam agrees, but his inner monologue reveals he's super stressed. If William is in trouble, where the hell is Casper? Adam feels like he's completely losing control of the situation. He looks at the younger guys and thinks, feeling like I lost both of my sons. That night, the emotional weight on Adam is absolutely crushing right now. But then the scene shifts to William waking up, and the vibes are incredibly unsettling. He's in some kind of interrogation room, and they're treating it like a therapy session. The interrogator asks him what he thinks about something, and William immediately goes on the defensive. He acts completely victimized, saying he feels insulted, offended, and betrayed. He even asks, how could you compare that defective product to me? Bro is putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. But then we get his inner monologue, and it is chilling. I'm just sorry this happened. Yeah, right, like I actually care, but I'll say whatever these people want if it means getting them off my back. William is a total sociopath, just manipulating everyone to get what he wants. The interrogator plays along for a second, saying sure he's all right. William looks at Richard and thinks, wait, that's not my dad. He's trying to play the innocent kid who just wants his father. But then the interrogator drops a massive bomb. They turn to Richard and say, I also believe William has more tutorial points than you, Richard. Richard's eyes go wide. Tutorial points? Wait a second. William has been secretly hoarding a massive amount of points. The interrogator turns back to William and says, William, do you remember that other thing we talked about? William tries to play dumb, saying he doesn't understand what's happening, but the interrogator just smiles and says, of course you do, William. We talked about it. And then the psychological torture begins. The interrogator's voice gets dark and menacing. About how weak you are, William, how pathetic you are, so broken and weak, unable to ever truly grasp for power. They are completely dismantling his fake persona, targeting his deepest insecurities. William completely breaks. His tough guy act shatters into a million pieces. He stammers, W, who are you? And then his mind flashes to a terrifying image. Archer. He's spiraling into a full-blown panic attack. I can't run, they're laughing at me. Everyone is laughing at me, where am I? The psychological pressure is so intense that he's literally hallucinating from the trauma. And then snap, the perspective shifts. It was just a dream. William wakes up in a cold sweat. It was all a nightmare, but before he can even catch his breath, a calm, terrifying voice echoes in the room. Hope you got your rest in, kid, let's talk. The interrogation hasn't even started yet, and they already got completely inside his head. Okay, so picture this. William just woke up completely battered and he's trying to play the innocent victim, but Richard, bro, is not having it. He literally cuts right through the BS, saying, we know you went to kill Casper, stop the farce. William is stunned. He thought he was being stealthy, but Richard tells him he's Powerful but way too inexperienced. And then, Richard drops the most insane proposal ever. He looks William dead in the eye, calls him a living weapon, and offers him a partnership. Richard says he and Caroline will support William from the back, and in exchange, William helps Richard become the supreme leader of the entire forest. William's internal monologue is just pure validation. He's thinking, finally, somebody out there is smart enough to understand my worth. Bro's ego is being stroked to the max and he shakes on it. Richard tells Caroline to let the boy rest, and they just walk away, leaving him unattended. William is sitting there in shock thinking, I can't believe it, did that really just happen? But hold up, because this is where things get absolutely crazy. Let's rewind 1 hour earlier to see what Richard and Caroline were actually plotting, because dude, Richard is playing 4D chess and William is just a pawn. Caroline wanted to kill William for what he did, but Richard shuts it down. He explains that William is a cocky brat who's never been punched in the face. Bringing him to the brink of death breaks him, making him vulnerable and open to manipulation. Richard plans stroke his ego, lower his guard, and shape him into a loyal attack dog. This guy is hikey terrifying. Caroline is worried William will just betray them, but Richard hits her with a massive system reveal. He got a tutorial quest called A Leader is Born. The objective: become the sole leader of 90% of the humans and eliminate rival leaders. To help him do this, the system gave him a nifty skill that lets him see the exact loyalty level of his allies. Caroline asks what the skill says about her, and Richard smiles, saying she's completely loyal, but then, his internal monologue drops an absolute nuke. He thinks, I can't tell her that I've already been manipulating William to take out unloyal members of the group for some time now. Wait, what? Bro has been using William as his personal assassin to wipe out anyone who threatens his leadership. Lyra, Casper, they weren't just random psycho killings. Richard orchestrated it all behind the scenes while playing the nice guy. This changes everything. Back in the present, Richard uses his skill to check William's loyalty. The system confirms it. William is loyal. Richard tells Caroline not to worry, but she asks the golden question, what about once this is all over? Richard's facade completely drops. He tells her he knows exactly what William did to Casper, and he's not under any illusions. He calls William a wild dog, and once the rival faction leader Hayden is dealt with and his quest is complete, William gets put down cold, calculated, ruthless. But the most chilling part, Richard looks at his mental hit list. The only disloyal members left in the camp are the Smith, Bertram, and Adam, and he plans to deal with them soon enough. Okay, so picture this. Jake is out in the wild testing out his brand new skills. He's channeling his bow, holding the drawback, and Cecil is like, hey Jake, I found some more mushrooms, but then boom, Jake unleashes a massive glowing arrow. Cecil is absolutely mind blown. Holy shit, what was that? Jake just smirks and says, a fully charged power shot, not bad huh? Bro is literally showing off his new ultimate move. Cecil is like, that's insane, why didn't you use that thing against the William kid? But Jake shakes his head and explains the catch. It's pretty powerful but not without drawbacks. Jake explains that he has to stand entirely still while it channels. On top of that, it also takes several seconds before it even begins to do half-decent damage. He rubs his arm and says, that attack just now took 12 seconds of charging, felt like my arm was gonna fall off, so it's really just good for an opening attack or a sick ambush, but if he can set it up, bro could blow through anything. Suddenly the system starts pinging. You have slain Velociraptor Ostrich LVL24. Experience earned 4000 TP earned, and then his archer class hits level 19, he gets 4 free stat points to allocate. Jake realizes that the other survivors must have cleared out most of the beasts in the area. While he was stuck in that crazy challenge dungeon, Cecil chimes in and says, not that I recommend this, but if you want to level up faster, maybe we ought to travel deeper into the forest. Jake totally agrees. He knows he needs to get stronger, but he also wants to avoid the Other survivor camps, if there's some kind of war going on I don't want to risk getting involved. Cecil laughs and says, yeah, that's why you don't want to find the camps. Makes total sense, stay away from the PvP drama and just grind the mobs. But then the scene shifts, we get a quick time-lapse montage, 9:02 a.m. 10:24 a.m. 12:35 p.m. 2:17 p.m. Jake is just cruising through the forest when suddenly a massive golden notification drops, Tutorial Dungeon DISCOVRD. The system explains that dungeons are pocket dimensions offering strength and treasures, but this one is special, it's only found within the tutorials, and the best part. Requirements to enter, NA, and get this, dungeons can be entered and exited at your own discretion. Jake looks at the entrance and thinks, this looks familiar, a lot less mushrooms this time, but since he can enter and exit at will, he figures it can't be as lethal as that brutal challenge dungeon he barely survived. He asks Cecil, are we doing this? Jake checks his status and thinks, I need to gain more levels, this might be the best option. He steps inside and the system announces, you have entered the dungeon. Badger's Den, the objective is simple, defeat the Den Mother. Jake is like, so just run around and defeat a boss monster, sounds simple enough. But then he looks around and mutters, how convenient, they threw us in a hole to die. Classic Jake optimism. Suddenly they spot the mobs, looks like we found those beasts you were looking for. The system tags them, Venomfang Badger LVL35 and Venomfang Badger LVL37. Jake is hyped, yeah, perfect, but Cecil is already done, now if you don't mind. Me, I'm going back in the necklace, call me if you need me, or don't, honestly, bro is literally clocking out and going to sleep in the jewelry. Jake just laughs and says, I can handle 2 badgers, even if they are feral little monsters like these guys. He draws his weapon and yells, come get some. The fight kicks off, Jake fires an arrow but damn, missed. The badger lunges and Jake has to dodge, no time to dodge, have to block. The badger's claws clash against his guard, shit that hurts. But Jake doesn't back down, he finds an opening and grins, but now I got you, take this. He unleashes a massive strike, taking the beast down. Ding, you have slain Venomfang Badger LVL35, experience earned, 4800 TP earned. His archer class instantly jumps to level 20, then 21, 22, and 23, bro is just farming these guys for massive XP. Jake realizes that most of the badger's power comes from the venom in their bites, but because of my abilities as an alchemist of the malefic viper, it's gonna take a lot stronger of a poison to affect me. His alchemy buffs are literally making him immune to their main attack, that is absolutely wild. He's sweating but smiling, I'm getting a pretty good workout in, I think I really like it. Here, bro is literally enjoying getting mauled by giant badgers. But then Cecil pops his head out of the necklace, hey Jake, you see that? Jake looks over and his eyes go wide, no way, I haven't found one of these in ages. It's a magical jeweled lockbox, uncommon, a system-created loot box. Jake is practically drooling, about time I got some new loot. He cracks it open and pulls out a gorgeous blade, short sword of icy winds. Uncommon, the system explains it's made of frost steel and amplified with ice. Affinity mana, it afflicts anyone it hits with frost and has an enchantment called Invading Chill. But wait, there's more, another system message drops, Archer class skill available. Jake is like, whoa, a new skill too. The skill is basic Twinfang style uncommon, it's an ancient dual-wielding fight technique, it unlocks basic proficiency and adds a massive bonus to agility and strength when using fitting melee weapons. Jake is absolutely stoked, I've tried dual-wielding in the past but only ever a makeshift version using one of my arrows, maybe the system recognized that I could do it properly. Now, he's literally becoming a dual-wielding ice archer. He grips his new frosty sword and smirks, man, this dungeon has been totally worth it. And I haven't even found, he looks into the dark depths of the cavern, his eyes locking onto a massive terrifying shadow, the boss. Okay, so picture this, Jake just scored some insane loot, ding, he gets the short sword. Of icy cold winds uncommon, it's made of frost steel and amplified with ice mana. Basically, every time he hits an enemy, it inflicts a massive frost chill. Bro is literally packing elemental damage now. But wait, it gets better. Ding, he unlocks a brand new skill, basic Twinfang style. Uncommon, it's an ancient dual-wielding technique that gives him crazy bonuses to agility and strength. Jake realizes he used to do a makeshift version of this using just one of his arrows, but now the system finally recognizes he can do it properly with actual weapons. This is absolutely wild. But then Jake looks up and spots the actual boss of this dungeon, the Den Mother. And dude, the system literally can't even pull up her information. Her level is just showing as M. She is way too high level for the system to read. Cecil is like, well, you've had your fun, maybe it's time we exit this dungeon. But Jake is not having it. He remembers the alien from the tutorial mentioning these crazy creatures called the Beast Lords, a dungeon boss that's too powerful to be identified. By video game logic, she has to be one of them. Jake looks at her from his vantage point and realizes he can get the drop on her. He decides to combo a poison arrow with a power shot. He's like, this is too good of an opportunity to pass up. Bro is literally trying to one-shot a Beast Lord. He starts channeling his power shot. 10, 11, 12, now he fires, but wait. Second, she sensed it, the arrow still lands, but Jake is like, damn it, the poison. Surely. But then she unleashes some sort of sonic attack. Jake is freaking out. F asterisk, I thought I'd be immune to her poison, but hers must be way more potent. He realizes he needs to create some serious distance fast because he can't risk her landing another hit on him. He yells at Cecil, do I have any health potions left in there? But Cecil is just like, it's mostly just bottles of poison bottles, and then Jake gets the most genius, absolutely unhinged idea. He pulls out a bottle of necrotic poison from his epic necklace of holding. Round 2, hope this works. He realizes that the Den Mother will instinctively defend herself against any projectile using her sonic attack. And that's exactly what he wants, because when she hits the glass bottle with her sonic blast, it's gonna shatter, leaving her completely vulnerable and drenched in the necrotic liquid inside. He throws it, she blasts it, boom, got her. But hold up, what is she doing? Suddenly the ground is swarming with reinforcements. Alpha Venom Fang badgers everywhere. M48, M50, M44, M51. Bro, there's like 100 of them. Jake's like, I was hopping to test this out some other time, but it looks like I've got no choice. He draws his weapons and activates his new skill, Twinfang style ACTIVATD. The packing goes to 100. He's just a blur of blades, dual wielding and absolutely shredding through the badger pack. It's done, I'm ending this. With one final brutal strike, he finishes off the Den Mother. The dust settles and the boss is down. Ding, you have slain Den Mother M168. Bro literally just killed a level 168 beast. Lord, the system drops the massive bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Okay, so picture this. Jake is standing over the massive, defeated body of the Den Mother. The system just dropped a massive notification. You have slain Den Mother. LVL 68. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 94,000 TP. Earned. Cecil is literally losing his mind inside the necklace. Holy shit, you actually did it, bro. Just soloed a level 68 boss monster. That is absolutely wild. The system announces, CONGRATULATIONS, you have cleared tutorial dungeon. Badger's Den, bonus reward for clearing the dungeon solo. Cecil looks at the absolute destruction around them and mutters, geez kid, you made a real mess of this place. Need a nap, man? Jake literally tore this cavern apart. But the grind doesn't stop. Ding, Jake's archer class just skyrocketed to level 29. He gets 6 free stat points to allocate, 6 whole levels from a single boss fight. Not bad at all. But wait, there's more. Another golden notification drops. Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra uncommon unlocked. It allows the archer to momentarily become one with the shadows, but only in straight lines. Jake's gamer brain instantly clicks. Shadow Vault of Umbra, why does that sound familiar? He remembers reading that name in that crazy ancient library during his challenge dungeon. Cecil gets super nervous and warns him it was some sort of god. If I remember correctly, I hope it doesn't make the malefic viper angry with you. It might be blasphemy. But Jake just shrugs it off. Nah, the viper isn't that type of person, and honestly, this skill might be too good to pass up. Bro is literally risking the wrath of a primordial god for a sick movement skill. Peak gamer mentality. Cut to 1 hour later and Jake is out in the forest testing his new toy. Hey Cecil, watch me jump to that tree. He activates the skill, turns into a shadow and shoots forward, but totally misjudges the distance. Pain, that hurt. Cecil is literally laughing at him. Nice to know there's something you aren't good at. Jake rubs his head and grumbles, yeah well give me a day or two. Honestly, seeing the mighty Primal Hunter faceplant into a tree is low-key hilarious. Jake explains how the skill actually works. Honestly, it's pretty simple. There's a bit of a kick, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Cecil asks if it's like teleportation. Jake says not exactly. It's hard to put into words, but I'm basically turning into a shadow. It feels like accelerating on a motorcycle. He realizes it's quick enough to look like teleportation, but he can't go through solid objects yet. Cecil jokes, no big bank heists in our future, eh? Jake laughs, maybe not. It's just a basic skill for now, but once it levels up, who knows how powerful it'll get. But then the scene completely shifts. Elsewhere, the Hall of the Malefic Viper. Atmosphere instantly gets dark, ancient, and incredibly tense. We're finally seeing the cult that worships the god Jake just casually hung out with. The cultists are gathered in a massive, ominous hall. For so long we have waited, yet now only a single hall remains. Oh, malefic one, many doubt your return. When you bless us with a sign. The vibes here are hikey cult-like and super creepy. Suddenly, the hall master is interrupted from his meditation. What do you disturb my meditation for? If this is another petty squabble with the brimstone conglomerate, I will, but the messenger drops a massive bomb. It's the Lord Protector. He orders you to his realm immediately. The Hall Master is absolutely shook. The Lord Protector, yes, Hall Master, he's freaking out internally. This will be the second time I've been graced with the presence of the Lord Protector. He only made a brief appearance once during my inauguration. He didn't even bother to show up for the previous Hall Master's funeral. What could this mean? The Hall Master arrives in the Lord Protector's realm trembling. Lord Protector, I came as soon as I was requested. The Lord Protector urgently yells, come my child. Come quickly. The Hall Master looks up and his eyes go wide. Is everything the obelisk? In the center of the realm, a massive, ancient obelisk is glowing with an intense, blinding light. It's glowing, then this means. The Lord Protector's voice echoes with pure reverence and excitement. The malefic Viper is coming. After all these eras of waiting, he's finally returned to bring our order to glory. The cultists are literally weeping with joy. What a joy, we must bring the hall to its absolute best condition. I need to brief the other leaders. The minor branches must be alerted. The Hall Master is scrambling, completely overwhelmed by the divine return. Oh, I only hope the Great One would perhaps take a few more days before. But before he can even finish his sentence, a completely casual, familiar voice echoes through the sacred, terrifying realm. Hello, little Snappy, missed me. Wait a second, what is that, Jake? Did Jake just casually pop into the most sacred, terrifying cult realm in the universe to tease a primordial god? Okay, so picture this. Jake finally makes it back to his base and the first thing he sees is his giant, terrifying Lord Protector, crying. Yeah, little Snappy is literally bawling his eyes out because his master is finally back. Jake feels a little bad and apologizes for being gone so long, but honestly, seeing this massive apex predator beast act like a golden retriever is absolutely wild. It just shows how much Jake has completely changed this world. But wait, who is this young lady standing next to Snappy? This is Viridia, the newest Hall Master of the order, she immediately drops to her knees, super formal practically. Vibrating with respect and apologizing for the order's inadequate performance while the patron was away. Jake is just like, whoa, chill. He tells her he already apologized to Snappy and he makes it a point not to apologize twice in one day. He actually praises them, saying, "The fact that the order is even still around is impressive on its own. Bro is low-key being a super chill boss." Viridia is still super enthusiastic and asks why Jake chose to return right now. Jake explains it has everything to do with the new universe being integrated. He brings up that challenge dungeon he was just in, the one with the deadly spikes. Someone actually cleared it. Viridia is amazed and asks if he found a new worthy follower, but Jake just smirks and says, "Not a follower, I think I have a friend." This changes everything for his journey. He's not just collecting minions, he's actually building connections. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes to Jake and Cecil just walking through the woods, and Jake is hikey suffering. He's complaining that he's eaten nothing but mushrooms for weeks. "On my planet we had these things called steak. God, I'd kill for some of that." Cecil asks if there's anything else he misses, and points out Jake is still super cagey about his past. He still hasn't explained how he got locked in that necklace. Jake just brushes it off, saying it's a long story and he needs a drink first. But hold up, the vibe shifts instantly. Jake senses flare. He tells Cecil to get back in the necklace now because someone is watching them and they are not friendly. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the trees. "You know I can sense you guys, right? Who are you? What are you doing in this territory?" Jake tries to play it cool, saying he's just an archer who finished a hunt, but then they drop his name. "Are you Jake?" Before Jake can even process it, the ambushers scream, "This is for Mickey, you F." Psycho. Jake is literally standing there like, who the F is Mickey? He tries to talk it out, saying he didn't kill anyone named Mickey, and there's no reason to fight. But the ambushers aren't having it. "Don't listen to him," Richard said. He tried to pull crap like this versus the Metal Mage. Wait a second, Metal Mage Richard. Jake's internal monologue clicks. These guys are friends with William. Richard must have put a massive bounty on him after Jake wrecked the kid. Jake realizes there's zero chance of talking them down. "They want blood. I was hopping. We could handle this amicably, but that settles it." The packing goes to 100. The fight kicks off. One of the ambushers yells, "I got him," but Jake just vanishes. The enemy is freaking out. He vanished. Jake reappears, completely in control of the battlefield. Then the enemy archer tries to snipe him. They have an archer, he knows power shot too, but Jake is way too experienced. He literally interrupts the enemy's channeling time, shutting down the attack before it even fires. Jake realizes they're covering each other's weak areas. It's a totally coordinated assault. This will be trickier than I thought, but honestly, Jake is just warming up. The enemy thinks they have an opening. He's distracted. "Now's my chance." They rush in, but Jake just activates his new skill. Twinfang style activated. He's a blur of blades, parrying and striking with insane speed. They try to corner him, thinking they've got him trapped, but Jake is playing 4D chess. He anticipates exactly where the enemy will dash or teleport. He literally lets the dagger get close, baiting him in. The enemy is confused. "Why you let the dagger hit you? Caught you off guard." But Jake just smirks. "Too slow." With one brutal lightning-fast strike, Jake takes him down instantly. Okay, so picture this. We get a flashback to weeks earlier and Jake is having a super deep conversation with the malefic Viper. Jake asks him, "How do you get used to it?" The Viper is like, "Used to what?" And Jake drops a heavy truth, "Killing." Jake explains, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not out here taking down innocent people, but in the past few weeks I've gone from an office worker to a savage warrior." Bro is literally having a full-on existential crisis about his new life as a battle-hardened survivor. He admits, "I don't regret the fights I've been in, but I'd be lying if it didn't weigh on me." It's a rare moment of vulnerability from Jake. He's adapting, but the psychological toll of this brutal tutorial is definitely real. But the Viper just hits him with some ancient wisdom. "Let me tell you a story, kid. See Back before I was a god, I had just gotten my humanoid form and I thought it'd be neat to try and assimilate into the world of civilization. The Viper explains that he used to deal with beasts. A beast may attack and it may kill. But it doesn't lie, but then his tone gets dark. The enlightened races, however, now. Those were the real monsters. The Viper reveals that within a year of trying to live among them, he was betrayed by someone he considered a friend. I trusted them and they attempted to steal from me. And when I gave them the benefit of the doubt, they shoved a knife in my back. The Viper's voice gets absolutely chilling. Ensuing battle was so long and violent that it resulted in the destruction of 9 planets. Jake is just sitting there like, wait, how do you destroy 9 planets? And the Viper just casually brushes it off. A lesson for another time, bro, you can't just drop a lore bomb like that and walk away. That is absolutely wild. But the Viper gets dead serious and delivers the ultimate life lesson. The point is, act without hesitation and never show mercy, because they certainly won't show it to you. And honestly, in a world where the system rewards you for killing other players, Viper is 100% right. Cut to the present and Jake is putting that lesson into practice. He is absolutely dominating a group of enemies. The vibes are terrifying. One of the enemies screams, "He killed him, who's next?" Another enemy tries to rally the troops. Don't let him scare you, keep him busy, I'll finish this, but you can literally see the fear in their eyes. Jake isn't just fighting them. He's hunting them. One of the enemy casters is panicking. She's charging her strongest spell. I need to buy time, but Jake isn't giving her a single second. His inner monologue kicks in. His movements have gotten more precise. I can't find an opening. Jake is just too fast, too lethal. And then Jake activates his brand new skill. He teleported. Find him. Jake literally turns into a shadow and vanishes. The enemies are scrambling, completely losing their minds trying to track him. But it's too late. Jake strikes from the blind spots. One of the enemies is sweating bullets, thinking, damn it, even with my high perception it's like he's invisible. Jake Shadow Vault of Umbra is literally making him a ghost on the battlefield. The remaining enemies are completely broken. Don't panic, I'm almost ready. But then they hear a noise. Do you hear that? It sounds like, hey, watch out. Boom, Jake ambushes them and lands a fatal blow on one of the guys. He steps out. The shadow's completely cold and says, you have less than a minute before this wound kills you. If you answer my questions, I'll give you a healing potion. Bro is literally holding their lives hostage for intel. Jake starts the interrogation. Why did Richard and William send you after me? The dying guy coughs up, our revenge. Jake is completely baffled. Revenge for what? I've only ever defended myself against you people. He literally just survived their ambushes and now they want revenge. The logic of these PvP players is actually insane. But the guy screams back, you started the war. Jake is just standing there like, war? That thing William mentioned between Richard and the other guy. Jake pieces the puzzle together in real time. One is run by someone named Hayden, and the other is by a dude named Richard. There's a bit of a war going on. Wait. Second, Jake isn't even a part of this war. He's just a solo player minding his own business. Despite the guy trying to kill him, Jake actually decides to honor the deal. He pulls out a potion. All right, here, drink this health potion before you. But the guy literally spits in his face. He glares at Jake and screams, I'd rather die than live by your pity. Bro, you are bleeding out on the ground, just take the healing potion. What is wrong with these people? Jake is just completely dumbfounded. Why would you god f ****ing damn it? He watches the guy die out of pure, unadulterated stubbornness. Honestly, Jake tried to be merciful, but the tutorial players are just too far gone. Jake stands alone in the aftermath, shaking his head. What was all that about? I don't know, but I didn't start a goddamn war. He realizes that his name is being dragged into a massive faction conflict that he has absolutely nothing to do with. His gamer instincts kick in. Was this really all just some misunderstanding? No, they weren't confused, they were manipulated. Jake realizes the truth. Someone out there is actively spreading lies, painting him as the enemy to frame him. Jake's eyes narrow with pure, cold determination. Someone out there wants to frame me. I won't stand by and let that happen. The Viper's words echo in his mind. Act. Without hesitation, Jake is done playing defense. Okay, so picture this. Jake is standing over the bodies of the guys who just tried to kill him. He looks down and asks if they have any parting words. He honestly apologizes, saying if it were up to him, no one would have died. He tells them he doesn't know how Richard or William tricked them into thinking he started a war, but he promises to end it. Sleep well, kids. Man, the emotional weight here is heavy, and Jake is fully realizing the cost of this brutal world. But then, ding, the system drops a level up. His archer class just hit level 31 and he gets 2 free stat points, but Jake is low-key feeling dirty reading these system messages. He feels like he's literally stealing all their tutorial points. It's a massive moral dilemma, and honestly, it shows how much he still holds onto his humanity. Cecil chimes in from the necklace, telling him it's not stealing, you earned it, but Jake argues back, saying he earned the reward from the Den Mother because he sought out that challenge. This was just meaningless slaughter. Cecil just hits him with reality. Listen, you get the points whether you feel good about it or not. The question is, what are you gonna do with them? And that's the million-dollar question. Jake realizes he can't just walk into Richard's camp and demand justice. He's getting stronger, but he's not strong enough to take on an entire army, or maybe it's just a couple dozen people, or maybe hundreds. He needs to think rationally. He wonders, what would Adam do in my situation? What the hell have you gotten yourself into, Jake? The tension is highly suffocating because he's completely isolated. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes to a massive reveal. Richard is sitting down with Hayden, the leader of another faction. Hayden is absolutely furious, asking if Richard expects him to believe some random archer is out there wiping out squad after squad. Without them noticing, Richard calmly drops the name, not a random archer. His name is Jake Thane. We think he's trying to win the tutorial. Bro is literally framing Jake in real time. Hayden's face drops. So you think this Jake Thane killed my son? Richard plays it cool, saying they saw the bodies and no one in their midst could have done that type of damage. Hayden asks how Richard even knows this mysterious Jake fella. Richard says he's an old coworker, but wait, Adam steps in. Adam is defending Jake, saying Jake was a good guy, just a loner, not deranged. Adam is still holding onto his loyalty even when the odds are stacked against him. Adam argues that while Jake is a capable fighter, they've seen plenty of capable fighters. By now, he stands by his assessment that there might be a third party out there, but Richard just shuts him down, telling Hayden to forgive his friend because old attachments have clouded his judgment. Richard insists Jake is the most likely suspect and says they need to stop debating and actually do something. Richard's manipulation skills are absolutely terrifying. Hayden asks what Richard proposes, and Richard drops the ultimate trap. I think we should work together, create a united squad to scour the forest, find Jake Thane and kill him once and for all. Hayden agrees to a temporary alliance until Jake is dead. Bro just successfully framed Jake for a war he didn't start, and now an entire army is hunting him down. This is absolutely wild. Back to Jake's perspective, he realizes they won't listen to him. He came to negotiate peace talks, and instead they've just turned their targets onto him. And the most frustrating part, meanwhile, the real villain walks away unscathed. Jake is completely in the dark, unaware that Richard just signed his death warrant. And speaking of the real villain, let's look at Richard. He's watching the meeting wrap up and thinking to himself, if everything went according to plan, they should be wrapping up their meeting right about now. He smirks, thinking by this time next week that damn Archer will finally be dead. Richard is literally playing 4D chess and Jake is the pawn. The stakes have never been higher. But hold up, let's cut to someone else who is leveling up fast. William is out in the forest and he just landed a killing blow on a red-hide raptor M144. Ding, he earns a massive 48,000 TP. His Metal Savant class just hit level 43 and he gets 4 free stat points. William is grinding just as hard as Jake, and his obsession is turning him into a monster. And then the system drops a massive notification. Finally, a new skill, William activates Spear of Pharaohs and the energy is just radiating off him. Now we're talking. Bro is getting insanely powerful, unlocking caster skills that let him control the battlefield. He's not just a brute anymore, he's a tactical threat. Okay, so picture this. We're back at the Hall of the Malefic Viper and the cultists are absolutely losing their minds. They're whispering about how their primordial god supposedly made a friend, a lowly mortal who hasn't even finished the tutorial yet. Holds the highest title among the Order's mortals. The Hall Master is not having it. He's like, how could this be possible? He immediately summons his subordinate and demands records. I want to know everything about a man named Jake Thane. Find everything, soon, bro. The most powerful cult in the universe is now hunting for Jake. The stakes just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, cut to the present. Jake is out in the dark forest and his instincts are screaming. He hears someone approaching. Adam, Caroline, he calls out, but it's not them. A voice yells, who's there? Step out slowly. Jake steps out and his jaw drops. Jake, it's Casper, but dude looks absolutely wrecked. He's beaten to a pulp and can barely walk. Jake rushes over, completely shocked. Casper, who did this to you? Casper looks up, his voice trembling, and drops a massive bomb. William and Richard, they're all dead. Jake, all of them. Wait, what? William and Richard are dead? Casper just wiped out the entire rival camp. This is absolutely wild. But suddenly the scene shifts. Why did you leave us, Jake? Why did you let us die? Jake jolts awake in a cold sweat. It was just a nightmare. Cecil chimes in from the necklace. That bad, huh? Those mushrooms must be messing with your brain. Jake rubs his face, admitting, guess so. They're getting worse every night. Cecil tries to be the wise mentor, saying it's his mind's way of handling unresolved problems. But Jake claps back, I don't think that's scientifically accurate. Besides, you're one too. You're up in the middle of the night too. What nightmares are you running from? Cecil gets quiet and admits, sleeping was just about the only thing I did while trapped in the necklace. I lived my biggest nightmare. The vibes just got super heavy, low-key. Jake decides it's time to stop beating around the bush. Alright, how about this? I tell you about my dreams, and you tell me how you ended up trapped in that necklace. Deal? Cecil agrees. Fine, deal. Jake takes a deep breath and starts spilling his trauma. It was a graveyard. Colleagues, I came into this tutorial with a few coworkers. Some were friends, others I barely knew. Back at our old job, I was just another desk jockey, a loser who couldn't hold a conversation to save his life. He explains that when they arrived in the Great Forest, it felt like things might change. I thought that would be a good thing. I was wrong. The survival instinct kicked in and they got into a massive argument about how to survive. And finally, I went off to do my own thing, leaving them in the hands of people who would try and kill me. The guilt is literally eating him alive. I keep finding them all slaughtered in my dreams. It's a different person every time, but one thing remains constant. They say it's my fault. If I had just stuck it out and protected them, they might still be alive. And maybe they're right, man. The psychological toll of this tutorial is no joke. Jake is carrying so much survivor's guilt. Cecil listens and says, that's heavy. Then he sighs. Whatever, now it's your turn. It's time for the big reveal about how you got trapped in the necklace. Jake expects some epic god-level lore, but Cecil drops a massive reality check. I wish it was something worth revealing. Truth is, I was a lot like you. Cecil explains that eons ago, he was one of the lowest-ranking members in the cult of the Malefic Viper. I was the butt of every joke. Even new recruits would push me around and make fun of me. But there was this one group of mages who treated him well. In return, he helped them test their new enchantments. In hindsight, I think I was more of a guinea pig than a friend. Then the tragic twist. One day they wanted me to try this necklace they created. One thing led to another, and suddenly I was sucked into an empty pocket dimension all alone. But the worst part, he could still see the outside. I saw the panic on their faces as they struggled to get me out, and then I saw them drop me to the ground and walk away. Cecil's voice gets incredibly dark. I remember the layers of dirt building on top of me. Inch by inch over the years, every once in a while someone would pass by wondering where I had gone, but they just chuckled, assuming I had died in some pathetic fashion. No one ever came looking, they just left me there. Bro was literally buried alive for thousands of years. That is absolutely horrifying. Jake is stunned. Your friends abandoned you, just like I abandoned mine. Parallels between these two are insane, but Cecil hits him with some serious wisdom. Listen, you're not a monster, it was never the abandonment that upset me. Shit happens in the heat of the moment, and we all make mistakes. Cecil continues, what really stuck with me was that they never thought to come back. They assumed the worst, and instead of dealing with it, they pushed it in the back of their minds until I was nothing more than a faded memory. That's where you can be different. Jake, he's telling Jake not to make the same mistake. Don't just assume they're dead and run away. But Jake is still terrified. But what if they're dead? How do I stomach the guilt if someone already got to them? Cecil calls him out. You're frightened, and Jake finally breaks. He admits, I've been running away from my problems for far too long. The atmosphere shifts from heavy trauma to pure, unadulterated determination. Okay, so picture this. Jake is finally done running from his problems. He tells Cecil that tomorrow he's going to find Adam and settle things once and for all. No more hiding, no more running. Bro is stepping up, and the emotional weight of that decision is huge. He's ready to face the music. But Cecil is low-key suffering. He's complaining that they've been walking for hours and all they've run into are some seriously hungry wolves. Jake just hits him with, I gave you a healing potion, you'll be fine. Honestly, the dynamic between these two is hilarious. But it breaks the tension just enough to keep us grounded before the heavy stuff hits. Jake explains his strategy. He doesn't know exactly where Richard's camp is, but he knows all good civilizations need access to water for fishing and laundry, so there. Following the river, Cecil is like, look at that, the kid's really starting to sound like a hunter. Jake, been in this tutorial for over a month, so he's basically a survival pro now. But Cecil asks the real question, what are you gonna say when you find them? Jake realizes he needs to survey the camp first. He remembers Casper was developing trap skills, so if Casper has progressed, Jake could be walking into a literal minefield. Cecil calls him out, saying he's using combat tactics to distract himself from his emotions. Jake admits it, some of them are my friends, but some of them want me dead because I was framed. The stakes are highly real and the paranoia is totally justified. Suddenly Jake stops. SHH, do you see that? There's an invisible curtain blocking their path. Cecil checks it out and realizes it's not water, it's magic. His sphere of perception gets totally distorted when he tries to look past it. It's some sort of massive barrier. This is absolutely wild. Jake is curious, is it to keep people out or keep something locked in? He wants to find out, but Cecil warns him, relax, we don't know if that thing is a one-way entrance. You could walk in and be locked away from your friends forever. Jake agrees, all right. Friends first, weird mystical barrier afterward, but Cecil is still low-key obsessed with what's hiding inside. They push through and finally spot Richard's camp. Cecil is amazed by Jake's perception, saying all he can see are a bunch of specks, but Jake sees the whole layout. The cabins are well constructed and they even have a blacksmith. It looks like a legit settlement, but Jake knows the politics inside are totally toxic. But then Jake spots someone that makes his heart drop. Is that Joanna? Wait, no way, they were able to grow her leg back. Jake was there the first night when she got ambushed and he couldn't save her in time. He carries that guilt, but it looks like Caroline figured out some way to heal it. Jake is literally smiling from ear to ear. It's just so nice to see a familiar face, and it proves his friends are surviving. Jake realizes if she's still alive, then maybe the others are too. I just need to find Adam. He decides not to wake her, letting her rest. Meanwhile, the system drops a massive reality check. Tutorial panel, duration 25 days, total survivors remaining 362 out of 1200. Only 25 days until this nightmare is over, 25 days until life can go back to normal. The clock is ticking. Let's switch scenes to the camp. It's morning and Adam is already up and moving. He's thinking about his hunt in a few hours, but first he's gonna stop by the smith, he hopes. Today goes by smoothly, but honestly in this tutorial nothing ever goes smoothly. Suddenly Adam spots something. What the? A scroll. He picks it up and unrolls it. His eyes widen as he reads the message. Adam, let's meet Jake. Okay, so picture this. Jake is out in the wild, absolutely dominating a flock of colossal bats. We're talking levels 45 to 49. He's just wiping the floor with them, testing out his new skills and having the time of his life. The system is pinging like crazy. 51,000 TP, 54,000 TP, 60,000 TP. Bro is farming massive chunks of tutorial points just by hunting. This is literally what life was always meant to be. Jake is just vibing, thinking about how he's never felt stronger before. He used to at least try and wash up before heading back to camp, but honestly, who has the time? He's on a whole different level now. But wait, the scene suddenly shifts to William, and dude's inner monologue is getting incredibly dark. He's thinking about how he doesn't even bother washing up anymore. Why? Because he and Richard are partners now. William realizes the survivors don't even buy his naive child act anymore, but he doesn't care. He's got too much power for them to do anything about it. Bro has completely dropped the innocent kid facade and is fully embracing his villain arc. William is looking around, wondering where everyone is, and notices a massive crowd gathered outside Caroline's cabin. He strolls over, not even pretending to care, just looking for some drama. But when he gets there, he sees something that makes him stop, an arrow pinned to the cabin with a message attached. It wasn't an attack, it was a direct message from Jake. And it says he wants to meet. Cut to Richard and Caroline inside, and the vibes are super tense. Richard is convinced it's a trap. His gut is screaming that Jake is setting them up, but Caroline is playing devil's advocate. She points out that if Jake wanted them dead, he could have just fired the arrow at their necks. Maybe it's a peace negotiation. Maybe Jake thinks they're allied with Hayden and wants to clear the air. But Richard shuts that down immediately. We are out hunting him, he says. He thinks Jake is just trying to make the first strike. And then Richard drops the most hypocritical line ever. All this violence just breaks my heart. The violence was started by him, bro. Your men attacked Jake first. The absolute nerve of this guy. Bertram and Joanna step up, wanting to help deal with Jake, but Richard immediately shuts them down. Too many cooks in the kitchen, just mudpiece things, he says. He wants to keep this meeting strictly between himself, Caroline, and Adam. Once they're alone, Richard drops the diplomatic act. He tells Caroline he can't risk losing his best healer. He refuses to let Adam go, or if Adam goes, Caroline has to stay behind. But Adam steps up, completely fired up. He tells Richard that Jake isn't a killer. You didn't know Jake like I knew him, Adam says. He's been following Richard's commands for a month, and all he's asking is for Richard to trust him just this one time. Joanna chimes in, reminding everyone that they've known Jake for years. She trusts him when he says he's innocent and that this war has nothing to do with him, but Richard is still stubborn, pointing out that Jake has killed nearly a dozen of his men. That's when Caroline drops a massive reality check. She looks Richard dead in the eye and says, then trust me when I say Jake is innocent. This war everyone is worrying about has nothing to do with him. Richard finally relents, realizing he can't afford to lose the only good healer in the tutorial. Caroline walks out and tells Adam the good news. Adam is like, seriously? How'd you change his mind? Caroline just smirks and says, when you're the only good healer in the group, you kind of have the ultimate trump card. I told him to either let us go or I'd leave. Adam is absolutely blown away by her loyalty. Adam is speechless. He asks if she'd really leave the camp for him. Caroline tells him that Jake wouldn't kill them for nothing, and since this is important to Adam, it's important to her. Adam thanks her, deeply moved. and then Caroline drops a line that gives me literal chills. She looks him dead in the eye and says, "I'm with you until the end, Adam." Okay, so picture this. Jake is scouting a spot near a big rock by a little river right next to a cut-down tree stump. He looks around and thinks, yep, I think this is the place. He realizes this spot is super close to Richard's camp. He figures either they're terrified of walking through the deep forest, or they wanted a ridiculously short escape route in case things go south. Jake is doing some mental math and Loki stressing. He knows he can trust Adam and Casper, but they've been stuck with Richard for a whole month now, and honestly, month is more than enough time for a manipulative guy like Richard to turn everyone against him. He's worried that Caroline, or anyone else for that matter, might have sided with William by now. He really hopes not, because William is a straight-up deranged freak. And he is highly dangerous. So Jake tells Cecil to stay hidden inside the necklace just as a precaution. He can't promise the imp's safety if things go bad. Cecil sighs and agrees, but hits him with just, "Don't die and leave me hanging." "All right," Jake promises he'll do his best. Then Adam steps up. He immediately notices Jake's tense body language and tells him, "For one, stop holding the hilt of your sword. We're not looking for a fight." Jake apologizes, admitting he's just a little on edge. Adam takes the lead to diffuse the tension. He lays down the ground rules: let me handle this. No one grabs their weapons, no one casts any spells. This is just a friendly conversation between old colleagues. Adam spots Jake and says, "Jake, you made it." Jake is instantly awkward, stammering, "Oh, hi, yeah, I guess I've been getting a lot of exercise." Adam notices Jake has definitely put on some muscle, but he's still the exact same old ball of nerves. Jake asks how Adam is doing, and Adam says he's great, but honestly, the vibe is super awkward. Jake is internally screaming, why are they being so stiff? Adam cuts to the chase. "You called us out here, what's going on?" Jake explains that he's been having some weird run-ins with people in the forest who accused him of starting a massive war. But Adam interrupts him. He doesn't want to hear excuses. He looks Jake dead in the eye and asks, "Jake, how many people have you killed since entering the tutorial?" Caroline chimes in, telling Jake to just answer the question. Jake doesn't flinch. He says, "A lot," but he clarifies that after they split up he only had 3 fights, and it was nowhere near enough to cause a war. Every single fight was strictly in self-defense. He is not some aggressor. Hearing this, Caroline and Adam's faces drop. They realize the truth. Adam sighs and says, "Well, there you have it. I told you Jake didn't do it. William lied." Wait, what? This changes everything. Jake is totally caught off guard. "William told you about me." Adam explains that William was one of the people Jake fought, and the kid actually tried to ambush Jake on his way to meet them. Caroline immediately warns Adam, "Don't trust him, Adam, that brat is up to no good." And right then, Jake's brain connects the dots. If William was lying about everything, that means William is the one who killed Casper. Adam confirms Jake's worst fear. He had his suspicions, and it means William is definitely the one who killed Casper. Jake is absolutely shocked. Casper's dead. Emotional impact just hit 100. Adam says they believe so. Jake is stunned that they didn't know for sure. He admits he kept a close eye on the survivor count every night, constantly wondering which one of his friends might have bitten the dust, but he felt so much relief when he located their camp and saw Joanna alive. Jake says he thought if she could make it, then everyone could. He never guessed Casper would be the one to go. Adam asks if he's okay, and Jake says he's just surprised. The grief of losing a friend is heavy, but there's no time to process it. Jake suddenly feels like this whole meetup was a massive mistake. This was a bad idea. We shouldn't have come here. Adam looks at him and says, "You should have stayed home, Jake, but now it's too late." Suddenly, Jake's senses flare up. His perception goes into overdrive. There's someone here. The tension just spiked through the roof. A dark, familiar voice echoes from the trees. "It's him. There's no use hiding. I know you're in there." Adam is confused, asking what Jake is doing, but Jake isn't the one hiding. The bushes part, and the real monster steps out. Okay, so picture this. Jake is trying to lay low, but suddenly a voice echoes out. There's someone here, it's HIM, bro got spotted. They call him out, there's no use hiding, I know you're in there. Jake steps out of the shadows and Adam is absolutely shocked. Jake, what are you doing? But it's not just Adam. Richard steps forward with a massive, smug grin. You are one. Perceptive bastard, huh? Nice to see you again, kid. The trap is officially sprung. Jake immediately glares at Adam, feeling the ultimate betrayal. You set me up. Adam, he thought they were friends, but it was all a lie. But wait, Richard actually defends Adam. I didn't worry, he didn't know. I wasn't in on the plan, I know you're soft on the kid, you would've jeopardized the entire thing, so Adam really was clueless. Adam turns to Caroline completely heartbroken. Did you know about this? Caroline, and she actually looks guilty. I'm sorry. Adam is devastated. How could you lie to me? Caroline tries to justify it, saying, if you had heard the stories, you would have doubted Jake too, they said. He was a monster. Adam is crying out, I did hear the stories, but I trusted HIM, and Jake just looks at them, feeling the weight of the betrayal. Why couldn't you trust me, man? The emotional damage in this scene is hikey real. But Richard tries to play the good guy again. Come with us, nice and easy now. Jake, let's get to the bottom of this together. If you really didn't attack anyone, we can let BYJONES be BYJONES. He even adds, hell, I'll even forget the fact you killed MY Archer back when we first met. Bro is literally trying to gaslight Jake into surrendering. But Jake isn't buying it. His inner monologue kicks in. I can sense Richard's kill intent, he's lying. Jake stays cold and tells him, tell the others to back off first, then we can talk. Richard just laughs, others, and then a brand new character steps out. Jake, this is HAYDEN. We've decided to collaborate on this little project here. Wait. Hayden, the leader of the rival camp. Adam is freaking out. So the entire meeting was a setup. I didn't agree to that, but Jake just looks around and realizes, I'm SURROUNDED from all angles. This is a massive, coordinated ambush. Richard drops the fake friendly act completely. I'm only gonna ask one more time. What'll it be, Jake? Turn yourself in or forfeit your life. The stakes just skyrocketed to 100. Jake is panicking internally. What do I do? There's no way out. But Richard's face turns dead serious. Be it then, he just signed Jake's death warrant. Richard commands his troops, WARRIORS, stand back, MAGS, limit his mobility. They aren't just trying to capture him, they're trying to lock him down. The mages unleash absolute hell. They're destroying the ground. Jake is dodging for his life, thinking this is bad. The AoE damage is insane. Richard smirks, you won't get away from me, but Jake activates his skill. He teleported. Bro just used his shadow vault to escape the blast zone. Over there, fire. The mages instantly track him, but Adam is screaming. Richard, call them off. Jake isn't the killer. Adam is still trying to save his friend. But Richard just coldly replies, he had his chance, Adam. This was the only way. Adam begs Caroline, do something, but she's frozen in fear. Caroline is crying out, they're gonna kill HIM. There's nothing I can do. The situation is completely out of control. The enemies push harder, keep up the attacks, don't let HIM think, give HIM a moment to rest, fire everything you've got. They are literally trying to erase him from existence. Let's kill this bastard. Adam is desperate, screaming, no, 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 Jake, you need to get the hell out of here. But Jake is struggling. There's nothing I can do, I can't dodge this many attacks. The sheer volume of magic and arrows is overwhelming. And then the worst possible thing happens. Jake realizes one of their mages is blocking MY Shadow Vault somehow. They're closing in ONME and I can't teleport away. His ultimate escape route is completely shut down. Fuck, the enemies coordinate perfectly. Archers pin HIM, they're locking down his movements. Jake is hit, I can't dodge in time. The enemies cheer, we got HIM. Bro is completely immobilized. Jake is captured, yelling, let me go, you bastards. Richard steps up, ready to Deliver the final blow, it's time for me to finish this. Adam screams in horror, no, the enemies are closing in, they're gonna kill. Him. Richard delivers the final, brutal line. It's over for you, Jake, now die, the screen. Cuts to black, did Jake just get killed by his own allies? Okay, so picture this, Jake is completely cornered, the enemies are closing in and one of them screams, no, they're gonna kill him, it's over for you, Jake, now. Die, the tension is at an absolute 100, Jake thinks this is actually it. His internal monologue gets super dark, he's thinking it's over, after all the battles I've won and the monsters I've slain, I couldn't overcome betrayal, he literally thinks his friends sold him out. He apologizes to Cecil, saying, I hope someone's able to find the necklace and free you because this looks like the end for me. Bro is literally accepting his death. But wait, hold up, right at the last possible second the system drops a massive notification initiating evolution, bloodline ability upgraded, moment of the Primal Hunter, and then race successfully evolved. Human a newly initiated human stepping up the evolutionary ladder, your body has become attuned to the new world. Jake is just standing there like, what's happening? This changes everything. Suddenly, Jake's instincts completely take over, the split second is lasting an eternity. He can literally feel all the mana in the area, it's like a massive pool filling up inside his gut and all he can do is, let it out. The enemies are absolutely terrified, what the hell is this, some sort of magic? Jake, what have you become? The energy radiating off him is just insane. One of them whispers, they were right, Jake is a monster, and honestly, they're not wrong, bro just unlocked a god-tier evolution in the middle of a death match. But the enemies try to hold their ground, don't let him scare you, he can't beat us all, charge, they rush him screaming, he's trying to break past form a line but Jake just blows right through them, I can't believe it, nobody can stop him, he is literally untouchable right now. Then one of the enemy mages steps up, we'll see about that, I was hoping to keep this spell hidden for an emergency but I guess I have no choice. I won't let you escape, Jake Thyne, the mage unleashes some crazy magic and Jake barely dodges, he's fast, those wings are dangerous, I would have died if I didn't dodge in time. Wait, wings? Jake's evolution gave him wings, this is absolutely wild. The mage chases him down, yelling, you can't outrun me, give up. Jake realizes the mage is right, there's no way I'm faster than him, and his REINFORCMENTS will get here any second, I can't stay to fight, bro is doing the math in his head and knows he needs to dip fast. So Jake decides to pull a fast one, this has to work, wait Jake, he's about to execute some crazy escape maneuver, but suddenly a massive barrier slams down around him. Jake is shocked, some sort of barrier, I'm being trapped, who's doing this? He looks up and the person who cast the barrier isn't some random enemy mage, it's someone he knows. Okay, so picture this, the trap is completely sprung and Caroline is standing there, looking incredibly guilty. She actually looks Jake in the eye and says, I'm sorry Jake, but we're in too deep now, can't let you go, bro, the betrayal is hikey devastating. Adam immediately steps in, completely desperate, I won't let you do this, he doesn't have to die, but Caroline just looks away, stammering, I'm sorry Adam, but she's fully committed to the lie now, she's literally letting them kill his friend. And then Richard and Hayden step out of the shadows, grinning like absolute villains. Richard drops some cold truth, that was an impressive maneuver there Jake, I really thought we lost you for a second, but in the end you proved us all right, you're too dangerous, we have no choice but to put you down. Richard turns to Hayden and literally says, Hayden, I bestow you the honor, care to play executioner, and Hayden just smiles and says, gladly, the vibes are absolutely toxic, but Jake's brain is going into overdrive. He's looking around and thinking, damn it, there's no room for me to dodge in here. He realizes that if he had time to charge a power shot, he could maybe break the barrier. But there's no way he can channel it long enough, I'll only have one opportunity for a Counterattack, I have to make this work. Hayden doesn't even give him a second. He unleashes a massive fiery attack. Screaming, "This is for my son, you murderer, trail of embers, nowhere to run now. You're finished, I hope this kills you slowly, I want you to feel the pain." Bro is literally trying to roast him alive. Jake is cornered thinking, if I die, but wait a second, Hayden suddenly stops and screams, "What the, your hands, what is this burning?" Jake smirks through the pain and drops the coolest line ever, "I managed to coat my hands with it as you were charging toward me. Thanks to my resistances, I barely feel a thing, but as for you, it'll burn straight through your bone any second now." Absolutely wild, Jake literally poisoned his own hands just to burn Hayden from the inside out. That is peak Alchemist of the Malefic Viper gameplay right there. But Hayden just grits his teeth and says, "It doesn't matter, you're still too weak to fight me, I'll just kill you from afar." He's trying to play it cool, but his hands are literally melting. Jake knows he can't win a straight fight right now. He thinks he's right, can't fight. Take this, and boom, Jake activates his shadow vault and literally vanishes into the shadows. Hayden is left standing there, completely furious, screaming, "Hayden, what happened? Where is he? Where is the damn body?" Bro just got outplayed by a guy he thought was totally cornered. Meanwhile, Jake is sprinting through the forest, pushing his body to the absolute limit. Cecil pops out of the necklace asking, "Jake, are you okay?" Jake doesn't even slow down. "Don't come out, we're not out of danger yet, not until I find a safe place to hide and recover." Back at the camp, Richard is absolutely losing his mind. He orders a massive manhunt. "I want every single person searching this forest. This is our only chance to capture the bastard. Kill Jake Thane." The entire tutorial is now hunting him. Jake knows it won't be long before they pick up on my trail, but suddenly he spots something massive up ahead. "Wait, look up ahead, the barrier, it's that thing we found on the way here." Cecil analyzes it and says, "If it's like the challenge dungeon, then maybe only people at a high enough level can cross it, it'll hide us from the others." But then he drops the catch, "But if it's like the challenge dungeon, then you might just be walking into more danger." Jake doesn't even hesitate. "That's a risk I have to take." He pushes through the barrier, leaving the massive manhunt behind. They land on the other side and the forest goes completely silent. Cecil asks, "How's it feel? Are you sensing anything?" Jake takes a deep breath and says, "Nothing yet, I think we might be in the clear. Finally, I can take a second to rest." Okay, so picture this. Jake finally gets a second to rest, but bro is literally bleeding out. He's thinking, "What a shitty way to die. Too much blood has left my body. I can no longer feel any pain." He's low-key accepting his fate, thinking this is how his life ends. Not in an epic boss fight, but swarmed by a bunch of worthless mobs. This is absolutely wild. But wait, hold up, suddenly a voice echoes in his head. "Now this is a surprise, you know it's pretty rude to barge into someone's house without calling first." Jake is totally confused, stammering, I was about to die, what happened?" The voice just casually drops, "Good question, kid. Remember that blessing I gave you last time we met?" Jake is like, "What about it?" And the voice explains, "It's kind of a two-way street. You and I are connected in a sense, though I can't say I expected you to just pop up like this." That's a first, Jake realizes. "So you summoned me here," but the voice corrects him. "Not quite, I eased the transition, but you must have triggered it yourself somehow." Jake looks around this massive, god-tier headquarters and asks, "Where exactly are we?" The voice chuckles, "You could call it my bedroom, I suppose, or more accurately, the headquarters of my little order. Magnificent, ain't it?" Jake hits him with some sarcasm. "Very humble of you. Gonna ascend to godhood now." The voice just tells him to take a seat. But then Jake completely freaks out. "Oh crap, where's my necklace?" Cecil is still in there. The voice just tells him to relax. "Cecil is with your real body, you must have let him out right before you went unconscious." Jake is like, "Real body, so I'm not actually here right now?" The voice confirms, "You're in a rough state, kid. You're not dead, but you're not exactly alive either." Jake immediately panics, yelling, "You have to send me back. Cecil is in danger." But The voice just tells him to calm down. Your body is healing itself, but the more you stress, the harder it'll be on your soul. Bro is literally having an out-of-body experience, while his physical body is fighting for its life. The voice explains, listen kid, astral projections are a complicated thing for a low-ranked race to understand. Your soul came here because somewhere deep in your subconscious you thought of this as a safe place. It was a risky maneuver, but considering the other option was death, your instincts made the choice for you. Jake realizes his primal hunter instincts are literally saving his life on autopilot. Jake asks, so how do I return to my body? The voice drops some harsh reality. When you're fully healed, you'll return naturally. All you can do is wait and hope no one finds you out there. Jake asks the golden question, and if they do? The voice just says, death permanent. The stakes just hit 100. Meanwhile, let's switch scenes to the real world because Cecil is literally suffering. The imp is dragging Jake's heavy body, complaining, you mother F asterisk 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 I told you it would be dangerous in here, but no one ever listens to the imp. Cecil is just venting, I guess I should at least thank you for letting me scout before you died, though you just left me hanging with a bunch of raptors. Cecil is exhausted, saying, took everything I had to try and scare them off. You're lucky you lost enough weight that I can just barely drag your body. Should have left you out in the open, that's what you deserve. But then the vibe shifts completely. Cecil breaks down, whispering, who am I kidding? What am I supposed to do without you, Jake? Please wake up, bro. My heart just dropped. The emotional impact is hikey real. Back in the astral plane, Jake is just roasting the patron. That's gotta be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The patron defends himself. Hey, give me a break. I thought it sounded like a great plan at the time. Jake shoots back, if the goal is to get slapped across the face, then sure. But suddenly the vibe shifts completely. A voice echoes from outside the room. Who could possibly be in there talking to the malefic viper? They're speaking so casually. This must be some sort of test. It's Viridia. She's totally losing her mind, yelling, yes. The malefic viper wishes for me to defend his honor. Defend it I shall, my lord. Malefic viper, I am here too. The patron just interrupts her mid-sentence. Nothing, because I've clearly interrupted. Jake is just sitting there like, what is happening? The patron introduces them. Jake, this is Viridia. She's in charge of the mortals around here. Viridia is absolutely shook. She looks at Jake and thinks, Jake, the malefic viper's friend, his presence is incredible for a mere lower mortal. How is he able to withstand the aura of a god? Jake just casually says, nice to meet you, and Viridia immediately bows, apologizing for her rude interruption. The patron is just vibing, saying, and she made it awkward. Nice, come take a seat. Viridia, we were discussing how to handle your former crush trying to kill you in cold blood. Wait, former crush? This changes everything. Jake is still in denial, thinking, I still can't help but think this is all some stupid misunderstanding, but the patron completely shuts him down. You F asterisk 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 ed up this time and walked into an obvious ambush like a moron. Learn from it. What's done is done. The goal now is to get your sweet revenge. Jake tries to argue, I just thought that I could, but the patron cuts him off. You thought wrong. You're too weak to make stupid mistakes. Viridia immediately chimes in. I believe in the advice of the patron. Whatever they say must be correct. The patron just sighs. Devout followers are nice, but man, they make terrible conversation partners. Then the patron drops the most important question of the entire arc. What is it that you want, Jake, deep down in your heart? Jake hesitates. I want to return to my body and not die, I guess. The patron pushes him. No, I think bigger. What is your goal? And this is where Jake's character development goes absolutely crazy. He admits, I hadn't really thought about it. I think I want to clear up this mess with Adam and the others. I want to get revenge on that Hayden bastard who stabbed me through the chest. I want to kill Richard and William. But then he drops the real truth. But I think most of all, I want to fight. I want to find the toughest opponents I can. I crave the feeling I get from defeating them. I want to get stronger and stronger, and in the end I want to do whatever I want. Bro just fully embraced his primal hunter nature. He's not just surviving anymore, he's hunting for power. The patron respects that energy. True freedom is indeed a worthy goal, but those who are truly free can't allow themselves to be chained by the past. Freedom doesn't come without power, and power doesn't come cheap. Strive for it, hunger for it, make it so you are never betrayed again. The patron's aura starts flaring up, getting absolutely intense, and if you are, crush them like a potentio, you'll find yourself on a mountain of corpses. Be sure you're the only one standing on the top. That is what it means to be free, the sheer power radiating off the sky is insane. Viridia is literally trembling, whispering, "Why you're glowing, chosen one." Jake realizes his time is up. "I think my body wants its soul back." The patron smiles, "Then it's time for goodbye, my friend. May we meet again soon." Jake thanks him. "Thanks for the talk. I really needed it." Okay, so picture this. Jake is finally waking up and Cecil is literally losing his mind with relief. "You're alive, good morning. I really thought I lost you there, man." Jake is just chilling, apologizing for making Cecil drag him all the way to this cave. But then Cecil drops some serious emotional lore. He reveals that right before Jake passed out, he actually freed Cecil from the necklace. Cecil is like, "I don't even know if you were conscious when you did it, but that saved me. If you had died, I would have been trapped in that thing forever." Bro, even when Jake thought he was a goner, he still looked out for his friend. That is absolutely wild. Jake just brushes it off like it's no big deal. "You don't have to repay me, that's what friends are for." But then Cecil asks if he wants to talk about the ambush. Jake shuts it down immediately. "I made a mistake, I shouldn't have pushed you into meeting up with them." But then his inner monologue kicks in and the vibes get incredibly dark. He realizes that meeting them wasn't the mistake that had to happen. The real mistake was that he wasn't strong enough. If I had been more powerful, it wouldn't have mattered whether it was an ambush or not. And then Jake drops the ultimate character development line: "I'm done treating this tutorial like a game, it's time to get serious." Bro is fully embracing the Primal Hunter mindset now, no more holding back. Suddenly the system starts pinging like crazy. Ding, system inbox full. Jake realizes he hasn't checked his alerts since before the meeting. He opens it up and his jaw drops. He sees a massive notification: "You have slain Spearman of Embers, 24,458 type E. Earned." Wait a second, Spearman of Embers, that must be Hayden, but Jake didn't kill him, he only poisoned him. But then he sees dozens of other messages saying he killed people. Jake pieces the puzzle together in real time. Someone else must have finished them off, someone like Richard. Bro is absolutely furious. "I was just a F *****ing pawn for him to get the upper hand on his rivals. Richard used me to weaken them, that bastard." Richard literally manipulated the entire war just to clean house. But before Jake can dwell on it, a massive golden notification drops: "Class evolution requirements met." Jake's eyes go wide. A class evolution must be special if it's all shiny like that. The system explains that Jake has hunted beasts far above his level with great resolve, showing diversity in his art of killing. "Begin evolution now." Jake doesn't even hesitate. "This is exactly what I needed. Have to get a lot stronger if I'm gonna survive from here on out." Ding, congratulations, you have successfully evolved your class. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 25. Jake is stoked. Ambitious Hunter, huh, I like the sound of that. The class description drops and the stats are absolutely insane. It focuses on agility, giving him +5 perception, +4 agility, +3 endurance and +2 strength per level. Plus, it comes with skills that boost his perception and damage against tougher opponents. Cecil is hyped. "Sounds like it'll help you catch up to the others, right?" Jake smirks. "Yeah, but we have no time to waste. There are 25 days left until the tutorial ends. 25 days to hunt down everything worth killing in here." Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the camp, and the drama is at an all-time high. Adam is absolutely furious, yelling at Caroline, "How many times do I have to tell you That I f asterisk 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 ing knew. You lied to me, Caroline. You used me to try and kill an innocent man. Caroline is trying to defend herself, crying out, I know it doesn't make sense, but I did it. For us, Adam, please believe me, but Adam is completely broken. For us, after what happened to Casper, you somehow thought killing Jake would make me happy. Caroline tries to cling to him. You still have Bertram and you have me, isn't that enough? But Adam just looks at her completely lost. Do I have you? I don't know anymore. He tells her to leave him alone. The trust is completely shattered. But then the scene shifts to Caroline and Richard. And the ultimate mastermind reveal drops. Richard smirks, trouble in paradise, but Caroline isn't crying over Adam, she's calculating. She drops a massive bombshell. Don't forget that we were after more than just Jake. The reason I let Hayden get the final attack was because I knew it would deplete more of his resources. It left him vulnerable. Caroline's true colors are completely out. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to take him down. And now that Hayden is out of the picture, his entire camp is in disarray. Bro, she literally played both sides and took out the rival leader. Richard is still annoyed that Jake escaped. You keep making promises, but it doesn't matter now that we let Jake get away. We had him pinned down twice. He shouldn't have escaped. But Caroline just smiles coldly. But we weren't wrong. That explosion confirmed all of our fears. Jake might not have killed those people, but nothing is stopping him now. He will want his revenge, you can be sure of that. Okay, so picture this. William is absolutely fuming. He's thinking 2 hours, damn it. If I had gotten back from my hunt 2 hours earlier, I would have been there for the ambush. He is low-key pissed that they let Jake get away. But he brushes it off, thinking, whatever, there'll be another assault tomorrow to finish off Hayden's camp. I'll just have to take out my frustrations then. Bro is just itching for a fight, completely unaware of the massive shift that's about to happen in his alliances. Suddenly the Smith walks up to him. Hey kid, how you doing? William is just keeping busy, and honestly he thinks the Smith of all the people here I probably hate him the least, which is hikey saying something considering William hates almost everyone. But then the Smith drops an invite. Come with me over to my cabin for a bit. I have something I want to talk to you about. William is low-key confused, thinking that's weird. I don't think I've ever seen his cabin before. He's usually too private. What is this guy hiding? They step inside and William notices the place is totally bare. So this is your place? Huh, not much decoration. The Smith just coldly replies, no, never really saw the point in getting comfortable. Bro is literally living like a monk while the rest of the camp is chilling. William asks what's going on and the Smith just tells him to have patience. He grabs some tools and says, wouldn't want anyone listening in now, would we? Wait, hold up, why does he need to hide a conversation? And then, boom, a massive sound barrier activates. William is totally freaked out, yelling, what the? The Smith calmly explains, no need to panic, it's just a sound barrier. This way not a single word or wisp of mana will get out. Okay, this is getting serious. William demands to know what he wants and why the barrier. The Smith drops the most insane line ever. I'm here on behalf of a mutual acquaintance of ours. William's brain is racing. Richard, no, that doesn't make sense. Who is this mysterious person then? And then the Smith says, not person, a god. Wait, what? The Smith explains that gods invest in mortals experiencing the tutorial to reap rewards and gain power. He says, I've met one named Kamicus, god of the forge. Bro is literally talking to a divine blacksmith. This changes everything. William asks what that has to do with him. The Smith says Kamicus has taken a liking to him, but William rejected him when offered a class. William is like, yeah, something like promising Mage of Pharaohs or whatever. Seemed pretty terrible, honestly. My metal savant class is better in every way. Bro really just turned down a god because he thought his current class was meta. The Smith sighs and says what's done is done, but since William picked up one of the god's skills later on, he's now partially attached via karma. William is like, and that makes me some sort of follower? No thanks. He's still trying to play the lone wolf. But the Smith hits him with reality. Listen, kid, you can't win this shit alone, but if we work together, I can craft things that'll make you more powerful, even stronger than Richard. William immediately catches that name. Why'd you mention him specifically? And this is where the vibe shifts completely. The Smith's face gets dark and he reveals a massive, tragic backstory. I didn't enter this tutorial alone, you know. I came with my son and his girlfriend. I promised to protect them, but I failed. He looks William dead in the eye and says, they weren't killed by some beasts or low life bandits, it was Richard himself who slaughtered them while I was away. Wait. Richard killed the Smith's family? This is absolutely wild. The Smith's voice breaks a little as he says, my son was only a little older than you, and they were in love, pure young love. That's why I want payback on that F*******. I know I'm not strong enough, but you are. My God led me to you. You are how I can fulfill my dream. The emotional weight here is highly suffocating. And William, bro, actually has a moment of realization. He thinks, love, have you ever lost someone you truly loved? It's that damn word again, but why is it starting to make sense? He's literally connecting the Smith's pain to Casper's speech about love and revenge. The character development is crazy. William asks what the Smith wants him to do exactly. The Smith just tells him to stand back and starts doing something absolutely insane with his crafting. William is completely shocked, yelling, what the fuck? How are you doing this? What are you making? Okay, so picture this. William is standing in the forge, completely mesmerized. He's been watching the Smith work for hours, and every single swing of that hammer is just hypnotic. The Smith is crafting a set of armor, and honestly, it's more carefully crafted than anything William has ever seen. While everyone else is out there preparing to attack Hayden's camp, William is getting graced with the work of an absolute master. Suddenly, the Smith calls him over. It's done, come here, kid, check it out. William steps up and is just blown away. The system pings with a massive notification. Expanding blessed mithril armor, rare. It's an expertly crafted full suit of armor with an insane ability to absorb and store mana. It comes with 2 crazy enchantments, expanding armor and kinetic force diffusion. William is like, wait, what's the kinetic force thing? The Smith explains that it means William won't get turned to mush when some guy hits him with a giant hammer. It disperses the kinetic force across the armor's surface, allowing it to absorb way more of the blow. Basically, it means even someone like William can take a few hits, though he's far from invincible. William is just standing there, speechless. I don't know what to say. I feel grateful. I don't know if I've ever felt that way before. The Smith smiles and says, good, because now it's time for the second part. He hands William a book containing information about the armor and his final wish. He looks William dead in the eye and asks, William, will you promise to fulfill my wish to avenge my family? William immediately agrees, saying he already promised. The Smith reveals that he's been hiding his name all this time, just going by Smith because he didn't want to get close to anyone, but he knows he can trust William. My name is Hermann Schmidt. He explains that his son was Gunnar Schmidt and his daughter-in-law was Karin. She was pregnant with his grandchild when they were killed. His final, selfish request is to keep their memory alive. He tells William, farewell, my young friend, may you find happiness in this new world, and finally come to understand yourself. And then the Smith passes away. William is completely shocked. What did you do? What is this feeling? It's like I'm scared. Suddenly, tears start streaming down his face. Tears? Why am I crying? His inner monologue kicks in, and it is deep. Grief is a disease, something my parents felt about that child. Why are you guys freaking out? This is a good thing. We're free to do whatever we want. He realizes he's experiencing a defect he had never been afflicted with before. How could you do this? And now, after all this time, I understand it. But before he can fully process the emotion, the armor starts moving. It attaches itself to him like a liquid. It belongs to me and me alone. I feel his strength. It's giving me power. Ding, the system drops a massive upgrade. The armor evolves into expanding armor of Hermann Schmidt. Epic. All of the Smith's hopes, desires, and goals have been Poured into this artifact, it can only be worn by the one chosen by the smith before his death. It unlocks a legacy skill, Legacy of Hermann Schmidt, Summon the Armory of the Fallen Smith. William wipes his tears, his eyes burning with a new terrifying resolve. I promise you, old man, I'll show them what the two of us are capable of. He checks the book and realizes it's enchanted with a voice recording. He activates it, and the smith's voice echoes out. William's reaction, he just yells, "You shitty bastard." Bro is cursing out the dead guy for leaving him with such a heavy burden, but honestly, it's the most human William has ever acted. Later on, the scene shifts back to Jake, and he is absolutely dominating the wilderness. Someone watching him is like, "You're getting scary out there, man, I wouldn't wanna come across you in a fight." Jake's arsenal of skills is getting deeper by the day. Every level he's learning some new trick. He checks his status and the numbers are absolutely insane. His profession, prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper, just hit level 46, and his race, human E, is at level 38. He's hopping to push his alchemy to level 50 before the tutorial ends. But then he checks the tutorial panel to see how much time is left. Duration, 22 days. And 22 hours. Total survivors remaining, 204 out of 1200. Jake stops dead in his tracks. Wait, that can't be right. The number of survivors just dropped like crazy. It went down again. 201 200 193. Okay, so picture this. Jake is just checking the tutorial panel and the numbers are absolutely insane. Duration, 22 days. Total survivors remaining, 204 out of 1200. But wait, hold up, the numbers are literally dropping in real time. 200 193. What the hell is going on? Bro is watching hundreds of people die in a matter of seconds. To understand this massive bloodbath, we need to rewind a few hours earlier. Richard is standing in front of his army, hyping them up like a total maniac. Polish your armor. Ready your swords. The bastard Hayden is dead. All that remains is his pathetic Lieutenant Desmond. He's screaming about ending the battle once and for all. Let's crush these motherf ******ers. The energy is hikey terrifying. But let's look at what's really going on in Richard's head. He's checking his tutorial quest. A leader is born. Objective, become the sole leader of 90% of the humans. Current progress, 57%. He's literally orchestrating a massive war just to complete his quest, and his internal monologue, absolutely chilling. He's thinking about Jake and William. He knows William stopped being loyal, but he's just using him as an attack dog. After I use him to wipe out my enemies, I'll be putting that dog down once and for all. Bro is playing 4D chess with human lives. Richard walks up to William, acting all buddy-buddy. Have you seen the smith around? William plays along perfectly, saying the old man cares more about smithing than anything. Richard pats him on the back, calling him my friend and telling him to show them what he's made of. But William's internal monologue is screaming, "Get your hands off me. Who do you think you are, calling me a friend?" The tension between these two psychopaths is absolutely suffocating. Fast forward to the battlefield. Richard's forces are absolutely relentless. They're bombarding Desmond's camp with magic. Ready, fire, shields up. Desmond's guys are panicking. What do we do? They're just gonna keep barraging us with spells. The shield won't hold. They try to charge, but then they fall back. It looks like an easy win for Richard. Look how they run, pathetic. But hold up, war is never that simple. Suddenly, boom, what was that shit? They ambushed us from behind. The ambushers are going straight for the casters, taking out the most vulnerable targets first. Then they wipe out the archers before they can even create distance. The narration hits hard. War is messy. It isn't trained fighters dueling in test of skill. It's senseless and bloody. The healers are trying their best, but it's a total slaughter. But in the end, nothing shines brighter than a true warrior, and the system drops the ultimate reality check. The tutorial panel updates. Total survivors remaining, 108 out of 1200. Bro, over 100 people just died in that ambush. The stakes have never been higher and the battlefield is a literal meat grinder. In the middle of the chaos, Desmond's side is completely broken. Richard steps up, effortlessly blocking some desperate last-minute spell. Don't worry, whatever that spell is, I blocked it. He looks at the battlefield and just coldly asserts his dominance. The sheer power Richard is showing is absolutely wild. He's not just winning, he's erasing his competition. Okay, so picture this. The camp is in absolute chaos and William is standing there, completely unhinged. He just realized what they did. WWHY, you're all F asterisk 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 ing. IDIOTS, always the healer first. Bro is absolutely seething. And then the ultimate betrayal drops. Someone looks at William in sheer horror and screams, W. William, you killed Caroline. Get HIM. Wait, what? William killed Caroline? The mastermind who was manipulating everyone just got taken out by her own pawn. The camp instantly turns on him, yelling, get HIM. But William isn't backing down. He's in full combat mode, dodging and weaving. His inner monologue kicks in. I can't get reckless. I may have gotten a boost with this armor, but Richard is still a high-level warrior. If I'm not careful, he could easily beat me in a straight fight. Bro knows he's outclassed in raw stats, so he has to play smart. But Richard just laughs in his face. He looks down on William and sneers, you naive little dog, who do you think you are? You'd be nothing without me. Others would have killed you on day one had I not stepped in, the one who recognized your potential. Richard is literally treating William like his personal pet. And that is the wrong thing to say to someone who is already losing their mind. William snaps. He glares at Richard and roars, excuse me, and this is how you thank me? I'm no one's F asterisk 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 ing dog. Don't you ever look down on me again. Absolute chills. Bro just told the camp leader to kick rocks. But then something crazy happens. William feels a massive surge of energy. What? Why do I feel so powerful? It's not just the armor, there's something else, something fueling me. What is this feeling? His grief and rage are literally manifesting into raw power. The system is reacting to his emotions. Richard realizes he's in trouble. He grits his teeth and yells, enough, to think a damn brat could force my hand like this. I'm not dying here, not to you. William recognized this. Richard activates a dark, forbidden skill. William watches in shock as Richard's aura explodes. He must have some sort of skill like HERRMANN. He's SACRIFICING. Part of his life force to gain a power boost. Richard is literally burning his own lifespan to kill William. Die, he screams, lunging forward with lethal intent. But William is too fast. He dodges the fatal blow and counters with everything he's got. As he's fast, I can't dodge. It's over, not bad Richard, but it's too late. Vortex of steel. William unleashes a devastating, swirling attack that completely shatters Richard's defense. Richard falls to his knees, his body literally starting to disperse and break apart. He looks up at William, coughing blood, and whispers, WHY, this was always meant to happen. You were a pawn to me just like everyone else, even in death. Richard is a manipulative bastard. But William isn't listening. He's completely consumed by vengeance. He screams, but worst of all, you killed HERRMANN. He was my friend and you killed HIM. He made me this armor, you know. We beat you together. We beat all of you, mother F asterisk 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 ers. The emotional damage here is insane. William actually cared about the old man. William's eyes go completely dead, filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. And after this, I'm gonna march right back to that camp and slaughter everyone else. I'll pile their corpses as a tribute to HERRMANN and show HIM that we did it, that we won. Bro is literally planning a one-man army massacre. And then his thoughts shift to his ultimate target, and then I'll chase down that bastard archer and get revenge on HIM too. I'll show the system that I'm superior to every last. William is fully descending into madness, targeting Jake next. But suddenly William starts clutching his head. The flood of emotions is too much. He stammers to every last. His body is literally breaking down under the weight of his own grief and rage. He's overloading. And then a massive, godly voice echoes through his mind. How interesting, an influx of emotions never felt before, a gift from the system to one who secretly longed to understand others. Wait a second, is that the malefic Viper or the system itself? The voice continues, completely calm but absolutely terrifying. The FLOODGATESR. Open child, you thought your lack of emotions made you superior. But perhaps now these very emotions will lead you to extraordinary things. A primordial god is literally watching William's psychological breakdown like it's a reality TV show. Okay, so picture this, we're taking a massive step back into Adam's past. When he was just 16, his dad got him a job as a tutor at an elementary school in a super rough part of town, and honestly, Adam hated it. The kids were constantly getting into fights, and Adam was just trying to survive the day without getting hurt. He'd literally break up brawls in the hallways and come home with a black eye. His dad asks him where he got it, and Adam just mutters, tutoring. He's begging his dad to just give him a mailroom job at the company, anything to get away from these bratty kids. But his dad shuts it down hard. He tells Adam that these kids have had a rough go at life while Adam has been taken care of his whole life. His dad drops some massive wisdom. I got you that job to teach you how to use your gifts for good. You're supposed to lead those kids and keep them on the right track. Follow Adam. And bro actually takes it to heart. He pulls the fighting kids aside, helps them become friends, and gets all his students to pass. Fast forward, he graduates, turns down his dad's company offer, and grinds his way up from an intern to a manager. He was good with people, he was strong, and he became a natural-born leader. But in the tutorial, the vibe is completely different. Adam is sitting there completely broken. He's thinking, I'm not strong here. He's tried everything, but this brutal tutorial has taken everything from him. His friends keep disappearing, and he's completely powerless to protect them, especially Caroline. Because when Adam finds her body, the emotional impact just hits 100. He's screaming internally, who did this to you? And then the gut-wrenching flashback hits. The last time they spoke, she was crying, saying, you lied to me, Adam. You used me to try and kill an innocent man. He never even got to say goodbye. The guilt and grief are absolutely suffocating. But then a voice calls out from the woods, over here, Adam, I found someone. Adam rushes over, and who is it? It's William. And the second Adam sees him, the pieces click. This was all his fault. He killed everyone. William is barely breathing, but he's alive. Adam's internal monologue goes completely dark. His brain is screaming, I want to kill him. I should kill him. He's a monster, and if I let him live, he'll just come for me next. But then Adam stops. He looks at the devastation around him and realizes this place has broken every last person we've come across. It's made them into killers, but I can't let it break me. I can't let myself lose hope. Bro is choosing to stay human in a world of monsters. And because the system rewards those who refuse to break, ding, class evolution available. Adam unlocks a brand new support class, Augur of Hope. The system recognizes him as the shepherd who leads the lost when all is lost. He gets massive stat bonuses to wisdom, willpower, vitality, and free points. But wait, hold up. Before Adam can even process this, the system starts absolutely spamming him. Ding, ding, ding. Umbra has invited you to her realm. Accept. Yggdrasil has invited you. Kamikaze, Atlas, bro is getting thousands of invitations from literal gods and cosmic entities. Adam is completely overwhelmed, but he can feel the intent behind each one. He realizes, is this what I've been waiting for? A chance to make sense of everything that's happened for the past 2 months, a chance to find my place in this new world. Okay, so picture this. Adam suddenly finds himself in this insanely beautiful, peaceful place. He's looking around, completely mind-blown, asking, where am I? Is this heaven? A mysterious glowing woman welcomes him and literally offers him tea. She thanks him for accepting her invitation and says many beings have taken an interest in him. Adam is totally confused, asking me, but why? She drops some massive lore. She says she initially noticed him because of his affiliation with the Savant, but what really amplified her interest was his connection to the Viper's chosen a hunter. Adam realizes she's talking about Jake. She explains that while many have had class evolutions, not all entail meetings like this. The most important reason she took interest was something else entirely. Throughout the tutorial, only one person remains who has yet to take a single human life. Adam is what she's been searching for, a merciful shepherd to bring light to the hopeless. Adam is like, wait, am I being recruited into a religion or something? He asks who the Savant and Hunter are. She says the Savant is of interest to a friend of old and the Hunter roused the Viper. She mentions she can't see the Hunter well due to the Viper's interference, but she knows he's a friend of Adam's. Adam immediately thinks, could it be Jake? Adam asks if the Viper's return is a good or bad thing. She says only time will tell, but she's happy he's no longer mopping in that empty realm. Adam is sweating, thinking, the way she speaks, it all feels so cryptic I can barely follow. Adam asks if coming here was a good or bad thing. She smiles and says it depends on what he does with it, but she'd call it a good thing. Then she drops the ultimate offer. She wishes to offer him a gift as well as a responsibility. The gift is her blessing and the responsibility is to serve beneath her and spread her word to his universe. Adam is stunned, asking what word he's supposed to spread. She says it's simple. Serve her and serve the holy light. Her teachings are of justice, righteousness, fairness, love, punishment of the wicked, and self-actualization. Adam looks at her in sheer awe and asks, are you God? She replies, a god, but not like the ones you've heard of. She tells Adam that he too will step into godhood in time, and if he follows her, she'll help him set upon that path. Adam is absolutely shook, saying, that's a lot to think about. The system pops up, time remaining 0051. She says their time is limited. If he wishes to join her, she'll give him the blessing and send him back to the tutorial. Adam has a massive moment of clarity. He realizes the tutorial has made him lost, and he vents his frustration about Caroline betraying him and using him to try and kill an innocent man. Adam declares that if she can guide him back to where he belongs, he accepts. The Holy Mother smiles and says, very well, my child, may you fulfill your destined purpose. Ding, the system goes crazy. Adam receives the greater blessing of the Holy Mother. It gives him a massive plus 5% intelligence and plus 5% willpower, but that's not even the craziest part. His class evolves, Augur of Hope reaches level 25, but then the system starts deleting his skills. He loses Strike, basic one-handed weapon, basic two-handed weapon, basic sword and shield, and basic throwing weapons. Adam is panicking, what's going on? I'm losing all of my combat skills. But then the ultimate reveal drops. They aren't just being lost, they're being replaced. Ding, new skill gained, one more light, legendary. The description is absolutely poetic and badass. In the sky of a million stars, when one's time runs out, one more light remains. Bro just got a legendary skill. Meanwhile, cut back to Jake and the vibes are incredibly tense. He's staring at the tutorial panel and the numbers are dropping like flies. Duration 22 days total. Survivors remaining 49 out of 1200. Jake is absolutely shook. People died in just a few minutes. Something must have happened. He pieces the puzzle together and realizes what's going on. His inner monologue kicks in and it is dark. Jake thinks about the ambush. Of course, everyone there betrayed me except Adam. I trusted them and it nearly got me killed. The betrayal still stings, but Jake is done feeling sorry for himself. His eyes narrow with pure, unadulterated determination. I can't let myself make a mistake like that again. I have to focus on getting stronger. He realizes there's only one way to get strong enough to survive the endgame. Okay, so picture this. Jake is out exploring when suddenly the system drops a massive notification, tutorial dungeon discovred. The system explains that these dungeons are pocket dimensions offering crazy treasures and strength, but this specific variant is only found in the tutorial, and here's The kicker, only 5 challengers per party and only one party allowed at a time. Jake looks at the entrance and is like, whoa, this is the dungeon. Honestly, he was expecting another dank, creepy cave, but this place is a total upgrade. The objective pops up, defeat the great white stag. Jake scoffs, a stag, huh, not the most intimidating creature. But Cecil, the imp in his necklace, immediately warns him. You say that now, but I better not hear you complain when you get an antler shoved up your, hold up, Jake. Spot something in the distance, you see those. It's a massive herd of Lucenti deer, but then Jake's eyes lock onto the real target. The great white stag, and dude, the system can't even read its level, it just shows M. Jake realizes this isn't just a regular monster, this thing is a literal beast lord, and those white does standing next to it, also M level, they must be his personal guards. This place is definitely worth his time. Jake wants to get a closer look, but Cecil is freaking out, telling him to hide the necklace. First, Jake sneaks in, realizing this is the biggest creature he's seen in the entire tutorial. Suddenly, a near miss happens. D**, that was a close one, I have to be more careful. Jake realizes he needs to take some time and come up with a solid strategy before rushing in blindly. Fast forward 30 minutes, Jake has completely mapped out the area in his head. Okay, I think I've got it. He notices there are 7 ponds forming a perfect circle around the plains. And right in the center of that circle sits an 8th, much larger pond. That's where the Beast Lord resides. The Beast Lord never moves far from his spot, but the other deer are a different story. Every few minutes, the deer move clockwise from pond to pond in highly organized groups. Jake realizes there's a brief window where he can attack one group without alerting the others. In short, the ponds are the killing area, and I'm on a timer to take down each group before the next one replaces them. No sense in waiting any longer. Jake grabs his bow. Let's put that theory to the test. Jake starts channeling his ultimate move. Power shot is still my strongest attack. I only get one of these in a fight, so I'll use it on the biggest guy first. He has to move quickly. There's only another minute or so before the next group shows up. There's no room for error. I have to finish them with one blow. Boom, the shot lands perfectly. Think that should do it. Cecil chimes in, not bad, kid, but Jake is left wondering, I wonder why they all crowd around these ponds. Beasts at this level shouldn't need that much food or water. Jake decides to investigate. While he has a few seconds, he looks into the water and his eyes widen. Now that's interesting. You can't see it from the surface, but it looks like there are holes at the bottom of the pond. They form some sort of tunnel network back to the center of the circle. They must all be connected for a reason. Wonder what that's all about. But before he can figure it out, a massive shadow looms over him. The stag. How did it survive? Jake is absolutely shook. I could have sworn I nearly took its head off. Jake realizes the terrifying truth. It must have some sort of healing ability. It barely looks damaged anymore. The Beast Lord is basically unkillable. Jake immediately starts channeling another power shot. I have to take it out, but the stag is moving way too fast. It's darting around the battlefield and Jake can't get a clean shot. Okay, so picture this. Jake is sprinting for his life, screaming, God damn it, I managed to piss off the whole herd. Cecil pops out of the necklace, totally freaking out. Jake, what the hell was that? And Jake just admits, I panicked, ALRIGHT, I wasn't prepared to fire off a shot quickly. Bro, you're a Primal Hunter, act like it. Cecil is yelling, you better run faster. It sounds like a laser show out there. The sheer amount of beasts chasing him is absolutely insane. Jake is just panting, yelling back, I'm trying, but then Cecil notices something weird. What's the stag doing? Is he after you too? Jake glances back and realizes, now that you mention it, looks like he's still waiting by the center pond. Jake pieces it together, guess he's just sending his lackeys to deal with me. The white stag is literally treating this like a game, just watching his minions get wiped out while he sits by the water. Jake is looking around frantically. There's gotta be someplace to hide around You're right, but then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Hold on, why did they stop chasing? The entire herd just stopped. They aren't crossing a certain line. Jake's gamer brain kicks in. He tells Cecil, Cecil, come out, I want you to confirm something for me. Cecil looks around and just shrugs. I don't know, man, it just looks like a big field. But Jake is focused on the details. What about the does, where are they? Cecil squints and points. They're all walking back to the PONDS, I guess. And then it clicks, interesting, so the pawns make up some sort of border. And whether by magic or choice, none of the BEASTS will cross them. This is a massive tactical advantage. Jake smirks, so as long as I keep MY distance, I need to find higher ground. I want to test something. Bro is about to turn this into a literal sniper game. He climbs up and calculates his range. My maximum range with the bow isn't too long, but I think I should be able to get a clean shot from this distance. He lines up his shot, and if they can't go beyond the pawns, then I might be able to just pick them off from afar. This is peak gameplay right here. But Jake knows he can't mess this up. Just in case I'm wrong, I'll put everything I've got into this first arrow. He starts combining his ultimate toolkit, my strongest poison, a fully charged POWRSHOT, and a brand new skill I've been waiting to test out. Wait, a brand new skill. He locks onto his target. Now if I only get one shot, the target is obvious. He's going straight for the boss. Jake channels all his energy, power shot channeling, steady, steady, fire. He unleashes a massive, glowing arrow straight at the white stag. But right as it's about to hit, Jake activates his new trick. Time for the new skill. Twin arrow, ACTIVATED. The arrow literally splits in midair, absolutely wild. But the white stag's reactions are insanely fast. A shield, the beast lord just casually throws up a barrier to protect himself, completely ignoring the fact that one of his lackeys just got obliterated. Bro doesn't even care about his own herd. Jake assesses the situation. What now? I keep sniping from a distance. It might not have worked as well as I wanted, but the DOE is dead. He successfully took out a high-level target. Jake gets into a rhythm. I can worry about the stag later. Right now it's time for archery practice. He's just farming the rest of the herd from a safe distance. Meanwhile, Cecil is checking their supplies. How many potions do you have left? And Jake just groans, practically none. You chugged everything in. The necklace, bro, stop drinking all the loot. Cecil complains, keeping up this level of skill usage is a lot harder than I anticipate, but Jake is focused. But now only one remains, white stag. I can't believe he's just been sitting there watching all of this. Cecil points out how creepy that is. It's like he doesn't care that you killed his herd. Jake narrows his eyes. You're right, it is weird. What are you up to, Beast Lord? Jake decides to play it smart. Well, if he's not gonna budge, then there's no reason for me to attack now. I might as well get some rest and fight him tomorrow once I'm recharged. Cecil asks, should we start a fire? But before Jake can even answer, he notices something moving. He's going into the pond. The white stag finally makes his move, stepping directly into the water. Cecil is totally confused. Jake, why is it glowing? The water around the stag is lighting up with a massive, eerie energy. Jake's eyes go wide. It's not just that one, all of them are glowing. Entire pond is reacting to the Beast Lord. And then the screen pans to the corpses of the beasts Jake just killed, the dead BASTS too. They're glowing with the exact same energy. Okay, so picture this. The great white stag just dove straight into the pond and suddenly the water starts glowing. Jake is like, Cecil, why is it glowing? But it's not just that one pond, all of them are lighting up, even the dead beasts on the ground are glowing. The vibe just shifted from a boss fight to a massive magical ritual. And the tension is highly suffocating. Jake realizes whatever this ritual is, it's making the Beast Lord grow with every passing second. He's thinking, I have to act right now before this thing turns into a literal kaiju movie. The stakes are absolutely through the roof. He puts the pieces together. The pawns are basically charging up the stag's battery. If he can figure out a way to destroy all the pawns, he can cut off its power supply. Classic gamer logic, bro. But wait a second, these pawns stretch way too far. There is literally no way he can get to all of them in time before the stag finishes its transformation. He needs a shortcut. Fast. And then Jake has a massive brain blast. He remembers the holes at the bottom of the ponds. If all the water is connected underground, he doesn't need to destroy every single pond, he just needs to poison one of them. But what kind of poison? Jake remembers he harvested some toxic liquid from the den mother, the first beast lord he killed. This stuff was condensed over a long period and was so potent it literally broke through his own poison resistance. He knew keeping her poison gland would come in handy someday, and dude, today is that day. He pulls out the ultimate toxic payload and dumps it right into the pond. And it works, the glowing stops, the ritual is completely broken. Jake literally outsmarted a god-tier monster using its own environment against it. This is absolutely wild. But the fight isn't over yet. Jake activates his ultimate trump card, Bloodline activated. Moment of the Primal Hunter, the packing goes to 100. With one massive, devastating blow, Jake slays the Great White Stag. Ding, he earns a crazy 146,000 tutorial points. The objective is officially completed. Jake is panting, realizing he just barely pulled it off. If he was a half-second slower, those antlers would have skewered him. He only won because the den mother's poison got into the stag's bloodstream and slowed it down just enough to give him the edge. But honestly, he did it. He killed another beast lord. Bro is literally farming endgame bosses in the tutorial. In the aftermath, Jake finds a weird crystal dropping from the boss, corrupted Mooncore Shard. Epic. It's highly unstable and packed with volatile energy. This must have been what the stag was trying to create with that ritual. But then the system drops a massive new tutorial quest, the Beast Lords. Forest murmurs of a king ruling from the shadows. The 4 Beast Lords were just guarding their dungeons waiting for a challenger. 2 lords have fallen and the king has finally taken notice. Progress 2-4. Jake reads the message and smirks. A king, huh? Now that's interesting. He's not just surviving anymore, he's actively hunting down the rulers of this forest. This changes everything for his journey. Meanwhile, let's check in on Cecil, because the imp is out here treating the battlefield like a Black Friday sale. He's scavenging the dead deer for loot, yelling, "Look at this. One, his armor looks sick." Okay, so picture this. The tutorial panel just updated and the numbers are absolutely terrifying. Only 14 days left and a mere 49 survivors out of 1,200. But while everyone else is panicking, William is having a massive internal awakening. He's lying there, barely able to feel his legs, but he's smiling. I should have died back there, but I didn't. Bro is literally experiencing emotions for the first time and calls it a curse, but then his eyes go completely dark. He remembers how this power corrupted Casper, making him want to die, but William just smirks and vows that won't happen to me. I will be the one to experience true perfection. He's fully embracing his villain arc, and it is hikey chilling. Meanwhile, cut back to Adam's camp and the vibes are incredibly wholesome. Adam is gathering the survivors and dropping some massive lore. I don't understand, so she was like a god. He's talking about the Holy Mother. Adam tells them that Richard is gone and they only have each other now. He looks them dead in the eye and says, "If you all put your trust in me, then I promise I can get you out of this tutorial." The survivors are low-key nervous. One of them admits, "I don't know, it makes me little nervous," but then Joanna steps up. She's been through hell, but she looks at Adam with pure conviction. "Trust you, Adam. Adam has led me since the day we got here. I know that his heart is in the right place, and so if he says there's a path forward, I'll believe him." That breaks the ice. The rest of the group starts murmuring, "Okay, we trust you, Adam. If it gets us through this, then we'll follow." Adam feels a massive wave of relief. His inner monologue kicks in and he realizes it doesn't feel like work, it feels fulfilling. Like I finally have a purpose in this world again. And the system agrees, ding, his class, Augur of Hope, just skyrocketed to level 36. But that's not even the craziest part. He just completed a massive tutorial quest called A Leader is Born by getting 98% of the survivors to trust him. The reward is waiting for the end of the tutorial, and Adam is just hopping at something that can help everyone get back to Earth. Bro is literally playing the support class to save humanity. But while Adam is playing Savior, Jake is out here playing God. He's standing at the edge of a massive hidden pit, pretty deep, only 30 or so feet according to my sphere of perception, but I can't even see the bottom. How's that possible? Cecil pops out and is like, wait, should you really be jumping into another dungeon so fast? We just barely survived the last one. But Jake just scoffs. What else am I supposed to do, Cecil? There are 2 weeks left and less than 50 people remaining. The beasts out here are practically fodder at this point. Jake is fully locked in. All that's left is to hunt down the final 2 beast lords. Besides, there's some kind of reward waiting for me at the end of this quest. What kind of hunter would I be to ignore that? The system confirms it. Tutorial quest: The Beast Lords. 2 lords have fallen and Jake is about to kick down the door of the 3rd. Cecil just facepalms. Damn it, man, why couldn't I have found a more sane human, someone slow and lazy? Jake just grins and says, alright, let's go. He drops into the abyss and the system pings, you have entered the dungeon, the Forgotten Sewers. Objective: defeat the Nest Watcher. Jake lands and immediately wrinkles his nose. This place reeks a sewer. I didn't think they'd have places like this in the tutorial. Cecil trips over something and Jake asks if he's okay. Cecil just mutters, just pretend you didn't see that. Honestly, even with Jake's insane perception, this place is completely shrouded in system magic. He tries to focus and extend his range, but all he gets is water, bricks, but nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, so picture this. Jake is deep inside some creepy monoclouded nest and his senses are going absolutely crazy. Don't panic, but I think there's something in the walls. He realizes the ambient mana is too thick to perceive properly, so he has to act fast before whatever is hiding ambushes him. He instantly takes out a Molerat Creeper LVL 41. Jake is just vibing, thinking, might just be the ugliest thing I've killed so far. He thinks the room is clear, but bro, he's dead wrong. His instincts are screaming at him, no, there's one more. Jake can barely sense it, but something is literally hiding inside the wall, just watching them. The tension is hikey suffocating. And then out of nowhere a voice echoes in his head, human, why kill? Jake is totally shook. You can talk. The creature starts interrogating him, asking who he is and why he's there, mentioning the king. The creature drops some massive lore. 2 lords have fallen. The king has taken notice but has yet to make a move. It warns Jake that if he keeps going, he will inevitably meet the king. This is absolutely wild. Jake realizes this thing is connected to the beast lords from his system quest. He doesn't even flinch and just declares, I've come to defeat the beast lords. Then I'll kill the king of the forest. The creature just mocks him, calling him a pup and saying the king is strong and humans are weak. The creature suddenly senses something. He must be GTTING closer. I can sense HIM better now. It reveals itself as a Nest Watcher M1. It's literally a scout for the king, and the king is on his way. The stakes just went through the roof. But hold up, let's switch scenes, because things are getting way weirder somewhere else. Jake walks into what used to be Richard's camp, but there are 0 guards. He's thinking, THINGS must have really gone to shit here after Richard died. Where is everyone? And then he spots him. Hello, William, there you are. Jake notes that William looks totally healed, but William hits him with this bizarre Zen-like energy. You looked confused back then, like you had a wrong you had to make right. But it seems you've succeeded in doing so. Bro is speaking in riddles now. Jake is totally creeped out. He asks if William is gonna try to talk him out of killing him. William just sighs and says, what's the point? Nothing I say could change That, he's completely accepting his fate, which is honestly low-key terrifying. Jake is like, you're just gonna roll over and die then, what about THE? Others. And William drops the most chilling line ever, there are no others. They've found their place and soon I'll find mine. Wait, what does that mean? Jake checks the tutorial panel and his jaw drops. Total survivors remaining 41200. Only 4 people left in the entire tutorial. Jake is freaking out thinking. So you killed them all and people called me a psycho, but William just calmly says didn't kill anyone, come I'll show you. Jake follows him and sees something absolutely mind-blowing. What the F? The remaining survivors aren't dead, they are literally glowing and drifting away into the sky. Like spirits, William smiles and says, they put their hopes in me with a promise of deliverance to the HOLYLAND. Bro started a cult and ascended his followers. Jake is losing his mind. What happened to you while I was unconscious? You've gone nuts, but William is completely at peace talking about fate and how hope is enough. He's fully embraced his role as their prophet. But Jake bro is done listening to this cult leader nonsense. Enough talking, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Die. Jake draws his weapons ready to end William once and for all. But William just casts some sort of spell, and his remaining followers peacefully drift away to the Hollyland. Jake just watches them float off like, have fun I guess. The whole camp is completely empty now. Okay, so picture this. Jake is deep inside the sewer dungeon going toe-to-toe with the Nest Watcher, the third beast lord, and dude, this thing is no joke, it's packing a massive punch and is incredibly fast. Jake realizes right away that he can't just rely on his bow from a distance. He's like, there's no way I'll be able to maintain enough distance to rely solely on archery, so what does he do? He decides to get up close and personal. Let's see who the weak one really is. Bro is literally betting his entire life on a melee fight against a level 96 boss. Jake activates his bloodline of the Primal Hunter, and the clash is absolutely insane. They're evenly matched, but then the Nest Watcher drops some serious lore. You strong, but King is stronger, he is Apex. Wait, the King of the Forest, is that the final boss of the tutorial? Before Jake can process that, the Nest Watcher starts charging a massive, lethal attack. You will lose, it roars, but Jake just smirks completely unfazed. He starts channeling his ultimate move, Power Shot channeling, try me. Boom, Jake lands the final, devastating blow. The Nest Watcher falls, but instead of being angry, it respects Jake. I won, it was a good battle, you fought well, but then it asks the ultimate question, you kill King Truth or die trying, King trap me I hate. The Beast Lord reveals that the king cursed it, and begs Jake to take its remaining power. To get revenge, Jake, being the absolute legend he is, agrees, I will, thank you. Ding, the system goes crazy, you have slain Nest Watcher LVL 96, 152,000 type E. Earned, and Jake gets an epic item, Dark Bead of the Nest Watcher. It's a condensed bead of dark mana that will unleash all the Nest's resentment on the king. Jake just inherited a boss-level revenge quest. Jake finally steps out of the dungeon and into the sunlight. Home sweet home, great too. See the sun again, I really could use a rest right about. But hold up, his instincts flare. Who's there? And out of the shadows steps a familiar, terrifying face. Hi Jake, miss me, it's William. Jake is completely thrown off. William, what are you doing here? But William is acting absolutely unhinged. He's hyping it up like it's the season finale of a reality show. Are you joking? Come on, stop playing around, you have to know what this is. 2 people remaining, the final confrontation between survivors. William is literally screaming about an epic battle of destiny where the true champion is found. Jake is just standing there like, what the hell are you on about, what did? But then Jake checks the tutorial panel and his blood runs cold. Total survivors remaining 2, wait a second, 2, and no, that's impossible. William just laughs in his face. Are you really that much of a moron? Don't tell me you just haven't checked this whole time. And then he drops the most devastating, heartbreaking bombshell in the entire tutorial. Okay, so picture this. We open with William and Bro is just casually flexing about how ruthless he is. You did what? You heard me, I took his head clean off just like all the other. He's literally bragging about murder, but honestly his time is up because he has no idea what he just triggered. Because suddenly we get a massive flashback. Jake is reflecting on his past and it hits differently. I never had a lot of close friends growing up, but there was one dude, his name was Patrick, or Pat for short. Pat was the ultimate homie. They shared everything: comics, food, clothes, video games. Pat even managed to snag a copy of Gravedancer issue 1, a comic that literally sold out in 3 minutes. Because they were bros, Pat shared it with Jake. So Jake borrows the comic and Pat borrows Jake's favorite video game. Simple trade between friends, right? But 1 week later, Jake asks for his game back so he can go on a trip, and Pat starts acting super weird. I broke it, okay? Jake is obviously pissed. You did what? And Pat just apologizes. They don't talk for 2 whole weeks. Finally, Pat says he has something for Jake at recess, but when Jake goes to find him, Pat is gone. He switched schools. Years later, Jake finally finds out the devastating truth. Pat never broke the game, it was stolen by bullies. Pat had even saved up his own money to buy Jake a replacement, but the bullies stole it again and beat him so badly his parents had to move him away. Pat just wanted to keep Jake out of the drama. And Jake's internal monologue just drops the heaviest realization ever. And what did I do when I learned all this? Absolutely nothing. I never reached back out to Pat. I never said I was sorry for abandoning him. I just moved on and pretended nothing ever happened. He realizes his fatal flaw. Because that's who I am, Jake Thane, a coward who runs away from his problems. Bro is having a massive psychological breakdown, realizing that his entire life, he's just been running from his trauma instead of facing it. But snap back to the present, because Jake is done running. William is standing there, completely terrified. Jake, just F ******ing die. Jake's aura is exploding. What is this power? The fight was over before it even began. It's like something inside of him just snapped. Jake completely breaks past all of his limits. His Primal Hunter instincts take over and he absolutely obliterates William. No epic duel, no back and forth, just pure, unadulterated slaughter. William suffers the aftermath of Jake's unleashed trauma. The dust settles and Cecil is yelling, "He's dead, Jake, it's over, man, you can stop." But Jake isn't listening. He's staring at the aftermath, completely broken. What did I do? Okay, so picture this. It's been 17 minutes since the brutal fight ended and Jake is just sitting on the ground, completely broken. Cecil tries to tell him to get moving, but Jake just mutters, "I don't feel like moving." Bro is physically and emotionally drained. But suddenly the malefic Viper takes over the conversation, and his tone is completely different. He looks at the aftermath and says, "Now this is a mess. I must say I'm quite disappointed." And then out of nowhere, a brand new voice echoes through the frozen space. "Not very nice of you to steal someone else's kill." Wait, what? Who the hell is that? The Viper casually responds, "Care of you to make an appearance." Yes, well, someone had to step in and stop your thievery. Bro, the Viper is talking to another literal god. The new entity complains that the Viper messed with his chosen one. "You told me to leave your chosen alone, and yet you go and mess with mine." The Viper claps back, saying that stealing a mortal's dead body is of consequence to him. The other god scoffs, "Oh, and why would you want the dead body of a mortal?" The Viper drops a cold line, "None of your business. All that matters is it belongs to my chosen, which means it belongs to me." The Viper is hikey claiming Jake's kill as his own property. The entity demands the body and the Viper tells him, "Take the body and you'll owe me." Simple as that, but the god argues that it's no simple matter. He tries to offer compensation, but the Viper shuts it down. "Either you leave the body here or you owe me." The tension between these two primordial beings is absolutely wild. The entity gets frustrated, yelling, "Have you not done enough damage already? The chaos caused by you and your chosen have ruined this tutorial." But the Viper doesn't budge. "I won't repeat myself again." Finally, the entity gives in. Fine, then I owe you, and just like that he vanishes with William's body. The malefic viper just secured a favor from a god. That is absolutely insane. Jake, who is watching all of this, asks, "Who was that?" The viper is shocked. "Oh. You saw, that's interesting. Time was supposed to be frozen." Jake reveals that his Primal Hunter bloodline was still active, allowing him to sense everything. The viper warns him to keep that a secret because a bloodline is incredibly rare and his is particularly powerful. Jake demands to know who the guy was and why he took William's body. The viper casually drops the lore, a god named Eversmile. He's a maniac, but now he owes me a favor, so it is what it is. Jake realizes a favor from a god is no small thing, but then the viper drops a massive bombshell. But if it helps your friends, they aren't exactly dead. Wait, hold up. The viper reveals that Adam, Bertram, and even Casper are all safe and sound on the other side of the tutorial. Jake is completely stunned. How is that possible? The viper explains that Adam's augur class makes him incredibly tricky to kill. Bro literally became a support god himself. And as for Casper, the viper says he'll be revived too because he's most likely Eversmile's chosen. The system is literally hoarding the main cast for the endgame. The viper admits he was the one who arranged the meeting between Jake and William, just so Jake could get some revenge and knock him silly, and I must say you did not disappoint. Jake asks if the system allows gods to intervene. The viper just shrugs. I try to keep it minimal. Seems okay so far, but Jake is still hung up on one thing. What did Eversmile mean when he said Jake ruined the tutorial? The viper sighs and says, "Perhaps it's easier if I just show you." He projects a vision, telling Jake this is a story with two main characters, one who enters with colleagues and one who enters alone. This is where things get crazy. The viper explains the original timeline. In the original fate, the lonesome one, William, finds a wand and quickly slaughters everyone around him. Meanwhile, the group that enters together struggles. On the very first day, their group is attacked and 2 people die that night. Jake realizes with horror, Jake and Joanna. That's not what happened. The viper tells him, "This isn't your story, Jake. This is the story that was supposed to happen, a story of fate and destiny." In the original timeline, Jake was supposed to die on day 1. Because Jake survived, the group was adopted by Richard and Nicholas, but Nicholas was secretly manipulating Richard, which eventually led to Richard's downfall. This chaos made William's rise to power incredibly easy. In the original timeline, William slaughtered everyone until only he remained, leaving the tutorial as the sole winner and becoming Eversmile's most powerful disciple. But because Jake awakened a bloodline no one knew about and lived when he was supposed to die, he completely shattered the script. To Eversmile, Jake is a glitch in the Matrix who ruined his perfect tutorial. This changes everything. The viper tries to comfort him. "Consider this, Jake, in both universes your friends die at the hands of William. You're not to blame." But Jake is drowning in survivor's guilt. "But this universe could have been different. I could have been there for them." He hates that he buried his head in the sand and pretended nothing happened. The viper hits him with some harsh, godly wisdom. "Is their weakness your responsibility? It's not your fault they didn't get their shit together. No one else is your responsibility unless you make it so." But Jake fires back, "Yeah, because then I can be just like you, sad and alone until the end of time." Ouch. Jake just called out a primordial god on his eternal loneliness. And then Jake makes a vow that gives me literal chills. "Oh, and one last thing, if I ever die in battle like William, don't revive me." The viper is confused, asking why. Jake looks him dead in the eye and says, "It'd feel hollow. I don't want some divine card up my sleeve. I want my battles to be life and death, no help and no cheat cards." Bro is demanding to fight the final boss with 0 plot armor. He turns around and walks off to hunt another beast lord, leaving the viper stunned. The viper watches him go and sighs. "It's fine, let him go, poor guy's been through a lot. And I'm afraid it's only going to get worse from here on out." Wait, what does he mean? the Viper admits that as a god he can peer into the veil of fate to make predictions about the near future. When he arranged the fight between Jake and William, he didn't just predict the outcome of that battle, he saw a bit beyond that. The Viper's voice gets incredibly dark and ominous. It wasn't perfectly clear, but I saw more than enough. And then he drops the most terrifying cliffhanger in the entire tutorial. Jake will fight the king of the forest before this tutorial is over. Okay, so picture this. The tutorial is literally nearing its end. And the gods are watching. Viridia, the Hall Master, is checking in with her patron, the Malefic Viper. She asks how her chosen is doing, and the vibe is already intense. And the patron, bro, is low-key mind-blown. He says Jake is setting standards that most couldn't even dream of. Ever since that crazy showdown with a Versmile's chosen, Jake has been completely unhinged. He's literally rushing headfirst into challenging the final Beast Lord. The system is just spamming level-ups. Jake's alchemy profession hit level 55, his human race hit level 60, and his hunter class hit level 74. He just soloed a horde leader LVL 89 for a massive 158,000 TP. The patron is just watching this madman conquer every single obstacle in his path, and now only one challenge remains: the king of the forest. But let's take a breather, because the night before the final battle hits different. Jake and Cecil are just chilling. Cecil asks what the plan is, and Jake is dead serious. Same plan it's always been. The king appears in the morning. Beating him is all that's left. Cecil asks if he's worried. Jake just brushes it off, saying everything in this godforsaken tutorial has led to this moment. If he wins, it'll all be worth it. Cecil hits him with the real question, and if you lose, Jake just says he needs to get some rest. But before Jake walks away, Cecil stops him. Wait a sec, Jake, I just wanna say thanks. Bro gets super emotional, saying if it weren't for Jake, he'd still be locked in a necklace or skewered in a dungeon, but more than that, he would have been completely alone. Instead, he got to spend this time with a good friend. I owe you everything, so thanks. This is Heike, a tearjerker moment. Meanwhile, the gods are still watching. Viridia drops a chilling prediction: Jake will fight the king of the forest before this tutorial is over, but he's fated to lose. The patron just stares and whispers, I hope you're wrong, Viper. The tension is absolutely suffocating. The next morning hits, and suddenly, boom, the ground is shaking. Jake wakes up thinking it's an earthquake. He immediately rushes out to check it out, following the massive tremors. Think it's coming from over here. It sounds like something big. And then he sees it. Holy **T, that must be, the king of the forest has arrived. Sheer pressure radiating off this thing is insane. The king looks down at Jake and speaks, finally the hunter comes before me. I commend you. You have gone beyond anything I expected, but alas, your journey ends here. But hold up, before the fight even starts, the system drops a massive tutorial quest to choose one's end. Option 1, leave the tutorial right now. Keep all your current TP and get a one-time bonus of 50 million TP. Option 2, fight to the end. Kill the king of the forest and get a one-time bonus of 300 million TP. Jake is staring at the screen, doing the math. He could walk away right now, safe and sound, with 50 million TP. Normally, he'd never turn down a fight, but he's not an idiot. Even without his bloodline, anyone could sense the absolute death radiating from this guy, but then he remembers his entire journey. Everything has led to this. If he wins, it's all worth it, and if he loses, he won't. Jake selects option 2. He looks the king dead in the eye and says, King of the forest, I have but one request. The king is intrigued and tells him to go on. Jake drops the most badass line ever: would you honor me by receiving one of my blows? I only want to better understand the gulf of power between us. Bro is literally asking the final boss to let him hit him once. The king actually laughs. How fascinating. You wish to observe the majesty of a king. I shall grant you this wish. Show me your strength, hunter. The king is totally confident. And honestly, he has every right to be. But Jake isn't just going to throw a normal punch. He channels everything he has, a fully Charged power shot combined with his deadliest, most concentrated poison. This attack is the absolute culmination of all his training. It's the strongest move he has. He fires it screaming internally, and it can kill, even you. Okay, so picture this. Jake just landed a hit on the king of the forest, but dude barely even flinched. The king literally looks down at him and says, "I truly do admire one so weak as you who manages to actually touch my body." Bro is just flexing on him at this point. The king reminds Jake that he only gave him one attack, and now he's completely wasted his chance. He tells Jake to fear him because the gap in their power is just too massive. The stakes have never been higher. But Jake isn't done yet. His instincts are screaming. His bloodline of the Primal Hunter activates. Moment of the Primal Hunter. Time literally slows down around him. This is his ultimate survival instinct kicking in. Jake thinks he sees an opening to dodge and counterattack, but the king is just too insanely fast. He dodges Jake's strike like it's nothing and mocks him. "You'll have to be quicker than that." Ouch. Jake realizes he can't roll away in time. His only choice to survive is to use his shadow vault skill. He turns into a shadow and teleports away, desperately trying to put some distance between himself and the boss. He's trying to keep the king at range, but the beast lord just laughs at him. He says if Jake thinks measly arrows are gonna save him, he's got another thing coming. And he's right. Jake's arrows are completely useless against this guy's armor. He realizes archery isn't gonna cut it, so he has to literally run for his life while he scrambles to come up with a new plan. The king is relentless, chasing him down and yelling, "Don't think you can hide from me." Jake manages to sprint all the way to the highest spot in a 5-mile radius, hopping the high ground will give him a second to breathe. But the king's explosions are absolutely no joke. Cecil is freaking out in the necklace, asking if Jake can really handle this. Jake is sweating bullets, knowing he's completely screwed if he can't figure out a way to pierce the king's armor. The king just stands there taunting him. He asks why Jake is hiding from the inevitable, and if he still holds onto a shred of hope. He declares that he is the true king and Jake cannot defeat him. The psychological pressure is insane. But wait a second, Jake remembers the Nest Watcher's dying words. The Nest Watcher was trapped and cursed by the king, and it promised to help Jake get revenge. "If you truly kill, I help you revenge me." Jake pulls out the corrupted Mooncore shard he got from the Nest Watcher. It's an epic tier crystal corrupted by immense toxicity, containing highly concentrated volatile energy. This is it, his one-shot trump card. Jake hurls the shard straight at the king. Boom, the explosion is massive and the king's impenetrable shell starts literally melting. Jake's eyes go wide. His shell is melting. Now's my only chance. Jake's bloodline activates again. With the king slowed down and vulnerable, Jake's perception goes into absolute overdrive. He's slower now. "I can see everything. I can win with this." He lines up the final killing blow. But then the smoke clears. What the hell? He's still standing. No way the king survived the volatile explosion. The king is absolutely furious now. He calls Jake a detestable whelp and curses him and all the pathetic beasts that dared to challenge him. The boss just went from confident to downright demonic. Okay, so picture this. The king of the forest is absolutely fuming. He's looking at Jake and screaming, "Detestable whelp, you and every one of those pathetic beasts, even now they dare strike at me." He is literally sick of playing games. This farce goes on no longer now. Bro is done holding back. The king is in total disbelief. How is this possible? How did a mere human deal this much damage? He starts monologuing about his past. He was brought to this forest by the system specifically to battle the beast lords. He took them down one by one, got crowned, and was made into the final boss. But Jake has somehow thrown everything awry and shown the king that he's grown complacent. And then the king's mask starts cracking. Something's happening to his mask. The king realizes he has no other choice. "I had hoped never to reveal my true being. It is not something done eagerly, but against you it is necessary. Witness true superiority." Hold up, what is he about to turn into? Boom, the king unleashes some sort of massive psychic attack. Jake is screaming. Gah, my head, it feels like his soul is being pierced from the inside, and it's not just. Jake, everything around him is getting hit. The king looks down and says, "You've fought well, Hunter, but it's over." But Jake's internal monologue is just pure defiance. "I can't give in yet, not after everything I've been through. I have to. He is literally fighting with his last breath. The narration drops a chilling reminder. Jake will fight the king of the forest before this tutorial is over, but he's fated to lose. The king whispers, "Farewell, Hunter," but wait a second, a massive meter pops up on the screen. The fight was over before it even began. It's like something inside of him just snapped. He broke past all of his limits. Ding, skill unlocked, limit break. The king's eyes go wide with absolute terror. No one can survive witnessing my true form, and no, I was mistaken. This is no living human, this is a beast of pure instinct. He truly is. Bro just transcended his humanity and became a literal monster. Suddenly the system announces, the tutorial has now come to an end. Cut to the malefic Viper and Viridia watching from the god's realm. Viridia is completely shook. He succeeded, that boy changed fate, I can't believe it. The Viper is absolutely hyped, yelling, "You freaking bastard, even I doubted it, but you really did the impossible." Viridia asks, "Master, is he alive?" The Viper just laughs, "Hell no, that new skill of his kept him in the battle, but only as a glorified zombie." Viridia is like, "So all that fighting, it was for nothing." But the Viper drops some massive lore. "No, it was for everything. Jake has proven himself here tonight, not just to those in the tutorial but to beings across the multiverse." Viridia asks if the Viper is going to revive him. The Viper smirks, "Of course not, that was his request after all, but the system may have other plans for Jake Thane." And then Jake's eyes snap open. "I'm alive." The narrator hits us with the ultimate sign-off. "Heh, looks like I'm out of the early game. The Primal Hunter, bro, just beat the final boss of the tutorial and unlocked his true potential. What happens in the next arc? You do not want to miss it."